What?
I have no clue how this happened, but it did happen.
Yeah, he resolved 2 Vengevines through.
This is the same game.
And then he had
word.
2 swords in hand. Snapcaster Mage blocked that.
See if I can
finagle. Nowhere.
Yeah, Andy came out of nowhere and
then
no
just
time
got
at all.
punished for existing.
So Andy's at 12 by the looks of it. And it looks like somehow Gary's at 8.
Probably got beats from the Blazings.
But it looks like the Supreme Verdict came down and put a stop to that. That's actually kind of crazy.
Well, he had double swords in hand. He double sworded both Vengevines. To me, is the spiciest of the spice plays. Plays Brainstorm. He's playing with his Narset revealed. Picks up the Narset. Narset back.
All right, I'm gonna make it so that there we go. 1. Now it says 1.
Sure.
Or I could actually just. Yeah.
Alright, so he resolved the Supreme Verdict, wiped the board, cleared the way. The double swords definitely.
Your short guy, baby!
Oh, it's out!
It's out!
Here we go.
He has to turn it around. He's like, what the heck is this? It's like, okay, I guess you have 1/1s for the rest of your life.
Alright, so with 8 Walla, how do you beat that now?
You don't. You just don't.
Oh, and he cycles into the Narset. Oh, he loses 2 life. He cycles directly.
Yeah, that's gonna tilt him. That would tilt me.
Ew. Matches Prismatic Vista. Deactivate Shortcut. Shortkai's 1 mana?
1.
1.
1 and tap.
Shortkai's so good!
Shorkai is so good.
Shorkai, definitely. Oh, well, activated Shorkai, made our pilot, also a Japanese pilot. Japanese flex right now. It's real strong.
Yeah, it's really good. Oh, he had a Timeless Dragon.
Timeless Dragon?
This is just
so
over.
Good!
So you know what's crazy? If he gets 1 more pilot, he can actually start crewing the Shorkai.
He can crew the Shorkai with the
Mm-mm.
Oh no, it's 8, right?
Yeah, it's 8.
Oh, it's 8.
Yeah, Shorkai's crew is 8. It's absurdly huge. But the pilots crew for 2 power greater, so they crew for 3. And so if you have 3 pilots, you can crew Shorkai. Or if you have basically 8 power, right? The thing is, there's not that many creatures on the board. There's not that many creatures in Gary's deck. He's just getting in.
Yeah, but you don't really need the creatures when the Shorkai just produces the creatures.
Well, yeah. What's interesting is this is gonna looks like
I'm more surprised that he decided to activate the Shorkai. Oh, he activated the Shorkai on. When did the other pilot come into?
I gotta update these life totals. I can't quite tell where they're at.
He scoops it up.
Yeah, it's scooping up anyway.
You can't fight that.
Yeah, you can't. The board's just too strong.
All right, looks like Gary Wong takes round 1.
Yep.
2-0.
That will be it. All right, guys, we're gonna go to a short commercial break. We'll be right back with round 2. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're back here at Gamers Guild for round 2. Start the timer really quick. Set it. This timer is what I want. There we go. All right. All right, so we got Jesse Adams and Gary is not still playing. Thought I fixed that. There we go. We got Andrew and Jesse, both longtime players of the format. I think Andrew and Jesse's decks are completely foil.
Yeah, Jesse just finished foiling out his deck. He was posting up on the social media that he got his foil Gaia's Cradle, and he's still riffle shuffling.
Oh,
that hurts to see. That hurts to see.
It hurts with pain.
But here we are. We live in Spain, but the S is silent.
All right, so I'm looking through their lists. Not a ton out of the ordinary for Andrew. Andrew, who we lovingly call Frenchie, is always on colorless post. He's been playing the deck forever, as evidenced by it being foil. And do you want to get foil Grim Monoliths? Because I sure as hell don't.
Well, I mean, you have two players, like you said, Frenchie played colorless post for a long time. But on the other hand, Jesse's played Maverick for as long as I've known him. I've known him for about 4 years now. And he has played Maverick consistently for about 4 years. So I think both of these players have played their deck of choice for a very long time.
Both of these players are also pretty good. Jesse's placed really highly in locals, and so is Andrew. We'll see how they can compete. I'm not sure how this matchup will go. I feel like it's leaning towards Andrew a little bit. Just because a lot of the interaction that Maverick has is just simply blanked, and unfortunately for Maverick, no matter how much advantage you gain on the board, it can all be wiped away in an instant from a well placed Ugin.
I 100% agree. I think that I personally really like Maverick. Colorless Post never sat well with me. I played it, and I just didn't like it. There's something about it just didn't jive well with me. So I'm much a bigger fan of the Maverick action here.
I agree. The Colorless Post deck is definitely a little bit more, like, straightforward. And unfortunately for me, it's just really, really slow. Like, I hate Tangle Wire. Tangle Wire is one of my least favorite cards in the game. But this is where it sees play, so it's just a really, the whole point of the deck is to go real slow, and I don't think Jesse's deck is able to deal with that even post board.
Actually, I think post board Maverick actually has a really good shot at it.
Really?
It boards in a lot of removal. Jesse here has got Assassin's Trophy in there, 2 Force of Vigor in there, a Teague in there.
That's true. Ooh, the Teague.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
Like Maverick kind of has a shot here post side.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, game 1, we'll see how it goes.
I think game 1 is a coin flip.
Yeah.
Anyone can take it game 1. Game 2, I feel like Maverick has a lot of tools. It just, the consistency of the Maverick toolbox just makes it so it works.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, getting results.
Like they're just looking over their hands. They're probably still resolving their mulligan.
Getting a check.
Oh, you guys can start.
Oh,
I need to tell them
that would make sense.
Yep. I need to tell them they're allowed to start.
All right, Blast Zone. All right,
Blast Zone on. Okay, so this is a pretty good start. So if Jesse's got a Noble Hierarch, it's a
really Maverick having turn 1 play. Shocking.
Vesuva copying Blast Zone. Whoa.
Wow.
Okay, so that implies to me that Andrew doesn't have a lot of land action in his hand.
Yeah, which is a lot of hate.
The thing is, there's not actually that many 1-drops that are super relevant for Jesse in this matchup, because most of the time, like I believe most of the time, he's going to be beating you to death with some kind of 3-drop a lot.
That's a Thalia.
Ooh, baby.
Thalia, get in for 1 with the Noble. Love that Exalted trigger.
Is it a 0-1? Not really. All right, we got Glimmer Post coming in.
It was always a 1. Never didn't have it. Brackus?
You want to know a fun fact that actually won me a game?
What you got?
The posts count all the posts on the board, not just yours.
Yeah, it counts.
So I've actually had matchups where like I've stolen a post.
Really? That's funny.
and like played it, and it actually did something.
That's
So, all right, so we got Thalia coming in.
what was played next to the Thalia.
That's an Outland Liberator.
Oh,
actually.
that's one of the new ones, right?
Yes. So Outland Liberator is a really strong hate piece for artifacts, and also if you don't have anything to do, it flips into a 3/3 and beats your opponent to death, which is really strong.
Ooh, Thought Knot.
Here comes Thought Knot. All right, we got Grist,
Grist?
Green Sun Zenith, and it looks like a canopy, Horizon Canopy.
I really like Grist.
Grist is so
I
good.
really like Grist.
It sure is good.
Well, actually, for this matchup too, because it can deal with the Titan.
It can straight deal with a lot of different threats, but also you can tutor for it. You can
Because it's a creature.
It's a creature in your deck.
Green Sun
you can
for it.
green sun for
Whoa,
it. It's actually
that's
absurd.
Spicy.
Yes, it is. It is an actually absurd card. Thalia mainboard is also, I think, pretty relevant, like relatively
Well,
relevant.
we got a Knight.
All right, the knight is the threat, right? This is how
That's how Maverick wins.
this is how Maverick can win this game, right? So these blast zones just not doing anything. He the downside to this is Andrew might be able to get these double thought knot.
Rips the endurance.
Rips the endurance right out of the hand. But the thing is, like,
endurance doesn't really matter. Though?
we have Knight of the Reliquary on the board. With Knight of the Reliquary on the board, like, that just gives the deck so much more interaction that you otherwise might not have had.
The deck just has legs now.
Yep. And we might just crack this canopy.
Crack the canopy, draw a card. Mana available.
Looking at
Windswept Heath.
not the best draw.
Or was. You already have the Knight out, right? You don't. Lands are kind of.
Like, says he wrote down 17, which is weird. I wonder if he just lost track of his dice, which is fine. I don't know. Let me ask. Hold on.
Post.
Wasteland the Post.
Out of the Reliquary. Got a Windswept Heath fetch for planes.
Oh, he didn't cast anything, so he gets to flip.
Gets the free flip.
Yep. Ah, daytime with the Dark Magician girl. I like it.
It hurts. It hurts.
Hey, Jesse, are you at 17 or 18? Thank you. All right, we have confirmed that Jesse is at 17.
I love the Dark Magician girl. That's such a flag. Oh, my wallet cries as I look at these.
So this matchup has become a lot more interesting than I thought. I did forget that Wasteland gives you a lot of ways to kind of stymie this deck. Right?
Play around the post then.
Yep. And honestly, like, if like this Knight is gonna get real big. I believe there's already 5 lands in Jesse's graveyard, which means like he can swing with this and trade out both Thought Knot Seers, or if he wants.
Trying to think of what Frenchie can.
I think Frenchie has a lot of room here because honestly, one Ugin rips Jesse's board apart.
Yeah, but he doesn't have nearly enough mana for an Ugin now.
That is true. He does have a Glimmer Post, and so if he can get a Cloud Post out, if he can build up to the mom's, yeah. So here comes the. Oh, he's activating it.
Activated it. Pitch that.
What's he getting? Oh, another. Oh, yeah. He can just chain Wastelands. I don't think there's a way. Yeah, I don't think there's a way that Andrew can get out of that. If Jesse can just continuously chain these Wastelands, there's just nothing that, like, even with these 2 4/4s on the board, there's nothing that Andrew can do to stop this. Right? He'll never get enough mass.
I mean, he could theoretically take up the Blast Zone enough. He's already got it up to 2.
Well, the thing is, it takes so much mana to take up Blast Zone in the first place. Let alone activate. Yeah, Vesuva coming in tapped is just it's too slow. It's simply too slow.
I think that's one of the major
Ooh, that's cute.
Caracas?
He copies Caracas to I believe he might be copying Caracas to blank this Thalia. The nice thing about this is Mom can't protect you from Caracas. So
Stepmom could.
Stepmom can, yes. But yeah, I don't think there's I don't see a great way for Andrew to get out of this one. It's just like a really, really brutal turn. Oh, not at 1. He's at
Very, very spicy if he was up. Knight coming in. Knight comes in, no blocks. 10.
just brutal.
Oh
Just brutal.
And a scoos. All right, what do you do? What do you do? If you were
So
Frenchie here, what you got?
The way you get out of this is you have to play like
Glimmer Post.
Glimmer Post will get you a life, bring you to 6.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, scoops it up. Go next.
Yeah, I gotta go next. You're just too far behind. I was honestly surprised. I didn't quite. Jesse has been playing this deck for way longer than I've even remotely read about it, and he knows every line, and he knew exactly what he's supposed to do in this matchup, literally verbatim.
And going directly into the Knight of the Reliquary and starting the cycle of wastelanding him, that was just brutal. Wasteland is such a strong card against Post.
It absolutely is, especially since you can chain them off of your Knight of the Reliquary. Yeah. It costs 2 a land, but at the end of the day, your Knight of the Reliquary gets bigger, and your opponent has no lands. So
sometimes no lands, key to victory.
Yeah, sometimes if you just and Jesse was very, very meticulous about which lands he picked. Yeah. He was like, okay, I know that these blast zones are never going to actually get to the number that they need as long as I can deal with these posts. And as the name of the deck suggests, if you deal with the posts, colorless post isn't very good.
Yep. It's just colorless at that point, and that's not good. Colorless post. So I think Jesse just hit what he needed to hit there. I really liked how he definitely kept the 3 lands that he never wanted to sack off to one side to make sure that he didn't accidentally misplay. I really liked that. I thought that was really smart.
Yeah, so that's one of the trickier things that some people do. The only downside to this deck is since he's playing Outland Liberator, he has to keep track of day and night, which can be very difficult to track in a game.
I definitely feel like he's only playing Outland Liberator to flex the foil Dark Magician Girl. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I feel like that's a very Jesse James Adams type of deal.
It could be the case. I believe this man does have a non-zero amount of anime stickers on his car. So that may in fact just be the case, right?
It just sounds like math checks out on that one, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Math just checks.
All right,
out.
so we're going into game 2. We talked earlier about what Jesse brings in. What do we think Andrew brings into this matchup? He's got quite a few things. It's mostly a wish board for Karn, which is true. Typically how it goes. But we got 4 Sorceress, Spyglass, 4 Leyline of the Void. Do you think the Leylines come in here to deal with Knight of the Reliquary?
I honestly.
I don't know.
It could. I mean, I don't think that it's necessarily the worst option. It's just one that's kind of strange in the aspect of what do you board out for?
Let's ask our judge. Hey, Jake, you play a lot of colorless post.
Yeah, I was actually going to interject in the chat for you guys.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to disagree with your assessment on how important the post is in this deck. Because it's not designed as a colorless post deck. It's designed as a mud deck. Ancient Tombs and City of Traders can absolutely just get you there.
All right. Fair enough. In this particular matchup, I fine. But my question is,
yes,
do you bring Leyline in this matchup?
Do I bring in Leyline?
Would you bring in Leyline of the Void in this matchup?
I haven't looked specifically on the variant Maverick he's on right now.
So,
but
Jesse did just like completely crush with Knight of the Reliquary.
Yeah, of course. But let's see. Just really quick.
Because that's what we're basically debating on right now. Because I would
play it if he's playing Loam. If he's not, then I probably would.
Okay.
Because the whole point of the ley lines in colorless post is for the hosing decks, obviously.
Yeah.
You get Dredge. I mean, Dredge isn't real. You know what I mean.
Dredge is
something
so
like
real.
that.
We didn't mean that, Dredge players.
Dredge is real in my heart.
You do you.
Dredge is real in my heart.
However, it's mostly actually for matchups like lands or anything that wants to recur their wasteland.
Okay, so Frenchie did bring in Leyline, started off with it on turn 1, and goes Chalice on 1, responds with Wastelands.
Another tomb comes out. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what I was saying is Leylines are mostly there for the Wasteland Loam matchups. Because if they waste lock you, you're just dead. You can fade a couple wastes.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So this man had 3 ancient tombs? He had 3 ancient tombs?
This man started with a hand of 3 ancient tombs,
Yeah,
or
this
drew
is not
ancient
like
tombs?
normal post.
Oh, you're right.
In
Okay.
That, like, it can go mid-range. Its bread and butter is between 4 and 7 mana, which you really don't need a post for. It's not trying to go top end like something like an Emrakul or an Ugin, or
So-
an Ulamog.
This
like
this
that.
Outland Liberator is gonna hit the. Oh wait.
No.
Oh, he took
He
it.
took the
The Outland Liberator so that he could keep the chalice.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
man.
chalice on 1 is gonna hose Maverick more than anything. The chalice on 1's brutal for the Maverick combo. Not the combo, the Maverick line, I guess. Triple Tomb, kind of crazy. I can't believe it. Fetchin takes the hit.
Jesse
from-
is like adamantly not using this dice.
I think he just forgets about it.
He didn't. Did he fetch once already? I don't think he did.
Yeah, he fetched once.
Oh, so he's at 18. All right, so 11 and geez, they are
11,
racking
11.
through. They are racking through life totals.
Yeah, it's 11-11 all. 11 all.
Is it 11 all?
I believe it's 11 all, unless Jesse's at 14.
I think Jesse's at. I can't read Jesse's handwriting to
I think
save
he's
my
at 14.
life.
He just moved the dice to 14.
Okay, well, oh, there we go. Thank you, Jesse.
All right, so 14 on Jesse, and then we got
11
on
Andrew.
Frenchie. Sylvan Library comes up. Okay, so Sylvan Library I feel like can dig for an answer here.
Yeah, Jesse's definitely on the back foot.
Yeah, he definitely.
But the Frenchie's taking a lot. Oh nope, here comes a post. So
Frenchie's life total just doesn't matter. He goes back up to 13, taps for 2, plays
The
the
monolith.
foil Grim Monolith.
and we all collectively vomit together.
Oh.
By the way,
Immediately-
Frenchie has a play
and
set
that's a
of
Karn.
these.
And
by
that's
the
a
way.
Karn.
Yeah, Karn's
Oh,
down.
this is not looking
I
good.
don't see how this goes.
He
yeah,
immediately eats the Sylvan. This is not looking good.
this is looking real bad. It's under. Yep, it's just under Karn because, mind you, Karn can restart the game.
No. Karn. Questing Beast comes
Questing
down.
Beast.
Questing Beast comes
Oh
down.
my god!
Immediately nukes the Karn. This is a game.
And nukes him.
This is a game. This is a game.
Just when we counted him out. Just when we
Questing Beast?
counted him out, we plow a Questing Beast. And now Frenchie has to be careful with these tombs.
He's at 5. He's at 5.
Yeah, he's got to be extra careful now because it basically means like you it's just man, it's so precarious. It's just a precarious position to be in now.
The fact that he top decked the Questing Beast is just chef's kiss.
Yeah,
that's
I
awesome.
believe it's a one of. I would not be surprised because it's a Maverick deck, so
Yeah.
it is a one of
Yeah, it's a one
Questing
of.
Beast,
Oh.
and he literally drew it into the perfect situation. Frenchie has no blockers, has no clue it's even in Jesse's deck, and has a Karn on 3. Jesse gets to play it out, pave him for 4, and then completely nuke his Karn.
Well, as I always say, better lucky than good.
Ooh,
And he
okay.
has the removal. And he's got the removal.
So there's an interesting play here. So the prismatic ending is he could have actually tapped out for it and gotten rid of the ley line, but he didn't. So oh, okay, I see it. He wants
to free that.
Oh my god.
Exile
Okay.
that, draw his card,
Yeah, he's gonna gain
then
4 and then lose 4 here.
beat into 4. Oh, that's...
This is actually an incredible sequence
You
that
know-
Jesse has cleaved his way out of this game.
I just didn't see him clawing his way back. It looked so bad for him earlier. Here we are, just
That
ripping
top,
into him.
that top deck Questing Beast was, and Frenchie's got 1 card in his hand. He might just die.
He has Mystic Forge, though.
Yep.
He still has the Mystic Forge. So
He can still look. Yep.
There's still a shot. City of Traders taps out.
He's going to
goes
1
to 1.
for the
Plays the
Ugin.
Ugin.
Okay, so the Ugin will kill the Questing Beast, but Frenchie's on 1.
He dies to incident.
Oh no! He's Karakasing it back to his hand in response. Oh my! That's what a game!
What a game!
What an absolutely
That's
masterful game!
insane!
Oh my word!
Oh.
What a fantastic play by Jesse Adams!
my
word!
goodness.
That was actually and this is where you can truly see like somebody who's like Maverick is a really hard deck to play. Jesse took a top deck that you and I may have seen as like, you know, pretty good, like a really solid play, and just turned it into the game-winning card. Just absolutely decimating with a questing beast.
Questing beast was a mistake. Too many keywords. Brain go burr.
All right, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We're gonna go ahead and go to commercial breaks, but we'll come back with round 3. What a game!
What a game! I'm still in shock. So we're back here. I just wanted to take some time here to talk a little bit about the Maverick deck we just saw. So this Maverick deck is running 61 cards rather than the standard 60. So it's just, what's really fascinating about it is the fact that he's running so many 1-ofs in the deck, and he was still able to rip the exact card that he needed. Was the Questing Beast, which is the 4/4 mythic from Eldraine that is keyword soup. Card's pretty good. Pretty good. Overall, a lot of things that we just saw were typical kind of Maverick-y things. Maverick is a lot of one-shot answers, a lot of other things that we care about in the format typically. Definitely just creature toolbox, finding the creature you need to get the perfect answer to issues that people are having. Definitely one of the spicier decks in the format for sure. So, have about 4 minutes here before the next game starts. We're still finishing up round 2. It was a very quick round 2. Typically the games last for a little bit longer, but we're running into a very solid 2-0. Jesse's favor. The Maverick definitely brought home and beat out the Post. So, during that game I actually had a really interesting thought process when it came down to the triple Ancient Tombs that we saw. As we all know, or as most of us know, and those of us who don't know, Ancient Tomb is tap, make 2 colorless mana, but you pay 2 life. I think the Ancient Tombs there were really, really helpful in establishing a very early lead by Frenchie. However, it definitely started to be more of a dangerous point when he did have to tap out, go to 1 to play the... It was a very scary thing to do. Especially with the Caracas, it just seemed like Jesse had all the answers, which is pretty typical for the Maverick deck to just have the answers that they need, for sure.
What you talking about, my dude?
I was just talking a little bit about how the Maverick deck just had all the answers, that the Questing Beast off the top was just awesome. It was just, because Jesse's running 61 cards in his deck, right? So you're running 61 cards.
Is he really?
He's running 61 cards.
He absolutely would do that.
He's running 61 cards to be different, because the old adage is 60 cards is best, because you want to maximize your chance of getting a good card versus a bad card. But he's running 61. So it's nuts to me that he just ripped the exact card that he needed. And like I'm always saying, and you hear me always saying it, better lucky than good.
Better lucky than good.
Better lucky than good.
I would rather be
time.
Lucky than good every single
There's
time.
only one thing that beats skill, and that's luck. Luck is always the factor that I think is the most interesting bit about all Magic the Gathering. That's why I love the game so much, is that you can build your deck to be the 10 out of 10, the spiciest thing ever, stops everything, but you get bad draws, game over, man.
Game over.
Game over.
And that's one of the reasons I like Magic from a design standpoint, because even though I'm a player that's I like to think I'm decent, but I'm not like great. I can still beat these players who are excellent. These players are like leagues better than me, but sometimes I'll just get the draw.
You can always just get them.
Yeah, sometimes you just turn out luck. I did want to remind everybody who's watching, if you could go ahead and follow us on social media, check out the shop. If you need any singles or need any sealed product, or if you're local, please come down and play. We're going to be doing these streams a lot more often. And we're having a great time over here, aren't we, gentlemen?
I'm having a blast. Yep. I always love this place. It's always fun to hang out, grind some Commander games. I'm primarily a Commander player, as you know. And yeah, so I'm really excited to just kind of be here. I love commentating about Magic. I can literally talk people's ears off about Magic. There's been several times where my friends constantly tell me, "You need to shut up. You're talking too much about Magic."
You know what I'm
the
gonna do?
Gathering."
I'm gonna go see if we can get Jesse to come in and talk to us about his
Sure.
deck. Does that sound cool?
Yeah, that's awesome for me. I'd love to chit chat about it. I love his deck. One of my personal favorites. Yeah, I'm really excited to see how these decks kind of evolve as we move on. Move on through the day. It's I believe it's a pretty decent sized legacy turnout today. I'm really excited to see what other spice. As we've seen today, we've already had a short guy deck, which was really spicy. Did not expect to see the blue-white control. The Azorius control coming out of nowhere was definitely a very interesting concept. I just didn't expect to see it today. I think Shurikai was one of the decks that really kind of makes me think that it's just one of those things where it's definitely a spicy card to play. I really like it because it's just brand new, just came out of Kamigawa. It's nice to see that Wizards of the Coast is printing cards that affect us, that affect Eternal formats like Legacy. Legacy, in my opinion, doesn't really get a lot of cards printed for it, and I definitely feel like Shurikai is definitely one of the decks that definitely did it. Here he is,
The man, the myth, the legend.
the myth, the legend, Jesse James Adams.
All right, pop the spot, Jesse.
All right. Talk to me about Questing Beast. Talk to me about the House of Questing Beast.
Kills planeswalkers and it has haste.
It sure did pave Frenchie's face and kill a Karn.
Card's nuts. Card's
Yeah.
nuts.
So were you banking on it when you were playing that game too? Were you just like, okay, I need Questing Beast here?
Yeah, I figured I had like 1 or 2 more turns to like try and get back in the game, but that was the exact card I needed to draw.
Yeah, nice top deck.
Nice top deck indeed.
Nice top deck.
Because when I saw that come down, I was like, is this a one of? And I look, and it's a one of, and I'm like, okay, so he got a good top deck here, and we were both like, okay, this is a good top deck, but we don't think it gets you out of this because if a Karn comes down, and then the Caracas play
bounce it was
got
just
us.
chef's kiss.
Absolutely insane.
So I've been meaning to ask you this for a while. What's the 61 card? You have 61 cards. What's the one?
Questing Beast.
Questing Beast is the one extra card?
Yeah.
Do you think it was worth it?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So every tournament, whatever I think the best deck is, I add in 1 card for that matchup. Today was the third mother, like
Third
last
mom?
minute. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So why do you always add in 1 extra card?
I just always have.
You just love it?
Yeah, just in Legacy, just in like the Green Sun like tutor deck.
Okay.
Okay.
So usually
I mean,
not.
it's a toolbox,
Yeah,
right? So it
exactly.
just adds some little bit extra spice.
So in game 1, we saw quite a hefty Knight of the Reliquary
Yeah.
come down. So what we were also interested is when we saw that matchup, I assumed incorrectly by the results that game 1's matchup is particularly rough. Do you agree with that assessment, or do you think it's a
I think it's play draw dependent.
okay?
So
Okay.
like you can go Torn Chalice.
Yeah.
And that's very good against me. Turn it from 1 mana, turn 2 Knight or something like that.
So we saw also in something that I thought was interesting. In game 2, you chose to get rid of the Chalice, and I thought that was strange considering you had the Reliquary in your hand. But you got rid of the Chalice and then immediately swords the Thought-Knot Seer, and that kind of just like made it so that Frenchie couldn't play anymore.
Yeah.
So what I find interesting, but not a big deal. Anyway, did you? I kind of lost my train of thought. Do you have a question?
So it seems like it worked out really well. So what's your tech for Grist? Why'd you started adding Grist into the?
It
What's
kills Murktide.
It just
Honestly.
oh, it's just the Murktide
Yeah,
killer.
it
Murktide
kills
is kinda scary,
planeswalkers,
right? Oh, it does kill
which
walkers,
are like Fairy, Jace, stuff like that. Also, like you can like back to Questing Beast. Sometimes you just need to push through, get something with haste.
Okay.
Grist, you can just ultimate and kill people
Oh,
for the
that's
last
true.
couple points of
That's
damage.
true. That's just
You can Green
drain
Sun
people.
for it. Thalia doesn't tax it because it's a creature.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
so good.
On the stack, it's a creature, so it
So
doesn't.
good.
That's
Yeah.
so good.
It's so good. Yeah, it's just like a catch-all, and then like making 1/1s and milling can be fine.
All right, since we have some time, there's a game I always play with people. I myself have played a lot of Questing. I play Questing Beast Pioneer. So I will give you a Kamigawa set booster pack if you can tell me everything that Questing Beast can. If you tell me all the lines of text in its
Okay.
text box, I will
Um,
give you a pack of Kamigawa set booster.
Haste,
Yep.
Alright.
Vigilance, Death
Alright.
Touch.
Sure.
Alright.
Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less.
Okay.
Yep.
And damage can't be prevented. Or combat damage. Things like Maze of Ith
Sure.
or
You're missing one.
don't look
Oh,
at
when
me.
it deals damage to a player, it deals that much to target planes.
All right, yep, I'll take that. You can go ahead and grab a Kamigawa set booster.
He's done it.
There's only one thing that you got technically a little bit wrong, which is it's not preventing combat damage. It's preventing combat. So combat damage from creatures you control can't be prevented.
Okay.
It's just your things.
Okay.
It's so absurd. It is an absurd Magic card, but that was way closer than anybody has ever gotten. Mostly people get to like 2 abilities and then they
Like,
forget.
I know
I
it does
usually
a
get
lot.
Death Touch, Vigilance, Haste, and then
Every time I
everything
play
else.
it, people are like, I know half of this card.
You have to turn it around. It's also legendary.
Yeah, it's also
Everyone's gonna
also
stop and read
legendary,
it.
which we saw pop up. All right, Jesse, thank you for coming in,
Thank
for
you.
doing this interview with us.
Very much.
It was really fun. Let's see what you get. I'm curious. Come on, Wandering Emperor. Mind Link back. All right.
Ooh, that's a rough one.
All right, now I got to build a deck with Legacy Mind Link back.
I gotta read what this says.
I don't even know what it says.
Got more abilities than Custom Beast. Alright, thanks guys.
All right, thanks, man.
Have a good one.
Later.
Thanks for coming in. Good chatting. All right, and that was
Yeah, I got you. Ooh.
Jesse, who we just saw pilot the Maverick deck.
That's such a Jesse is one of the best players in our. Is very, very, very.
Jesse is definitely someone I enjoy.
All right, I'm gonna go check on the round. Jemin, you mind hanging out with the chat for a bit?
Yeah. If you guys have any questions or anything about anything that we've seen, anything that we're doing, I'm definitely in the chat reading what you guys are posting. So please let me know if you got anything to know more about, any questions, comments, concerns. I am here for you guys. Yeah, Strange. Just basically, Grist just says stuff, and it just does work, right? Even in late game, it's just a finisher. I just think Grist was a card. Grist, kind of a house of a card. Definitely questioning some of the cards that Wizards prints. Although I'm not complaining. Most of my cards are for men. Anyways. Love ourselves some cheap fetch lands, right? Yeah, it's great in Limited, but he just opened it from a set booster, so Limited's not the card in mind right now. Really excited to see some more spicy decks. I feel like out of the first 2 games, we got a lot of spice, a lot of kind of off-meta kind of decks right now. I'm really excited to see how the day progresses. How play Magic? Well, it looks like you've played Overwatch. If you've played Overwatch, Magic can't be that much harder, right? Set booster draft? I don't know. I feel like set booster drafts are not the way to go. We should definitely stick with the draft booster. I know, I'm not sure about your local game store, but this local game store is definitely running drafts pretty regularly. Definitely run a lot of sealed here. I know Friday we run at least probably 2 to 3 drafts every Friday night here. Spicy. Why is Sunset Pyramid the best card ever printed? That's just that's a hot take. I'm not here to dunk on your favorite card choice, but Sunset Pyramid is an interesting card. Brandon, how do you feel about Sunset Pyramid? Someone in chat here.
Underrated card.
You think
Absolutely
it's underrated?
Absolutely
I
underrated.
just think it's not.
4 of in every deck. No
4 of in
contest.
every deck?
6 of in every deck. 100 of in every deck.
You might have made a new fan today, Brandon. You might have made a new fan today. What's my favorite color? Well, my favorite color is everyone's worst color.
Is it blue? I hate you.
I love blue.
When we play CDH and you bring out Zombie, I want to vomit.
I'm here to just tell you no repeatedly. The more I get to tell you no, the happier I am. Remember, I get stronger off of your tears. That's why blue is a teardrop.
Wow. All right, guys, we're gonna do a short ad break, maybe like a few seconds. We're gonna be right back.
All right. Hello. We're back. We're just trying to set up a little talking scene for you guys. So you have something nice to look at while me and Branson are just chit-chatting about Magic. So I heard...
I too enjoy Magic.
Really? You like Magic the Gathering?
I do.
No way. No way. You definitely have a fan in the chat now, by the way.
Oh yeah,
Sending
for Sunset Pyramid.
Yeah,
Let's
definitely have a
go.
big fan in the chat. Let's see. Goblin game.
Dude, Goblin Game's hype.
No,
I
Goblin
have
Game's
played
not
that
a good
card.
card. No one look up Goblin Game. No one play Goblin Game. If you play Goblin Game, you're kind of a bad person.
Wow.
Goblin Game, my personal card that I hate the most. I hate it. I hate the mini game of hide this, take this much damage. Just don't like it. Don't like it. I just really don't like it.
Yeah, it's not the perfect card.
So I got a question for you, right?
Sure.
I'm sorry to take it off of the legacy topic, but I got a question for you.
Okay.
Fetch lands in Commander.
Sure.
There's a lot of mixed people. I'm all for it. I think fetch lands in Commander are a great thing, but I know a lot of people don't particularly think fetch lands are pretty good in Commander. So, what are your thoughts?
I know for a fact that fetch lands are good in Commander. The difference is whether or not fetch lands are particularly like. So we know that fetch lands are at the very base level strong,
Yeah.
right? Like we are actually strong.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, but the you don't need them. The fact of the matter is, especially even in high power Commander, I don't even necessarily think that you need them. The reason you play fetch lands in CDH specifically is for twofolds. One, you want to guarantee your colors, and two, you want to limit the amount of times you're drawing cards that aren't useful. So if you have 10 fetch lands in your deck, for example, my CDH deck plays like 27 land. If I fetch too much in the if I do 2 fetches right off the bat, that reduces the amount of lands in my deck by double. So there would have been 4 lands in my deck total combined between my hand, right? But now there's 4 less, right? Because the fetches count as essentially getting 2 lands out of your deck. So I will never draw those. The lands I get out with the fetch lands, I will never draw. So in some decks that's really good, in some decks that's not. In some decks you want to be able to like just play out lands in general. And then in addition to that, searching your deck has different implications depending on the deck that you're playing. But ultimately, if you fetch a duel in a casual game of Commander, I don't think that's very powerful. But I do think if you do it, you're going to get targeted. Like if you fetch a Taiga,
Yeah, everyone's just going to bully you, right?
everyone will bully you, no matter, even if your deck was filled with nothing but bears.
Yeah.
Everybody will bully you if you fetch a Taiga.
Well, so my argument is I actually disagree with you. I think that fetch lands are good at every level of EDH simply because of color fixing. I think the prioritization of color fixing is, I don't know, typically it seems like from what I know of the decks you typically play 2-color decks.
That's true.
Me, as a 3-color deck enjoyer, most of my decks are 3 colors. The fetch lands are irreplaceable in color fixing. Because if I'm not able to color fix with my fetch lands, that means I have to be running green to get my Kodama's Reaches and my Cultivates. I have to run those in order to do anything.
That's fair. And honestly, I think the decks are so strong in general. So 3-color decks are really, really strong in general, but only because they have access to this color fixing, right?
You need the color fixing for your deck to do anything.
Ultimately, that's the same thing in Legacy. In Legacy, we play the fetch lands specifically because, one, we could fetch duels with them, which means we don't have to eat as much damage. But even in Modern, even in if they were legal in Pioneer, they would absolutely play.
Yep.
But they basically make it so that no matter what land I draw, if I draw a Scalding Tarn, there is an entire suite of colors I have access to just off of the Scalding Tarn, right? So I definitely think they're strong in pretty much every format you can play them in.
Well, whenever I look at a fetch land, it always reads to me, get the best land.
Mm-hmm.
Gets the best, get the best basic land typed land out of your entire deck and put it into play. That's really good. Like even right now, like we're seeing in Modern, is as Triumphs go up in value, Triumphs are just right now really spicy. Triumphs really good. In Capenia, they are printing the other cycle of they're finishing their cycle of Triumphs, and I'm here for it. Bant, Grixis, 2 of my favorite colors.
Dude, Triumphs have made fetch land. Triumphs took fetch lands from very good to exponentially good, giving you access to all these basic land types. Normally, getting 2 is pretty strong, right? Relatively strong. Getting 3 in any form, even Modern. The only reason it doesn't see play in Legacy is because they come in tapped. If they came in untapped, they'd obviously be absurd.
Yeah, if they came in untapped. That'd just be
they'd be
bonkers.
Yeah, we would have riots in the streets, right? But
who needs a dual land when you get a trio?
In Modern, you can fetch 4 triomes on turn 1, and you don't really lose that much, right? Like, even in Commander, we'll fetch for things like, we'll fetch for triomes, or we'll even fetch for tapped lands that have the subtypes, simply because it doesn't cost us that much, and it gives us the ability to fetch untapped lands later in the game.
Yeah, when you're on the early startup turns, you don't really need instant access to mana that you would typically find in other formats. So you kind of take that little bit of tempo loss, but in the end, it just gives you more tempo because it gives you the flexibility of having lands. I know that the 4-color Omnath deck likes running, I think it runs 3 Triomes in it main board.
Yeah, so my modern deck is Domain Zoo, and I run 2.
You run 2 main board?
Yep, and the deck is specifically designed so that you go turn 1, pick a Triome, and then turn 2, because you fetch the Triome almost always, right? Because there's only 2 in the deck.
Yeah.
So you fetch your Triome, and then turn 2, you finish out your basic land set. So on turn 2, I should have, most of the time, between 4 and 5 of the basic land types, which is all of them, right? Because that way, when I go turn 2, I can play like Territorial Kavu and have a 5/5 on turn 2, or in a lot of cases in
a 5/5 on turn 2.
I either have a 4/4 flyer on turn 2 or a 5/5 fly or a 5/5. Territorial Kavu is actually an insane card. The thing is, Legacy Modern is in a point where they can easily deal with it because it's filled with really, really efficient, right? But in terms of even in modern control decks, getting a Triome on your first turn is virtually free because you don't have turn 1 plays anyway.
That's true.
And your deck is mostly reactive.
Very true. Yeah, the Triomes are definitely something that's definitely coming to flavor.
Sorry.
Oh, Omnath's playing 2 Triomes, right?
I'm not playing 2
2
Triomes.
Triomes. It might go to 3 or 4 at Capenia.
Alright. And then I'm going to leave you with the chat for a little bit. I'm just going to go check on the round timer and get the players situated.
Now you're all trapped with just me. Yeah, I personally was well, I mean, I wasn't sleeping on Triomes. My roommate and I went back and forth arguing about Triomes for a while. I think the Triomes were going to be very, very useful. He argued that they wouldn't be in formats. But I think that it's pretty solid. I really like the Triomes typically. But as we get going here and as Legacy kind of develops, or to get back on topic to what we're actually supposed to be talking about here, Legacy, I think, is in a really interesting place. I really like what Modern Horizons 2 did to Legacy in particular. Not that big of a fan of a lot of the other cards. I was really, I guess I wasn't shocked. It was kind of necessary, but banning Ragavan out of Legacy, I definitely really helped the format overall. Yeah, Triomes. I think a lot of people slept on Triomes. I mean, when on set release for Ikoria, they were like maybe $2 a piece. I think when at their low point they were like $1 or $2, I think, and then now they're just ridiculously expensive. I was thinking about picking a couple up for a casual deck that I'm building, and it was just nope, blew the budget right out of the water. Overall, Legacy is kind of good. I think Ragavan was really necessary. Although I really like the Monkey. The Monkey is one of my favorite cards out of the set that they printed. Love the dash ability, although I don't think dash is particularly a great mechanic. Definitely like the tempo that it gave you access to. You know, treasures, kind of good. Love ourselves some treasures. 3 mana. 3 mana good. Mana really good. Yeah, I mean, most people just go, it's tapped, awful, right? If it doesn't come in untapped, most players are just like, I'm sleeping on it.
I'm back. So we just hit time in the round.
Sweet.
Ironically, Gary's deck is keeping us past time right now.
Of course.
I saw a Narset and a Snapcaster on the mage, and then I saw a Stoneforge on the other, and I'm like, this is like turn 20, so we'll see how that goes. So they get 5 additional turns. I'm going to help Jake do our deck checks for the next round, and then we'll get those guys ready to go.
Sounds great. And we'll move us back into our game match when we're ready.
Yeah.
Cool. Sounds good to me.
All right. Have fun with the chat for a bit.
Yeah, I got him. Trapped in here with me. Actually, on that note, I need to take a quick break. So there are some ads. All right, I am back. Had to go get a Red Bull real quick. Need some more energy. Believe it or not, I am absolutely exhausted. Going to bed at 3 a.m. regularly.
Are you paying for those? Pay for those. I'll get that sorted out.
It's on my tab.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we're not.
I'm just starting a tab. It made the most sense to just start a tab. Call it a day.
Thanks for helping me, by the way. Also, chat, thank you so much for watching. This took a lot of work to put together, and I'm really, really happy people are enjoying it.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, watching Magic, hearing commentary about Magic, one of my favorite things to do.
Dude, I'm still reeling from that last game. That last game was absurd.
Dude.
That last game was so absurd.
So I really wanted to try to maintain my neutrality on that game, but I was really pulling for Jesse the entire time. Jesse's one of my favorite Magic players. I love watching him play. I love his play style.
Super nice guy. He's been
Great
playing
guy.
here forever, and one of the best players in our, for sure.
Love him. No, Colossal Dreadmaw is a bad card.
Incorrect.
No, it's a
That card is-
6 mana, 6/6 with trample. It's so bad. It's only good and limited. You play that in any constructed deck, it's awful.
All right. I think we're probably gonna get started, so I'm gonna go do my judge job.
Yeah, have to do it.
All right. Have fun with the chat.
All right, maybe Gishath. Maybe it's playable in Gishath. Not a
For the
good
record,
card.
that card has won me a non-zero amount of
No, limited or real?
commander games.
A commander's not real.
It is.
No, trample. Now, if it was Questing Beast, if it had haste, vigilance, death touch, I'm in. Questing Beast, good card. Colossal Dreadmaw, not a good card. You know, chat, I'm not trying to add anyone, but a buddy of mine may or may not have over, 4,000, I think? 4,000 Colossal Dreadmaws. I'm not saying do a buyout on Colossal Dreadmaws, but it might be coming in the future. Shh, you didn't hear from me. At 5,000? Lord, it's 5,000. So, back to chat. As we go here, we're about to get started on our round 3 pairings. Hopefully we see some more spicy decks. I really like the outcome of the 2 decks that we saw today. A little bit off meta, a little bit off standard. I mean, they're still definitely played decks in the format, but they've been a little bit spiced up, a little bit tuned up, and a little bit different. I mean, we got Jesse with the 61 cards, no matter what, running a third mom. Spicy stuff. Excited to see how the decks have some spice going on right. Hopefully. Good setup here. So as we get started here, looks like our players are beginning to seated. We got a deck check going, and then we'll get into action on that end. Dream title. I don't think about that. I will talk to the person who designed this when he gets back. Oh. That. So, back to the action. Players are getting shuffled up here. Like we're getting started. He's back.
I am back.
Man, the myth, the legend.
Deck checks completed without me.
I got a commenter in chat talking about no stream title or tags or category.
Yeah, we gotta get
Which-
that. We gotta get that sorted. But I did build this stream really, really quickly.
Yeah, this was a very, very, very quick.
Oh, I
project.
forgot their deck lists. I'll be right back. I gotta
Oh.
go snag those.
Yep. I'll do some clearing for you. Alright, then we'll get the names of our players set up. 20.
Got him.
All right.
All right. So, fun fact: Brennan is on the right of the screen, and he is currently cosplaying Rem from ReZero.
We have a cosplayer today.
Yep.
That's great.
His maid outfit is very, very cute.
That's great.
All right. So left is
We get a die roll to determine who goes first. Player on our left rolled a 5. Player on our right also rolled a 5. Reroll.
Boop. And he's on... Wow, this is a crazy deck. Oh, okay, I get it now. I'm not going to call it this. He called it Green Black Storm. It's not. It's Elves. It's just Elves.
That is Green Black Storm.
Be quiet.
Elves is Green Black Storm.
And this is...
We might post a picture of the maid cosplay after on our Facebook. So go ahead and follow us on Facebook in order to see that cosplay. And no, 100% Elves is Green Black Storm. It's a Storm deck.
And then this one's called Food Chain Goblin.
Food Chain Goblins?
Yep.
Food Chain Goblin? I'm in. Food Chain Goblins. Let's go. No, but back on topic here. You keep distracting me. Elves is Green Black Storm.
Be quiet.
It's a Storm deck.
All right, are we all set? We can go ahead and start their timer.
Goblin Skyraid.
You can start, guys.
Yep. Giving them the good to go signal. And they're off.
They are off to the races. All right, so I don't know anything about Food Chain Goblins, but I'm looking at the list here, and it is bizarre to say the least. So it's a Goblin Shell. It's got Goblin Ringleader. It's got Siege Gang Lieutenant. It's got Goblin Chieftain.
Ooh.
It's got Muxus. There's 3 copies
Mucky
of...
Boy? It's
there's
got a Mucky Boy?
3 copies of Muxus in here. There's a lot of 1-ofs, which I find very interesting.
That matron?
It does have 4 Goblin matrons. So
that gets the
yeah.
1-ups, right?
Yeah. All right, turn 1 Goblin Lackey. This
That's
is
a good
definitely the start you want to see. Yeah, like Michael's got to deal with this right now, and Elves doesn't have a way of dealing with it. But he might have to just play something and block.
Yeah.
That might just be the line he has to go.
Maybe he just takes the beat. It's double strike?
Goblin Lackey?
No, it's not double strike. It just brings a goblin into play. Right?
Yeah, if Goblin basically
It drags another one from your hand.
Yeah, so basically it says if it deals combat damage to a player, put a goblin from your hand into play. And it will. The thing is, this is such a good turn 1 for the deck because it puts in like ringleaders, and ringleaders sometimes just say draw 4.
Yeah, that's true.
Even if it just says draw 2, drawing 2 for free is
He
strong.
plays an Eggy.
Yeah, so this is one of
Ignoble.
the weird things about the deck. Normally, I haven't seen a lot of the Goblin decks playing Ignoble Hierarchs, but Brennan's deck is Food Chain, so it's a weirder, stranger kind of Goblin list that I haven't seen. So I'm curious to see how that goes. But we have a fetch.
Fetches into a Dryad Arbor. That's what I was thinking when he got the fetch with the Windswept Teeth. He might just go directly into a Dryad Arbor, have the Dryad Arbor eat Goblin Lackey's damage. However, I'm really interested to see what happens here.
This was an interesting line. I'm not sure Brennan actually saw this coming. I kind of didn't. I didn't know if Michael would be willing to basically
Take the tempo loss.
Yeah, because it's quite a. It looks like he.
No blocks?
It looks like he declared no
okay.
blocks. Okay, so we have the.
So Michael must have something really good in his hand that he's just like, this is fun.
Muxus!
Oh no!
Oh, okay. There's a chieftain.
That's it though.
There's a matron
and
a fury. Yeah, there's a fury in the list, and I saw that. It was weird. But Muxus on turn 2
Oh, that's
is
insane.
brutal. Also, this chieftain is pumping up the board, and he gets a matron to go find something else. I think he should have just blocked.
I think
like
he missed his trigger.
For what? For matron? Oh, he might have.
Yeah, he might have.
Or-
He's not tutoring right now.
Yeah. Maybe he
Does
forgot.
extend the hand?
Oh, he might be responding. So he might. So the thing is, there's not a lot you can do. Dryad Arbor can't tap. So yeah, here's the
Yeah,
resolving
okay.
the. There might be a free spell that maybe I'm not thinking of, but I don't believe maybe Michael is also bluffing. But there is simply not a lot of.
I feel like this is a really bad matchup. Oh,
It's
that's a
not.
swing
It's
gang.
not. The thing is, both decks are trying to do relatively similar things. Like they're both tribal decks, but the idea is to basically get a critical mass on board and beat your opponent to death with it. Um, Goblins has since gotten some combo, but not a lot.
Another lackey comes out. Another lackey
Yeah,
comes out.
I would not be
Double
surprised.
lackey, Muxus, Chieftain, and a Matron. This is awful.
I would not be surprised if Michael packed it up here. Like this is just like
plays
Allosaur
the
Shepherd's not
Shepherd.
gonna get you here. Like, and you have to tap your other creature. Yeah, like
Plays the Shepherd, plays the Heritage. He might be able to take one more comment. Plays the Cradle?
wait, what? Does he have a land drop?
No, because he just played the Forest.
Am I insane? Hold on. Let me go ahead and contact the players here. I'm pretty sure. Hey, Michael, did you already have a land drop this turn from the forest? Because it was turn 1, Windswept Heath into Dryad Arbor, and then Forest.
I do believe you are correct.
Alright, we're going to have to get the L2 in here to resolve this. I'll go ahead and get him over there.
All right, so we have a bit of a pause here while we contact our judge to definitely get this fixed. Hopefully get to a resolution quickly so we can get back onto the games. But yeah, Goblin Lackey, so much value. That card is nuts. I'm so glad that it is only in Legacy and not in any other format. Definitely keep that card away from the other. Really good in Commander. I know that it definitely has won many people a game in Commander, and it's a really exciting card to see play. Now, Goblin Sky Raider. That's the goblin that flies. That's not a good goblin. Typically,
Yep.
barely
So
playable.
I went ahead and grabbed our local judge, Jake. He's an L1, but he's basically an L2. He knows much more than I do.
Knows everything.
But this is really bad. So unfortunately, Michael accidentally put in an additional land drop and
played the Elvish,
played the Mystic. Yeah.
Elvish
So
Visionary, then drew the card.
so a reminder for the chat: we play these tournaments at comp REL, which means competitive rules enforcement level. So Jake will resolve this according to competitive play rules, not regular REL, which is what you would expect at an FNM. So it looks like here we have to resolve this. I don't know if you know this policy. This is actually it's not my favorite policy, but I understand why it is. But what it does is we put the Elvish Mystic and the guy's Cradle basically back in your hand, and we essentially let Brennan Thoughtseize Michael. He gets to choose, basically, I believe you get to choose a card out of your opponent's hand, and that card is then, I believe, shuffled into your deck.
Brutal.
So we'll see how Jake decides to resolve this, but it is an unfortunate situation when this kind of thing happens, but it happens literally all the time. Everybody has made these kinds of mistakes. I remember one time I was in a PTQ, and I was playing Living End back in the day when it was Jund and different, right? And I start cascading, and I cascade into a sideboard card, and I call myself out on it, right? Because it's the right thing to do. The judge came by, said, "You get a game loss," and I'm like, "Cool," and that's just how it goes.
Rough.
Yep. So Michael is, and the thing is the rules are a little looser now. Not looser, they're a little nicer now. And Michael's doing exactly what he should do. He's taking the ruling, he's playing it out, and he's doing absolutely the best that he can. So
Right, and then we just continue off of where
yep,
we left off.
it looks like we did go ahead and resolve the issue, and we are back into play.
That's a tough hit for
That's a really tough hit. I can
That's a
see
tough
how,
hit.
because the thing is, Dryad Arbor looks like a creature, so it's really hard to remember that's how it goes sometimes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, this is just a rough spot in general. So he's gonna tap. Oh no, is this a ringleader? Oh, it's Sling Gang.
Gang,
Okay,
yeah.
so and all these guys have haste. There's not a great scenario.
I'm pretty sure
for-
this is just legal.
It might be. Yeah, it comes in with some
Because you
guys.
attack with the two lackeys, right? So
Oh, yep. It looks like there's so many creatures on board that we have to. There we go. All right, we got 2 lackeys on board. We got Sling Gangs. Yeah, we're packing it
we're
up.
just packing it up.
Yeah, we're packing it up. All right.
Yeah, I think that instead of just having that ruling go through, if he just scooped, it would have just Okay.
Honestly, yeah, like he was in a rough spot to begin with.
I just don't see him making a comeback after that. After dropping a Muxus, getting the Matron off the Muxus too,
Yeah.
then revealing that you're getting Sling, it's just a rough time period. Just
Somebody in chat said, "How are the kids?" And I was like, "Do you have kids?"
no, I don't have kids, but I consider most of my Discord friends my children. In Magic.
Okay.
So the kids are good. They're vibing. They're living their lives, bullying me as per usual. They do call me the boomer of the Discord. I don't know any of their hip lingo. Like for a while,
I just learned no cap. Like
no cap.
No cap.
So I've known about no cap. They taught me what pog means.
oh, like poggers.
Yeah, poggers. Because at the time, like I had no idea what is pog.
So I was like an. Did you play Overwatch? Like
yes,
okay,
I played Overwatch.
Yeah. So yeah, Overwatch. I was like a pretty avid Overwatch fan. But yeah, Poggers is one of my favorite ones.
Never pog. Oh, it's Father. It's round 3. This is round 3.
Yeah, I'll add a text thing so people can see it next round.
Yeah, we're in round 3.
We'll take a short break. I actually can add that right now while we're in between games. It shouldn't be that tough.
Just chit chatting a little bit. So you got the deck list, right? Can I take
Yeah,
a peek
take a
at the
look
deck
and
list?
chat with the
I
deck
just kind of
list.
want to
See the Goblin list. The Goblin list is actually nutty.
Ooh, Goblin list. I love the elves deck designer. That's a neat one. Definitely that one. Let's see. We got Leyline of the Void, Thorn of Amethyst. Ooh, Goblin Trash Master. The Trash Master. Chalice. The Martial Vandal.
What's up?
What's that?
Masked Vandal.
Oh, Masked Vandal. Ooh.
It's a changeling,
Ooh,
and it.
yeah, it's the green one.
Yep.
Reb, Pyro, 2 Magus of the Moon. Magus of the Moon might be pretty solid in here for dealing with the Cradles.
Yeah, it might be. I'm not entirely sure how you board in this matchup.
I feel like the Magus comes in just to deal with Cradle. Cradle's just their strongest card, right?
Cradle is certainly a strong card.
Yeah, you just got to take the Cradle out. The elves, I think the elves have Thoughtseize, Leyline of the Void, Endurance, Run Afoul, Seeds of Innocence, Force of Vigor, Assassin's Trophy, Mindbreak Trap? Mindbreak Trap? No, that doesn't come in.
It doesn't here. No, that's for
doesn't.
sure.
I think Assassin's Trophy definitely comes in. I think the Endurances might come in just as blockers for free, right?
Maybe. It's a little. The thing is, whoever this matchup is definitely like time dependent, right?
Yeah, definitely points up. I was actually thinking.
Well, there's not really a thing there for it.
Oh, but there then. Maybe put an RD next to it.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Like something cool. Let's do a round.
Big.
B, but what I'll do is
Yeah.
small.
Little guy. That
There
little
we
guy right
go.
there.
That look good? Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
People can see what round it is now.
I'm down with that.
All right, and we'll update the round as we go. But this way, everybody can see what round we're on, and overall have a good time. All right, we're resolving our cuts here. I actually had a weird judge call last night at FNM about cuts, because some people were playing Pokemon, and in Pokemon you get your deck back again, and you can cut it once more if you want. But that's not the case in Magic the Gathering. I see one of the players walk in who had that judge call. You don't cut your deck again, Max.
That's cheating.
Get out of here.
Pokemon is not a game.
All right,
we've
we're started.
We got
All right, so
Forest Down and a Nettle Sentinel.
All
Classic
right.
elves.
Okay, so this Nettle Sentinel is the primary defense you want against turn 1 Goblin Lackey. That is absolutely the case. This guy is a 2/2, and look, that Goblin Lackey sure isn't there right now.
All right,
So
we got a Cavern clearly naming Goblinos.
I disagree. I think they named
Humans?
No, fractals.
Fractals?
Fractals.
Fractals. You're right. You're a much better Legacy player than me.
Agreed. Oh, I'm getting word that Brennan did not name Fractal.
Oh no.
Boo!
Misplay.
Wow, an attack. That's
Well,
actually.
he's got the untap. He's got the free untap.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
He's got 1 green mana. At worst, he plays something and it just untaps it for free.
Oh, he's gotta. It's like you gotta play something, dude. Like you need this guy on
Heritage
tap.
Druid.
There it is.
Classic.
All right,
Classic.
this is definitely a start you want. Then we got the land.
Cradle.
Ooh, Cradle.
Stonks.
Okay,
Stonks.
we might already be done.
Elvish Visionary.
Yeah, we
Draw.
got three elves on the field, and we got a heritage druid, and we have Nettle Sentinel. So like we might be done depending on how this. Nope, we ship it back.
Turn back.
All right, because you can absolutely storm off from that position.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely believe that the Elves player could have had it that turn. I like the Elf player just saying go here. I don't think that the Goblin deck is running any big enough removal at the 2 slot to get rid of this. I mean, there is a Fury in play that's possible. Fury is a 2-of in the Goblin deck, but ripping the Fury off top, placing it right now, is probably the best play for him. However, with the Forest and Gaia's Cradle in play, it's kind of interesting. Another Cavern.
This one definitely naming fractals.
I think this one names Elementals, actually. Get that uncounterable Fury in.
There we go. I could actually see that line, which is funny because sometimes you just need your Furies to resolve, but yeah, obviously that's not the case.
It's green black.
Yeah, so
Withering Boon.
well, the thing is, like these Cavern of Souls, Cavern of Souls is obviously a really good card. Problem: this is a food chain deck, not just a Goblin deck. He can't cast food chain off of these. So
Well, they're colorless.
So okay, we're gonna pitch. Oh, are we
Pitch
about
Fury,
to? Yeah,
Fury,
Fury's down,
like
and
the
that
board.
board. Yep.
Then the Goblin Lackey gets in for free.
Oh, this
that's
is an
so bad.
absolute blowout.
So
All right,
bad.
what is he putting into play?
If it's a
Because he
Muxus,
pitched a ringleader.
please don't be a Muxus. Please don't be a
It's
Muxus.
probably.
It's
down.
a Muxus.
He's down.
Oh Lord, it's a Muxus.
Yeah, here it comes. Ignoble. Okay, so
Snoop?
he has a Snoop.
That's it. Oh,
Just
okay.
2.
All right,
Okay,
all right.
that's not
safe,
that's not
safe,
brutal.
That's safe,
Yeah,
that's safe.
I've seen.
we're not in
Muxus
the
is
danger
one of the highest variance cards I've seen. It is hilariously
Do you expect anything out of a Goblin Lord?
fair.
Or a Goblin General, I should say.
Wow, Conspicuous Snoop has Snoop on
Snoop
top.
reveal Snoop?
Yep. Unfortunately, it's being covered by the life totals, but I can see it, and I can tell you that there is a Snoop on top.
We promise we are not gaslighting.
Yep, there's a Snoop on top, and it's it has Snoop. But this was absolutely a brutal turn. Like and he still has mana. And,
he
yep,
rips
just
the
cast the
Snoop off
Snoop.
top.
What's on top?
Muxus
Another
off top.
Muxus, and he's drawing that. So, like, he will absolutely just kill his own Muxus if he needs to.
Yeah,
and
well, you play the Muxus for the ETB.
Michael is here with just a.
Okay, so the Fury's gone, right? So theoretically, he can't have a Fury. If he can, okay, Nettle Sentinel, good start.
So he's got to lay out a board. He's got to lay out a board, and no.
Oh no, he just shipped
He's
it
in a
back.
bad spot. This is a really bad spot, especially
okay.
if
That's another
Brennan can
Snoop.
get any
Okay.
other removal.
So that's a Snoop on top. At least he can't just Muxus into Muxus, right? Muxus does cost more mana. If he tries to swing with the Lackey gets blocked by the Nettle
There
Sentinel.
is one more Fury in his list, so he could
There's
Fury
no
again.
way he has double Fury. That's insane.
I would agree. I don't. There's a Goblin Crater Maker which can also do the job. He might have like Food Chain here, which would be pretty funny. He's counting it up, and This no matter what scenario, this is gonna be. I just realized there's another Snoop on top now.
Yeah, there's 3 Snoops.
There are 3. There are 2 Snoops in play that both have the abilities of Snoop.
So I think if
There has not been a lot of instances where I've seen vanilla Snoops.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like if Brennan Bricks here, we're fine. If Brennan Bricks here, I think Elves player can actually make a decent comeback. I think that
We'll see. It depends on maybe there's a board card that let's see Michael's board. He could theoretically get like an endurance in here or something. He could cast trophy. He could fetch up a Bayou with trophy and trophy something. It looks like all right. So here comes the attacks. Here we go. We're slamming in.
has to block the Lackey. He has to block the Lackey. Especially because he knows that the Muxus exists. He has to block the Lackey. Doesn't block the Lackey, he's gonna just taking another 5 cards deep. not
Yeah,
viable.
he knew exactly what he needed to. Yep.
A lackey gets eaten, takes his
Lackey will
beats.
get eaten, and he'll eat a metric
bajillion.
crud of damage. Yep.
Bajillion.
No exalted trigger though.
Oh no!
All right, looks like he's going down to 6.
Where
Brutal.
did the lackey come?
He just played it,
He
right?
just played it?
No.
Oh, he tapped the Iggy to play
Yeah, I
it.
tapped the Iggy to play it. Yeah.
Lackey.
All right, he's gonna
mysteriously
fetch
appears
here.
out of nowhere. Yeah, the lackey just came out of nowhere. I'm just like, lackey! Oh no! Danger. Badland?
Lets you cast like it is a little weird because matron. I find it strange that he didn't get like a taiga.
Exactly,
He might need green to cast. I have not seen the food chain part.
Wow, we've seen the food chain once. We've seen the card food chain.
Yes, I have seen the card.
Well, is he running 4 foods?
Oh, okay. So yeah, the game is probably going to be over soon. So we have I don't know if you've seen the list, but or if you have you seen the goblin combo?
No.
Okay, so essentially what it is Conspicuous Snoop. So this card basically puts a goblin on top of your deck.
Yeah.
I forget what
you just put Kiki, right?
Yeah, you put Kiki on top,
And
and
you
then
start copying all this.
you have infinite goblins. Yeah.
Food chain on top.
Yeah, that's funny, but is it gonna matter? I'm sure Michael is like, what?
So Michael can win off of this.
Yeah, the pass back he absolutely can.
Ships it.
Yep, there's a lot of tapped goblins in play. He absolutely can win from here. If he needs a glimpse, he needs a glimpse of nature, and he needs it right now. He needs a glimpse of nature in a pretty stacked hand.
Riot Arbor for the extra creature gets
Yep.
2 off the Gaia's Cradle.
Yep.
If he has another Cradle in hand, he can definitely make enough. I don't think mana's the issue. I think he just needs the card draw right.
Yeah, he needs the draw. He needs to
That
draw
Fury-
as many cards.
That Fury was brutal.
That Fury just completely blew him out. It was also like perfect damage. Absolutely perfect damage.
Perfectly timed, perfect damage. All right, here we go. Draws, he's thinking. Counting his mana up, he's got 3 more available. Out of here. Oh,
Yeah,
and
you
he
gotta
has to
pack it
call
up. Yeah, all right.
Oh, so that's a 2-0 finish for Food Chain Goblins in round 3. Oh, that game was brutal. It seems like it was just a blowout. That Fury just blew him out.
Absolutely.
It just destroyed him.
Absolutely blew him out.
It was just like an unfair card. It was just free, just boop.
Just absolutely. Oh man, what a cool deck though. I'm curious to see if we can get Brendan in here to talk about this deck because I'm really curious about it. I haven't seen this deck before.
I mean, I really just wanted to see the Food Chain combo work out. Food Chain being a big EDH player and especially a big CEDH player, love me some Food Chain.
Yeah, right.
Love me some Food
It's
Chain.
a cool card. It just doesn't seem like it has a spot in the list.
It feels really weird. I mean, I gotta ask him what it's in there for. Like, what's the line with the food?
Yeah, I'm curious if the deck is like mostly combo based.
Well, I mean, it has to be, right?
Yeah.
You don't run a Food Chain without being combo. He did bring in the Magus of the Moon.
They're, yep. So we were looking at their boards right now.
Oh, and they're not matching Magus of the Moon.
Oh, they're different.
Gross. Bad man.
Here, I'll go ahead and turn it back to them so we can watch them. But yeah, they're showing their boards. He's like, yeah, I got my. So this is they're laying out their boards. The chalice and the magus I found really interesting. Yeah. Reset all the life total stuff.
Man, all of our showcase games have been over very, very quickly.
It's legacy. It's just the way the format goes.
Well, I mean, it's just I know that legacy games are typically quicker, but I feel like they're blowing through.
Yeah, right.
It's just been like, I don't think we've had a game 3.
I don't think we have either.
Yeah, it's all been 2-ofs.
Yeah. Hopefully, as we get further into the tournament, especially as we get into top 8, we'll definitely see like these longer form games.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited for.
The legacy. One thing I've learned after, because I'm not relatively new to. I've been playing legacy for a couple years now. Legacy players have been playing legacy for a pretty long time. Most legacy players are, in fact, experts at their decks. And it's really interesting to see people like kind of branch out and start playing really, really interesting new cards. Because honestly, the cards we've been getting from Wizards lately have seen legacy play, and they're pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, so I've played Legacy. I've dibble dabbled in Legacy. I've really wanted to get into it, but it's one of those formats where, like, for me, it's really cost prohibitive.
Yeah, it is.
It's just really expensive.
There are some decks that are actually pretty affordable, and I hope we see some of them today. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, I'm gonna go check on the players. You mind chilling with the chat for a bit?
I got him. I was just about to tell you my rendition of when I played Green Black Storm and like. Yeah, elves, favorite tribe. I'm really kind of disappointed that my elves did not make it all the way through. I get it. Just simply got outvalued. One of my favorite people, one of my best friends, loves himself some goblins. We tend to go back and forth all the time on our goblins. Yeah, the funny goblin deck really put in some work. Digimon? Digimon's a very interesting game. I think the cards are kind of more niche, but the gameplay is pretty spicy. Gameplay loop is very spicy. Resource management, pretty fun. But yeah, Legacy is a very fun, fast format, and I'm really trying to get into it. Difficult. Elves deck, kind of spicy. Go into it a little bit more. Goblin Crater, Maker, Goblin Chieftain, Sling Gang Lieutenant. A very quick game. I just don't see why the food chain's in here. Food chain line doesn't really make sense. To me at least, but yet again. That's
Brought him.
There he is!
The man, the myth, the legend.
The man, the myth, the legend. Back to
All right,
My
we're
sister.
gonna talk about that then.
I have so many questions to
Yeah.
ask you about this deck. So many questions. Also, I love the outfit.
Thank you.
Love the outfit.
Yeah,
It's perfect.
I had a way to benefit from a bet that was placed early this morning,
Oh,
so
nice.
yeah,
Clean.
so
Clean.
therefore my outfit.
I thought it was just the tech to just distract your opponents.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking
You just
that.
get
On the way.
some,
That's
right?
what my girlfriend was saying this morning. She's like, honestly, these
Just leave
guys
it.
just goggle at you.
Yeah,
Maybe
just
just
get
start
'em,
doing this
right?
like normally.
I'm a little disappointed that there's no wig.
Yeah,
Yes.
only from time restraint. I could
Oh.
have, but I was like, this would have taken another half
Too
hour.
much.
I haven't even cut it yet, so
Oh,
I
fair
yeah,
enough,
it would have
fair
taken
enough.
so long.
All right, let's talk about this for this food chain goblin deck.
Yeah.
All right, why'd you want to play this deck today?
Yeah, so obviously for an Arizona, I play classic goblins. Like, I don't want to say I'm like the best at it because I'm definitely not. 'Cause
Mike Hadley
yeah, we
might
got
have some words.
We got Mike Hadley who's been playing this since I was fucking born, freaking born, and then Dan Ford has been playing goblins.
Yeah.
Dan Ford is actually like I'm pretty sure he's like the literal pioneer of the food
Wow,
chain goblin
okay.
list. He's been on food chain goblins, very similar to that for like as long as I've known.
Mhm.
And from the meta right now, I've like classic players of goblins have just tried like a lot of iterations. And the best thing that we've come up with is just jamming as many Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast effects as possible,
Sure.
Okay.
which is just not good. Like at the end of the day, like sure, like we got to do that to beat like Delver because Murktide is too
I mean,
good.
obviously it worked out so well for you in that last match.
Yeah.
Green
Very
Black
useful.
Storm, Pyroblast gets him every time.
Yeah, I got some every time. So classic is just like in a really bad spot. I feel like to where the cards that you're playing to like beat like they just don't actually beat the threats anymore.
Mhm.
Like your removal doesn't touch things that actually matter.
Mhm.
Can't like realistically kill Murktide whenever we want anymore. Or
Yeah,
ever,
Murktide has
honestly.
really defined the format, and
Yeah.
the removal options for Murktide specific are basically swords and.
Yeah, exactly. White has all the good removal, and ours is just like spot. And ours is really easy to like, not easy, but like you can play around most goblin removal because it relies on like having a board presence already.
It does, yeah.
When the other half of the meta is just like a turn 1 or turn 2 combo deck, don't really have a chance to develop a board. And if I did, all my removal spells are worthless now.
Right.
So classic goblin's just in a spot where it's like honestly you just like don't really have any good matchups anymore. Like you're 50-50 at best against like stuff you hedge for, which is the worst possible position for like a paper meta like this that like is like as online you can just build the perfect 15. Awesome.
Right.
You come out to AZ, you're getting like sometimes there's 4 lands players, sometimes there's 4 DNT players, sometimes there's
Yeah.
0 like today.
Yeah, sometimes we have a I don't know if the chat knows this, but we have a lot of lands players here. A
Yeah.
surprising amount for people who need Tabernacle.
Yeah,
yeah, that's
so
just so
many.
surprising to me. Like it always gets me every time we a lot of lands players. That deck is just a bajillion dollars.
Yeah.
So
infinite
what
money.
does this list kind of give you that the classic list doesn't?
Yeah, so the classic list is like, alright, so if you're playing classic, what's your like out to combo? Like early threats, Gemma Muxus, Lackey
Sure.
Muxus. Everyone knows the meme,
Yeah.
Cavern, Lackey, alright, put it in the Muxus, alright, let's see where we go.
That
right?
sure did happen.
Yeah,
twice.
that
I
sure
did- yeah,
happened
I
twice.
got
And
practice-
that was
I got
brutal
crafted
the first
7.
time. The second one wasn't as brutal, but the
Yeah,
first
I got
one,
like crafted hands on that one, yeah. So like the numbers in classic, that's just not gonna happen. You play like 2 Muxus or whatever. So and in a widespread meta, classic's way worse because you need to hedge your sideboard like 8 pieces to like stuff that's relevant. So like worst possible position ever. So food chains gives you maxed out, so you're on 3 Muxus and 4 Lackeys, so it's like a feasible plan that you could reliably dig to.
Sure.
And food chain itself, obviously. So now the combo decks, like we can race or stand toe to toe with now. It gives us the outlet. Against the other like quote unquote like fair decks that we were fine against, like DNT or like green white depths if you have a really good hand. We have a way we have a realistic way to just win on the spot. Like if we untap a food chain, like realistically, like we're gonna go pretty hard from there.
So is the combo basically you use food chain to do the Snoop combo? Is that
either you just straight up have Snoop because you play almost max Snoop line.
You sure did have Snoop copying Snoop.
Yeah, you had 3
multiple times last game.
Yeah.
You had that 3
Yeah,
Snoop
sometimes
and
you
it
just
was
straight up
brutal.
sometimes you just straight up have it. You're like, okay, turn 2 Snoop, turn 2 Bogger, just go for it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you like go for a bigger board. Like food chain is like the food chain thing is not necessarily like a for sure combo, quote unquote. It's just like a value engine that's just like a very high percentage of it like doing what you want.
Okay.
So the basic line is like, okay, turn 2 or 3, you jam your food chain.
Sure.
Cast a matron.
Okay.
Matron go gets you a ringleader. Exile your matron, you get a free ringleader. Ringleader gets you some extra goblins. Sack that ringleader for 5 red. That's gonna cast realistically almost whatever else
every
you
card in
have.
your deck, yeah.
And from there, you either keep digging with like more matrons or more ringleaders to like an egregious Muxus board, or you actually just find Snoop combo for the following turn.
That's interesting because it kind of that kind of follows a similar plan to like how elves play, where you're just basically trying to accumulate value and get draw deep.
Yeah,
right?
pretty much. Yeah, they're like, okay, yeah, just make a bunch of 1/1s until I make all these untap and swing for a ton. It's a little different because theirs is a bit more linear. Yeah. Obviously, like Grist and other big cards have given them like other accesses to turn on. Like, I've blown out elves players just like that before, and then still lost because Grist is just like a card you can't come back from sometimes.
Yeah.
So and then playing main deck Furies obviously.
The Furies give you work.
Yeah.
Especially in this
Fury
matchup.
was
Yeah, Furies are the big thing for about food chain I like a lot because it gives you like a lot of ways to interact with things you have like no dream of interact. Some people play Fury in Classic, but like sometimes you even catch like what's that combo black blue deck?
Doomsday?
Yeah, sometimes you do a Gotham on Doomsday because they didn't like put the right card. Sometimes they goof it up and like because now they play like the double Thassa's Oracle combo sometimes. So because that way they have 4. Yeah. Obviously, that's a way more niche, but like it's something. It's better than main decking.
It gives the card a little bit more.
Better than main decking Pyroblast.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. So I feel like this is like the best goblins like list like model out right now for sure. Just because you actually have a way to win against like other stuff that you like probably realistically aren't beating with classic goblins. Like, without like just like having a really good hand or them having nothing.
Okay.
So being able to like still do like the normal goblin playing kind of like because honestly there's plenty of people like there's plenty of food chains players I'll tell you like oh yeah I casted food chain once today and I did nothing with it.
Right.
Like sometimes it's not even you need it. Sometimes you just have
an
Snoop.
extra out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just an extra out that definitely could just gain you value.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because food chain used to be basically its own archetype, and now
now it's
really
like a for sure combo.
Yeah.
Around. So yeah, we use it mostly as just like so instead of like Aether Vial for us to go for like a long control-y, like kind of like all access game, we just swap them with food chains and we're like, all right, let's just go like all the way immediately.
Gas.
Yeah.
All right, well, this was a really cool list. Thanks for coming in and talking to us.
Thank you very much for
really
coming
cool.
in.
Good luck in your next round.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
And that was Brennan. No, that was Brennan Joseph with his food chain Goblinos.
What a cool what a cool innovation. So the Goblin deck classic Goblins has been played relatively the same for many years. It's really cool to see like these iterations of these classic decks kind of come out over the course of time.
Yeah.
Because this list plays like very differently. Like no Aether Vials, no like it just goes all in on like it knows exactly what it wants to be doing, and that thing is casting Muxuses.
I mean, I just think like because it's just a backup plan, and the backup plan is just super solid. Food chain just a super solid piece. Like no matter how you cut it, you have a food chain and some creatures, you're usually in the gas.
Yeah.
There's usually not a point where if you don't like food chain's only bad if you don't have creatures.
Yeah.
You have like creatures, which goblins incidentally just makes creatures.
It does make lots of
value
creatures.
Town.
Yeah,
it's value town.
The way Brendan kind of described to me, it's like okay, you play your food chain, then you play your matron, you get rid of your matron, you play your ringleader, you play your ringleader, you kill your ringleader, play something bigger. Like even if you play like your food chain, if you're playing your food chain on like turn like 3, right? And you already have a board. Food Chain is essentially just Skirk Prospector, right?
Yep.
But better. But
'cause it makes
better.
more mana.
Yeah, it makes more mana. So
It's
like
almost like food chain goes up the food chain.
you're fired. No.
Oh, oof. Makes one pun, gets fired.
Yep.
Ooh.
Later, chat.
Ugh.
But yeah, it's a really cool deck. I'm excited to see how it does today. Currently, I believe Brennan is undefeated.
Oh, okay.
So
It might be nice to see. I want to see the food chain goblins versus the blue egg.
that'd be an interesting matchup. I'm not 100% sure how that'll go.
So,
But
so I think that it leans heavily to the goblin because you can't slow them down that much.
yeah, I'm
With
wondering.
the 3 creatures, you cannot slow them down enough.
I think what happens is if Brennan goes turn 1 lackey and Gary doesn't have a way to stop that.
Doesn't have the force.
Yeah, no force, no swords.
Goblins take that every time.
I think the goblins will take that matchup. But you also have to take that into account because Gary's playing Supreme Verdicts. So like if
That's
it gets
true.
too late, if it gets to turn 4, like your board's just gone.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
And it's really hard to recover when your board is
Very
gone.
true.
So yeah, I think there's like a set amount of time that you have for that matchup to go, and whoever gets turn 1 has a big advantage.
Die roll? Die roll game?
Yeah,
50-50 coin flips?
it could be. It could be.
Love ourselves some coin flips.
All right, I'm gonna go check on the round. If you could hit chill here with the chat for a bit, or if you want to take a break, run a couple ads, feel free. Thanks again, chat. Once again, if you haven't already, please subscribe and follow to us. We really appreciate it. We're gonna be running Legacy all the time. We're gonna run Pioneer. We're basically gonna stream most of the tournaments we run at the shop, and we're gonna have a great time. And we'll hang out with you, and we'll see some stuff. But it looks like actually lunch just showed up, so we're gonna take probably a 15-minute break or so, and we'll come back to you.
All right, see you guys in a few.
All right, guys, we are back. We just went to time in the round, so we should be starting here in just a minute. Honestly, tournament's been going really, really well. We're about to go into round 4. And honestly, it's been running super smooth. What do you think, Jemin?
Yeah, it's been running pretty great. It's really surprising to me because we were just talking about how fast the rounds have been,
Yeah.
and now we've gone to time for the last 2 rounds.
Honestly, in Legacy, it's kind of up in the air, right? It's up in the air in the sense that, like, you have these really, really, like, long kind of grindy games sometimes, and then you also have these, like, crazy short ones, right? Like, ending on turn 2 crazy. Honestly, my personal favorite has still been Questing Beast.
Yeah, the questing beast off the top.
The Questing Beast from Jesse Adams, that play was just so good, right? Like just a crazy cool play, right? So I'm excited to see how that kind of plays. Like if we see that deck again, I'm excited to see how that deck does, and I'm also really excited to see the food chain deck. I really want to know whether or not maybe that becomes the new classic goblins.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that the goblins was due for an upgrade when it comes to specifically that. They definitely were kind of an older deck. I really like the spice of having the food chain. I definitely think that gets you out of a lot of problems. Roughly, what's our player count today? Someone in chat's asking us.
I think we're at like somewhere in the ballpark of like 30.
Awesome. We had like 30 some players. That's
Yeah,
pretty
30 something players tonight. All from it's a pretty large tournament. We're giving away quite a large sum of prizing. It's 100% prize payout. In addition to the prize payout, we're giving out a Wheel of Fortune,
Wow.
a Demonic Tutor, and a playset of Misties from Zendikar.
That's solid.
That's like
Man, I wish I was playing instead of commenting.
yeah,
honestly.
right. That's quite the prize payout, right? In addition to that, we also have our Lotus tournaments that we're going to be running throughout the rest of the
Oh
year.
yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
That's really spicy.
Yeah, Black Lotus as a prize for the Lotus series is really, really big, and we have we have all the formats for that, right? So even like limited, and I can't wait to set up the streams for like people to draft and to people to so that we can actually show that off, because a Lotus is quite the prize.
I mean, if I wasn't so trash at Magic, I'd probably try for that. But here we are. Comes from being a commander-only player. You
I know,
barely know
right?
how to play 60 cards. But yeah, Questing Beast and Legacy, it definitely won a game. I mean, I think Questing Beast and Legacy is really good. It's a really good tech card.
Yeah, it
I
is.
mean, it just beats Planeswalkers.
Honestly,
beats Teferi, beats Narset, beats Karn, beats Ugin.
it sure does beat. It beats Face and beats Planeswalker.
Exactly. It just beats Walkers.
So I saw that, man, I can't wait to clip that, because that was just an absurd line, right? I never saw that. Nobody saw that line. Even Frenchie, who was playing against Jesse, didn't see that line.
Questing Beast off the top.
Yep, he's just like, okay, I'm gonna go to 1 here, but I will get this Questing Beast off the board. And Jesse's like, no, sorry.
it.
Caracas says bounce legendary creatures, and Questing Beast is legendary. And just gets completely blown out by that.
Questing Beast, that's a Magic card.
That is a house of a Magic card. All right, you chill with the chat. I'm gonna go. It looks like we're about to start the next round, so
All
I'll
right,
go get the
perfect.
players situated.
Awesome. Love to hear it. Good luck. Have fun. All right. So now it's just us right here at this screen. You guys have any questions? You guys want to chit chat about anything in particular? Want my take on anything? Feel free to drop that in the chat, and we'll get to talking about it. About that sports team? Which sports are you talking about? Talking the foot sports or the throwing sports? What kind of sports are we on? Because the only sports that I really watch are like esports and pretty much Magic, right? Yes. So my favorite football team is the Seattle Seahawks. I know. We like the Seahawks, though. I'm a little disappointed in our off-season trades, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Soccer, I'm a big Kraken fan. Seattle Kraken's my soccer team. Don't really like Phoenix Rising. I don't like Phoenix Rising because I feel like they took the name from a paintball team that I used to play for. Competitive. But baseball, don't really watch a lot of baseball. Let's see. Yeah, that's about it. I can't. Yeah. Really excited for this next round. All the games that we've seen today have been pretty sweet. Definitely a lot of new things. I'm definitely impressed with the food chain goblins that we saw. Really neat to see that type of a deck being piloted and played today. Especially because I've never seen anything like that before. Definitely some new spice, hot and fresh out of the brewer's mind. Definitely some hot and spicy stuff. Seems like we've got a really wide variety of decks. I know the Arizona Legacy scene's pretty solid scene. It definitely has a lot of good, solid players, and it definitely has a wide variety of decks. Brennan was talking about it a little bit in the pregame, or the postgame, I should say, our postgame interview of him. He was talking a lot about how there can be a lot of lands players, a lot of D&T players, but like it changes on a very regular basis, and that's always awesome to see. Always awesome to see a format that's very diverse and very easy to change in, and it's real spicy community. Nice to see it. Especially, it gives us a chance to play these. Oh, that does. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Food chain went around the block. That's funny. Well, I'm glad it's back. I definitely think that food chain's really nice. I definitely think that I like the food chain over this normal goblins. It just seems like a much more thought out, or not thought out game plan, I should say, but it just seems like a more ready to deal with anything type of game plan, and it's pretty spicy. Yeah, it has gone around the block. That's funny. Yeah, it's a solid deck. I really like seeing it. I really like seeing it being piloted. I like the Snoop. Snoop's one of my favorite new Magic cards that's come out in the recent couple of years. Definitely added a lot of combo lines. Boy, am I a sucker for some good combo lines. Our players are sitting down. It looks like they're getting to shuffling. Switch over to that here in a minute. As soon as we get their names uploaded. Chain. What's the best card in each color? Ugh.
Alright, I got their deck list.
Alright, we got deck lists and names, so we're going to make our changes real quick to them, and then we'll get us to that screen.
And we did get bamboozled. Guess what one of the players is playing?
What?
One of the players is in fact playing Infect.
Woo! Count it to 10, baby. I love Infect. Sorry, I got a little loud there. Infect's my favorite archetype to play. Infect means no fun for anyone but me. That's actually how I got started playing Magic, funnily enough. But out of the loop and Snoop. Yep, it's great. So I got asked the question, what are the best colors in each color? I'd say personally my favorite. So best card I think is just probably just Power 9, right? I think
Oh, the best card in each color?
yeah, in each color. I think red's best color is probably I like Lightning Bolt. I just like classic Lightning Bolt. Deal 3 damage, instant speed, 1 red mana. Pretty solid. Blue, I think it's Time Walk or Ancestral Recall. What do you think?
Probably Time Walk.
You think Time Walk?
Yeah.
All right. What about white? Swords?
Maybe? Healing Salve. Definitely the best one.
Definitely Healing Salve.
All right. We are
Tash
good
on
to
Delver?
go.
I thought Tash was a Doomsday or an Ant player.
I know, right?
All right.
All right. We'll go ahead and get their timer started.
Black, I like Demonic Tutor. What's the last? Green?
May begin play.
Green? What do you like in green?
Hmm?
What do you like in green? What's your favorite green card?
7, 6,
Sorry. My favorite green card, personally, Questing Beast. I love
Questing Beast.
You guys can start.
Oh, Wheel of Fortune? Alright, I guess Wheel of Fortune is better than Lightning Bolt, but I just like Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt's such a good
I'm not
classic
sure what they're
card.
doing. I'm going to go check on them real quick because I thought.
Our players are about to get started here. We have some deck lists. Alright, I'll give it to you. Wheel of Fortune better than Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt is great, though. We do love ourselves some Lightning Bolt. Bolt. Feels good. Oh, they're getting started. That's a Misty into a Valk. Pretty stock standard play for the Delver. Oh, wants to jam a Delver here. I have no idea what that card
Tash
is.
had to grab a water. All right, so
Oh, Delver.
yeah, it's blue red Delver.
Okay. Well, no, he just played like a all blacked out card.
Yeah, it's a Delver flip card. So basically, Tash has all his Delvers separated out of his deck, so that way he doesn't have to pull a card out of a sleeve. Because it is annoying to flip
Is
a
that
Delver.
a Japanese Delver secret?
It might be Chinese or Korean. I can't quite tell.
I hope it's Korean. If it's Korean,
Ooh,
well,
okay.
Tash
okay.
is Korean, right?
All right, so we have Alex Silva on Infect, and we have a Wasteland, which is really interesting to me. We got Delver coming in, crashing in for 1, which is, not
I'm just
super
amazed they
ideal.
can flip it.
It doesn't happen all the time, is the
It
thing.
happens pretty regularly, though.
It sure can.
All right, we got a Pendle.
Here's our Pendlehaven into
And then
Glistener Elf.
Glistener Elf,
All right,
okay.
so this is the start that you typically want to see. Uh-oh.
Days.
Flow to blue and Daze. Yep.
Ooh.
That I'm not sure
I don't-
Infect will be able to actually get. Oh, look at that.
And a foil Brainstorm. Get out of here.
Well, the fact that he got to float the mana, counter a spell, and cast this Brainstorm to set up his Delver to flip, which is just a really, really, really good.
I personally don't like the turn 1. I guess he always had the Days, right? I feel like the Days is still a pretty solid play. It's just unfortunate. Ponder, it flips over. That.
I'm definitely gonna get this set up so that the players set their life totals next time. That way, I don't have to worry about this. Man, Tash's deck is shiny. I don't know if you know this, but Tash is So Tash traditionally, throughout most of Legacy's existence, has been a really hardcore Storm player.
Yeah, and
Specifically Ant, he had the deck foiled out. Unfortunately, Storm's just not in a good spot right now, and Tash has just been like, okay, I recognize that the deck's just not in a good spot. I'm gonna go ahead and try other things, and that's something that it takes honestly a lot of effort and courage from Legacy players, because decks are a really big investment. So we'll see how that goes. I actually believe now it's 16.
so
All right, Blighted
he just
Agent
plays
into Daze
another
again.
Days?
It's just so brutal. All right, so the thing is, the Infect deck in Legacy is different than the Modern one. It has counterplay.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Days the Days.
It does. It plays it's basically, it's kind of like a combo deck. It plays
Yeah.
almost like the Sneak and Show package.
Yeah.
Um,
Like the Days the Days. That's a solid plan.
yep, because he needs to land this threat, and Tash recognizes that if he can't land a threat, then Tash will not die.
So we force the Days. Days target Days, force target Days. Force the Force, pitching a Blighted Agent.
Okay,
he is
the fight-
all in on this Blighted Agent.
He's got to. He doesn't have a choice. He
Blighted
needs to
Agent
get.
resolves.
He needs to get this into play.
Okay.
because that's the only way the Infect deck can win. The Infect deck can't win without something to hit with. So now it's here, and he's got to hope that Tash doesn't draw a removal spell, because the deck can play a lot of bolts.
I don't think that Tash, because he's played typically just the blue land. He's bounced that island about 2 times now.
Yeah.
So I don't think he has the red mana. I don't think he has it.
It's kind of up in the air because he could have it. He's just worried about a Wasteland. Honestly, I think I agree. Even because the deck plays such a low land count to begin with, and like it plays basically like 14 real lands, because 4 of them are Wastelands.
Yep.
So and as we often like to joke in the Legacy community, Wasteland is not a land; it's a spell. It's just it is a 0 drop. You don't get a land drop this turn. Blow something
0
up.
mana, blow up a land.
Yep. Okay, so we're cracking in here, bringing him down to 12.
Yep, he already attacked. So
All right, so here's the Infect
Alex's
play.
turn. He pumps it.
Just 2? All right,
Just
2
2
poison.
Infect. Okay.
All right, for sake of clarity, we're gonna go ahead and just track
Poison.
poison.
Life total doesn't matter.
Life total simply just won't. So we have 2 poison.
Got a Flooded Strand. Okay, so red mana.
Okay, so we have access to the red mana. All right,
Goes
we're gonna
back to the
crack
beat
in.
land. Goes down.
Crack down to 9. All right, so it really depends on what Tash can do here. He knows that his opponent probably doesn't have the nuts.
Another Delver.
Yep.
Okay, that's pretty safe. That's a pretty safe play.
Yeah, honestly, he
Ships the turn
could
back.
block here and be relatively happy with it.
He can't block. It's a Blinded Agent.
Oh, you're right. Blighted Agent is unblockable. I forgot
Yep.
about that. Honestly,
Is that
upgrading the
That
block.
is. Oh my god.
What's up?
It's a postmortem.
Yes, I have seen that. I have seen that list before. Why is Dryad Arbor tapped? Oh, he's just remembering that it's tapped. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, attached to. Yeah, so yeah, it's important to remember. There's a difference between being tapped and being usable for mana.
yeah.
This creature can still block if Delver doesn't flip, so it's important for both players to remember that.
I'm pretty sure the Delver on the furthest from us, definitely a Korean Delver, and I believe the Delver closest to us is a Chinese Delver.
You are obsessed with discovering what these
Well,
languages
so
are.
Tash likes to collect Korean cards too.
Yes.
So we often go back and forth because I like collecting Korean cards, right? But sometimes he'll snake the Korean card.
Okay,
before I
so
look.
yeah, he kind of, I don't know if you saw this, but Alex looked at his graveyard, and that gives away what you might have, right? So Tash knows that looking at his opponent's hand.
I like Tash's positioning of his graveyard a little bit better than Alex's. I feel like Alex is going to reveal information every time.
And honestly, it's also kind of a bluff. Like, you could bluff having Become Immense, you could bluff having Postmortem Lunge.
All right, so he just revealed Expressive Iteration off the top.
Yep.
Delver flips. So here at 9 life, Delver. I mean, if he rips an Elbolt off top, if you have an Elbolt in hand, you're just dead, right?
Yeah, if he's got Bolt, he's probably gonna die. It really depends on what
The counter package.
Yeah, if Alex has like a counter package in his hand that's good, then he'll be in a good spot. Reset the camera after this. We're losing a little bit of resolution.
Also remind them that Ryan Arbor should be agent.
That's actually not
That's not a rule anymore.
it's not a rule anymore. So basically the rule was it's kind of up in the air on that one. This Dryad Arbor we don't really have a problem with, because this Dryad Arbor is very easy to see it's a Dryad Arbor. What the problem? It's from the vault one that was the problem, because it looked like a basic foil forest.
All right, so this is the lightning bolt revealed. Oh,
Yep.
and he just scoops
That's
it up.
Yep. So that's 9 damage. That will in fact just kill Alex right off the bat.
I also believe that was a Korean lightning bolt.
Shut up.
I believe Alex bought the Korean lightning bolt set before I could.
All right, so we're going to the boards here. Let's check their deck lists. All right, so
I'll take Infect.
okay, I'll take a. All right, so what do you think we're gonna see from Infect?
So I feel like Veil of Summer comes in, Pact comes in, and I believe actually Hydroblast. No, Hydroblast stay out. Blue Elemental Blast stays out. I think Veil of Summer comes in and Pacts come in. I
Okay,
don't think
interesting.
Submerge comes in,
Okay.
but I think Pact comes in and Veil comes in. You need the Veil.
So I noticed that Tash is running one End the Festivities in his sideboard. Do you think that comes in here?
And the Festivities is
It does 1 damage to each creature. It does 1 damage to each opponent's creature and their planeswalkers and them.
yes. Most Infect creatures are 1/1s.
They are. In
Why
fact,
not?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I'm seeing, like, I believe on Alex's or. We're gonna say, yeah, Tash is Tash, Alex is Alex. It's just easier. We call Tash Tash. So does Alex's list have any noble hierarchs?
Nobies. I'm not seeing any.
Yeah,
from my
I don't
first
see
quick
any.
Look here.
Yeah, I don't see any.
Nope.
So yeah,
No
there's
nobles.
no noble hierarchs.
That's so
This is,
weird.
Yeah, that's an interesting line. So Alex's deck is pure combo, like just trying to get this combo out as soon as
Well,
possible.
I feel like just having nobles helps your combo because it's incidental exalted.
Well, the problem is, you really want your turn. The way you want this to go is you want to have force in your hand, you want to have force in a blue card, and then you want to have turn 1 Glistener Elf, and then just a crud ton of pump spells, right?
Yeah. No, and I understand that. Well, as someone who also plays a lot of Infect, right, and I've seen a lot of Legacy Infect. I originally wanted to play Infect in every format I played, except for Commander, because
You-
everyone gets upset.
Are the worst.
I
Yes.
am an absolute degenerate.
Yeah.
100%. No lie. You'll even hear me scream that out loud all the time, that I am a degenerate. But what I'm trying to say here is I feel like the Noble, even though that's your game plan, right? The Exalted +1/+1 is good.
It is good, and
just
it
pumps
lets
your
you
dude.
it lets you play more things, which
Yeah.
is nice.
A
But
turn 1 Noble leads to a Glistener Elf, Blinded Agent on 2.
Right.
Glistener Elf, Blinded Agent on 2, super good. 2 threats. If they force one, they daze one, you still have the next threat.
yeah, I think what Alex has decided is that Alex has decided, okay, look, I'm not gonna treat my game plan is to kill you on turn 2. That is what I want my game plan to be. My game plan isn't to play a Mana Dork on turn 1. My game plan is to play a Glistener Elf on turn 1 and kill you by turn 2.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I definitely...
I don't know if that's the right. I don't know if that's the right line, but that's the line that Alex has
Yeah,
chosen.
judging
and-
by what this is, especially with the inclusion of postmortem lunges in main board,
yeah, main
four
board.
in main board, scream to me, you're going to remove my threats, I'm just going to reanimate them and kill you.
Yep.
That's exactly what that screams to me, and I think that that's a fine way to play it. It's just, for games against, like, Delver, right, it's really hard.
It is.
Because you don't have that extra mana to kind of keep you playing active threats every time.
Mhm.
Because as we saw here, the turn 1 days, turn 2 days, broke Alex's back.
Yeah, I think what Tash has rightly decided is that Tash knows this matchup really well because Tash has been playing Legacy for a long time. But Tash knows that if he can succinctly deal with any creature that says the word infect on it, there's not a scenario where Tash loses.
So, someone in the chat is saying that the combo takes mana, so Noble lets you combo faster. Without Nobles, you make it much harder to win with Ink Moth. And I'm looking at Alex's deck here, and
Is there Ink Moths?
I'm not seeing an Ink Moth.
That's
like this.
crazy to me.
So
So
just noticed that he's
so-
only one. He's running one Forcible main board.
let's see if there's any. So okay, so there's some weird stuff in here. All right, so Alex's list is actually kind of interesting. There's 4 crop rotations in it, and there's
Is this just modern?
there like it's very close. There's
I don't
Caracas in here.
But
There's
the-
Berserk. There's Invigorate. This
But
is
there's no tropical.
I'm starting to think that this might be Alex's budget infect deck because there's no trops in here.
He's running a budget infect deck.
I think it's like honestly, it's not doing.
Oh.
He's completely undefeated.
Games
so.
live. Sorry, folks. We got a little.
That list is actually kind of nutty to me. So yeah, it looks like it's actually more of a budget
Yeah,
list.
4 crop, no Ink Moth.
All right, let's
I'm
get started.
interested, though,
So we went turn 1 Ponder.
We're into Mishra's Bauble. Mishra's Bauble, great turn 1 play.
All right, so we're showing what it is. All right, so we're just pondering back and forth, I guess.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, Ponder's a good card.
Ponder's solid card. As long as you don't shuffle, great card.
All right, so let's take a look here. I can see that Tash has a Brainstorm and a Forcible in his hand, so he's ready. He's ready for whatever play.
He's ready to fight for whatever comes out.
Yep. So the thing about Alex's deck, it does look like Alex is playing a budget deck, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
It like he's doing perfectly fine with it,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
The problem is obviously what Alex is running into now. There's like, if you can't fetch for Trops, you're in a rough spot. Yeah, there's 2 breeding pools in this
Yeah.
list, so it's definitely a budget deck.
I mean, the budget deck's fine. I like it. I think it's really great. I think Infect's one of those decks that 100% can go budget and 100% can win these matchups.
Yes, agreed.
It's just for this matchup in Delver, it's so hard.
It's really hard to win this matchup in general. Does
My
he
man's
have-
also running 1 Force of Will alone.
He must only have the Force of Will.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, honestly, in terms of like building a deck for a tournament that's playable with the cards that you have,
In fact,
it's a perfectly fine deck to play.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're gonna see some weird stuff about because the thing is, I honestly believe that Noble Hierarch is actually a choice because Noble Hierarch's only like a $10 card.
Yeah.
But it's accessible, right? Whereas Inkmoth Nexus is a $50 card. So
Is it 50 now?
no, it's like it's somewhere. It's
30 something, probably?
it's at least 25. It's between 25 and 50. I don't know off the top of my head. But it's I could see like not wanting to pick up a playset of those.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so he's playing.
and the festivities came down.
Yeah,
Yep.
and the festivities.
So we were right. The end the festivities definitely
He's trying
comes
to
in.
daze it.
He's trying to daze it. Gonna bounce his island. You got to bounce the island because you're casting the daze. Did he tap for it? I'm confused.
No.
There it is.
He's
Okay.
doing it
Okay.
now,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, what?
Oh, Alex paid for it.
Oh, he paid the one for it.
Yeah,
Okay,
because End the
okay,
Festivities
okay.
is only 1 mana.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah,
End the
okay,
Festivities is actually a pretty strong card. It's good against elves. It's good against infect. It's even good against D&T because D&T has Death and Taxes. Sorry, Death and Taxes has a lot of 1 toughness creatures in it.
Yeah,
And
it's
even if like a Thalia is
it's just
if
a
you
good
have like Mom, Thalia, Flicker Wisp, or like those are all 1 toughness, and even Mom might protect 1 thing, but you're wiping their board.
A wipe's
right?
a wipe.
Yep. All right, so we're resolving what looks like a ponder. Okay, yeah. So we're resolving a ponder. We're gonna see how that goes. All right, he's checking.
Looked at his hand. Looks back at the top 3.
The thing is, he needs a threat. And
shuffles
Alex
it
knows
back.
it. He needs to find a threat, and shuffling implies to me that Alex simply doesn't have one, which is not good. Because the thing is, Tash's deck is a lot better at handling not having a threat. At the end of the day, Tash can keep casting spells forever and just land a Murktide and beat you to death in 3
It
turns.
just feeds Murktide.
Yeah,
Like,
all it does is feed Murktide. Yeah, so like, it's a completely it's a completely dependent matchup. I'm not gonna keep track of Tash's life because I don't believe it'll
the
matter.
life
in this
total
matchup.
doesn't matter.
I don't actually believe since he's not playing any of the he's playing
Nobles.
Dryad Arbor. So the only way that I
mean, if
he can so the only way that Alex can win off of not infect is by beating somebody to death with a Dryad
I mean, if he
Arbor.
beats someone to death with the Dryad Arbor, that's just
Clip. I
that's
will.
a clip. Like, I'm in.
Alex, if you beat Tash to death with a Dryad Arbor, I will buy you a box. I will buy you a box if you manage to beat Tash to death with a Dryad Arbor.
All right, so we got a brainstorm being resolved on Tash's end. Real quick, we got a couple questions in chat. Is there a link to standings?
No, but I can post. I can post one in chat later.
So we'll post one in chat here after this match.
You know what I'll do? I'll actually pull up the. I'll get a shot of the standings and I'll post them on our stream.
Okay, cool. And then I got another question here. Are those sleeves more expensive than the deck? I think yes.
The lily sleeves, yeah. The chibi lily sleeves, I think are like $60.
I'm pretty sure those are triple sleeved.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? The sleeves that Tash is using. All right, Tash has landed a Delver, and he's gonna waste this Pendelhaven. That might just be backbreaking for
brutal.
Alex. I don't think he can do anything from here. Like he's looking at his hand. Like you could tap this. Oh, he might crop rot it. Oh, okay.
I like that.
That's good.
Spicy.
Yeah, that's good because it doesn't lose you anything, and it gets a land out of your deck. But oh man, if Tash counters this is a bad spot. Now, okay, I think Tash is honestly fine with that because like
You gotta counterspell the threat. You
yeah,
don't care about the land.
Tash
You
just
gotta
rightly
stop the
decided
threat.
that like if Tash does have a counterspell, Tash just rightly decided like look, like I know what I need to counter here.
I'll fight you over the Blighted Agent or the Glistener.
Yeah, but I'm not fighting you over your Pendelhaven into Pendelhaven. Yeah, that is simply not what the game plan is here.
So how does maybe you can tell. I can't.
What's up?
How do you deal with this Delver with Infect? How do you deal with that right now? You don't, right?
With Delver,
You just gonna have to deal with it?
so the way this matchup has the problem with Delver is Delver has so much counter magic that it's really hard to stick a threat in general. So the way that Alex needs to proceed is Alex needs to land a Blighted Agent uncontested. Once that Blighted Agent is in play, Alex needs to cast an Invigorate and a Berserk and kill Tash. That is the line, and it's not likely. It's a very difficult thing to happen because you there's so much interaction that Tash's deck has against you. See, I actually if Alex has a Blighted Agent in his hand, I think that was wrong.
She just ships it. He doesn't
Yeah.
have anything.
So if
And he
there's a
flips
pyro
it,
on top.
Pyro on top.
That makes the plan a lot harder.
Oh, this is awful.
See, this is one of the reasons that the deck can play Inkmoth Nexuses. Inkmoth Nexuses cannot be countered. They can be wastelanded and they can be bolted, but they can't be countered. And
You need the uncounterable.
yeah,
Correct.
this is where you start to see, like, you can build a budget deck, but you're gonna run into these instances where it's gonna hurt you.
I'm not gonna lie. When Allosaurus Shepherd got printed, for a while of throwing that in, above in the insect deck to protect my glitch.
Yeah, honestly, it
Protects
does.
the invigorate, the vines, protects all your green stuff.
Yeah,
He wastelanded the Pendlehaven there. A good
yeah,
target.
yeah.
Perfectly
Like,
reasonable.
ah.
Tapped pool.
Yeah, that's what happens. So that's what happens. And the thing is, I played lots of budget. I played lots and lots of budget legacy. And the thing is, in this matchup,
Tash plays
you
another
have to be so careful about your life total, because your life total matters a lot more. And sorry, Alex is actually at 17. And your life total matters so much that playing a shock can be the difference between making or breaking.
Yeah, but he's already.
No. So
He's
the
already
thing,
in such a
you have
bad
to think of it this
spot.
way: if he plays this untapped, that essentially makes it so that Tash gets a free turn.
Yes. No,
Yeah.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that Alex is in a really bad spot right now. No matter how you cut it, he's not in a good spot right now, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering.
'Cause he's consistently digging deeper. He keeps having to dig and dig
and this is one of the things. So in the normal infect deck, your deck has 12 relative threats, right?
Yes.
You have the thing is, in
Inkmoth.
his doesn't
You don't
he?
have-
He has 8,
Yeah.
and 8 is the
It's
thing is,
very lean.
8
It's
you'll
very
see
lean.
you'll see maybe 2 threats, and this matchup you need 3 or 4 because the chances of them sticking are really low.
Well, just they have Bolt, they have the end of festivities, like we talked about earlier. The end of
Oh
festivities.
yeah, especially in
Like,
game
it's-
2, like you're this is just this matchup is already kind of rough, let alone
It just gets harder.
it gets harder. It gets harder and harder and
right?
harder.
I just don't see. I mean, I can definitely see him coming back here if he's able to stick a glistener, pump the glistener to the high heavens, and swing in. You definitely could. The issue is that Tash has what 4 or 5 cards in it.
I think Tash actually still has that force of will we were talking about
Pretty
earlier.
sure he still has that force of will.
Yeah,
right?
and the thing is, like, so Alex needs to accumulate so much counter magic into his hand, and the problem is, so I could see that Alex has
Swamp.
Swamp. Oh, for postmortem lunch, I guess.
So swamp into a blighted agent.
Yeah,
so
the
this
thing is,
has to be uncontested.
he really should have
This needs to be
he
uncontested.
really should have played he really should have saved that for next turn. And the reason I say that is because he's basically giving Tash a free daze. And Tash doesn't even need to spend it. Tash has a Pyroblast, and he has the mana up to play around the days that Alex has. So the thing is, this deck can absolutely win, and obviously Alex has. It's just so, like, this matchup's rough. This matchup's rough as
So
heck.
do you think the mistake there was the blighted agent? He shouldn't have played.
I think he should have
Should've
waited
shipped
one
it back.
turn, only on the basis that if Tash had the days, he would have been able to pay for it.
Tash at 18. I know it doesn't matter.
It's just fun. So I would normally keep track of it, but Alex
It's
Silva's deck
irrelevant.
only has Dryad Arbor.
Yeah,
So if it only has Dryad Arbor, it like I will eat my words if Alex Silva could somehow kill Tash with a Dryad Arbor.
I'll buy him a dual land.
Like I will buy you a box of any standard set if you can kill Tash with the Dryad Arbor. Like, that would actually be insane to me. Alright, we're coming in for 3. Putting him down to 11.
11, 2 Valks in play, 1 island.
Yep.
Tap, we have a swamp, a breeding pool, and land. Ships it back immediately. What is going? Is that a blue elemental blast?
I think he put a blue elemental blast. I think Alex misinterpreted how important blue elemental blast would be. Oh yeah, this is something insane.
The one of
Let me
Steam
look
Deck?
at Tash's list.
Should be
Yeah.
one of Steam Deck.
So the deck is so reliant. So it used to be it used to play 8. Like, it used to play 8 and 8 because having turn 1 Ragavan was so strong. But with Ragavan not in the format anymore, Delver is back, baby. Here's the bolt. All right, so the blue elemental blast might come and see some play here. Here it is.
Debs, the L bolt.
I don't think that Tash is really gonna care. Like, Tash is like, yeah, I still have my Delver, and you still have nothing. So
We bolted at end step too.
yeah. So and that forces the counterspell out of your hand. So like, if he really wanted to land a Darcy here, then he
Doesn't even have to. He could just
like
keep all those cards in hand. Just beat him to death.
he knows exactly what the game plan is.
Yeah.
The game plan is to play this Delver until I can't play this Delver.
Yeah, the
anymore.
one Delver is just putting in all the work that you need.
Here's the big problem. Now he has a Glistener Elf, right? This Glistener Elf,
Tash could hard cast Force of Will right now.
Tash
Not
could.
care.
I don't think that's good because Tash knows that his opponent plays a counter package.
No, what I'm saying is that he could literally just Force of Will it and just say, cool.
Sure.
He has enough. I believe that he has enough tempo advantage where it does, and then he
Submerge!
Oh.
Wow.
Brutal.
He lets it resolve and then casts Submerge. Now, Alex has it looks like 2 Veil of Summers in his hand.
Yeah, but he only has a blue and a black mana.
Yes, that has become the problem, and this is what happens when you play the budget versions. You're gonna run into these issues, and there's nothing wrong with playing budget
It just
decks.
makes it a little bit harder for you.
It just makes it like these are the they're not even edge cases, they're like semi-edge cases where you're gonna find this stuff.
Wasteland's the
Yeah.
only green source.
And at that point, I would call it like that just makes it so yeah. So come in for 2. Or sorry, come in for 3, bring
go
you
to
to 2.
2.
Like you got to
Draw
know
the
that you're
Glistener
yeah
Elf.
you're
Don't have
done.
anything. Get
That's
the
it.
handshake.
All right.
Oh, that was a rough one.
That was a rough one. I think the deck was really cool, but that was
I like
just,
the idea of playing the budget deck. As someone who's also on a budget, I get it. I really like it. I definitely think that it's a very solid thing to do. It's one of those things where, in this case, it just sometimes you need. Sometimes the budget is too.
I forgot to give
Dash the win.
I'm definitely gonna set it up so that the players do all this next time because frankly I'm getting too into the games. I'm getting far too into the games. We've had some excellent Magic today.
Yeah, been excited to cast them all.
All right, I'm gonna go thank the players. They're gonna go through their sideboard, and Gemini will hang out here with you guys.
Yep. Talk to you a little bit about their sideboards here, as they kind of talk about their own sideboards. Yeah, the Pyro really came in clutch there. It just ate him, and then the Submerge also coming in clutch. The Infect player just had a rough matchup. I think typically this matchup, the Infect player without having all of the more expensive cards definitely runs into a lot of it. I think the budget was fine. It's just for this matchup against Blue-Red Delver, it's a tough matchup. They just have all your creature answers, most of your big good. Except maybe Glistener, but then they run all the counters in the rough matchup for the Infect player today. But it was still a good match to watch. I still enjoy. Bless up to all my Infect players. Love watching it. Love seeing it. Love playing. Counting to 10. Easiest way to play Magic. Oh, and he took off with my deck list. Talk about the sideboard a little bit. What was interesting about the sideboards? The packs. I really like the inclusion of pact. I felt like he definitely should have included all of the packs in there. Guarantee that something would happen, but I guess if we're fighting over the creature, the pact of negations just kind of don't work out. I also think that might have been better if he ran Spell Pierce. Would have been better than pact per this matchup because he just wasn't able to get enough lands out. I feel like your lands are really, really, really. And it's not necessarily pay to win. It's just having the extra tropicals and stuff like that just make your deck a little bit more consistent and a little bit easier to get around these matchups where the counter magic matters so much. So because your life total matters so much versus in this matchup with Blue-Red Delver, it just leads to a whole bunch of instances where it's just like, well, I have to play this. If I don't play this, then I'm having a rough time here. So by adding in the tropicals, you don't take your shock damage, which is 2 life, which helps protect you against the Delver. It helps you eat a lightning bolt more efficiently. It also lets you play around certain things that they're doing. Like you can go fetch into that rather than fetch into a breeding pool. Yeah, even this budget deck's probably a minimum least two. At least two. I had the deck list, but now the deck list is gone. But going off from memory, it's at least two. Yeah, it just I think that if he was able to run the Ink Moth Nexuses, it would have been a much easier game for him to pilot his way out of. It's just a tough matchup. Very tough matchup. Very. Ah, he's back.
I am back.
You took my deck list before I could talk about the deck list. That's what I usually talk about when you do.
I'm sorry. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. I'm going to go ahead and readjust the camera just so that I can see if I can get some more resolution out of it. But we'll be back in probably 2 minutes just to talk about it, and we'll try and get Tash back here to talk about his deck.
See you guys soon. All right, folks. And I'm back. Branson went to go get our winner of our feature match. He should be here shortly. But so to recap a little bit of what we saw in the last match, we saw Delver versus Infect with Blue-Red Delver taking the W over Infect. Stock standard Delver.
I got Tash. What's up?
Here he is. The man, the myth, the legend himself.
What's up, gang?
Person playing all of the Korean cards that I want.
Oh shit, yo, what's up, man?
All the Korean cards I want,
Tash's fault. They're all gone.
including the 4 Korean lightning bolts.
Oh, yo, those are dope.
I hate that you got those before.
They're like, so there's a Korean Facebook group that
I'm in that.
bolts sometimes show up.
I'm
That
waiting
group.
to pick up those bolts.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky. Branson said if I wanted to talk about my deck, I can come over here.
I did, yes.
You get
What
to
would
talk
you
about
like
your
to
deck.
say about... So, okay, let's talk about this for real. I think Blue-Red Delver is probably it's the deck to beat, right?
Yeah, I mean the fact that I sleeved up Delver, I feel like speaks volumes.
Yeah?
I was like, I normally play like Ant or like.
Well, I'm used to seeing you on
combo.
Ant.
Yeah.
When I used to see you play Legacy all the time, you were always on Ant. And then because I remember when I sat down and Branson put in Blue Red Delver, I'm like, Cash is on Delver?
I know.
What's going on?
Okay, so the thing is,
So why Delver over Ant? I guess is my first and biggest question.
I can misplay out of my fucking mind with Delver, and I'll still win because I'll go EI. Oh my god, I found Murktide. You're dead. And like I have Force Blue card. That's all I need after that. And I'm like, this is so easy compared to
Trying to figure out your lives.
Yeah, so like figuring out how to be endurance with Ant is impossible.
That's so true.
I'm like,
endurance is a magic card.
it's just not even fun to play Ant when you like, because like duress doesn't hit it, so you have to save your Thoughtseize for it. And like traditionally, you would normally like save your Thoughtseize for your combo turn, right? So if you build up your graveyard and save it for your combo turn, they'll just endurance you.
Yeah, the endurance in response, right?
And now my graveyard's gone, so I have to wait a few more turns.
You have to restart from 0.
And God forbid I just pull the trigger and they have the endurance when I go piff.
And then you
so
just lose.
I'm like literally until they ban something from Delver, I'll just like play
Grind
Delver
Delver.
like super poorly. Like not
Delver till
even
you
well.
die.
Like I don't know if
I thought you played that decently well.
like I don't know if you guys saw the brainstorm. Like I could have made a super clutch decision with the brainstorm by putting EI on top and then Bolt on bottom, and then flip the Delver to the EI and have the blue card for the force that I drew. Instead, I put Bolt on top and drew the Bolt. So
okay.
my hand was double Bolt when I only had 1 red source.
Ah, fair enough.
And so like there's like literally there's like so many different cards that if my Bolt gets countered there and he untaps and kills me, like he only needs like 1 card to kill me realistically.
I felt like you had a Force of Will the entire time though. Like you had
like the
backup,
force,
right?
but like I didn't have the blue card to pair with it.
Oh,
when
that's
yeah.
okay. That makes more sense.
That's where I was like, damn, that brainstorm was so bad.
So real quick before we continue, EI stands for Expressive Iteration, right?
Expressive Iteration,
And
yeah.
then standings are coming here in a minute or so. He's pulling them out right now.
So yeah, if you're listening to this and you don't know what to play, and if you have
Blue
the
Red
ability,
Delver.
if you have the ability to like either, proxy it or like at your locals if they let you proxy stuff, just like play the deck. It's like
The deck's super easy to play. I like people like to like. Okay, at the highest level, it's obviously hard to play.
Pro
It
Tour,
does-
little difficult.
it sure does cast
like,
Brainstorm.
like if I'm sitting across from like Gary Wong, like sure, I'm not winning the Delver Mirror. So don't
You're
even
balding
worry
a little
about
bit.
don't even worry about that part. Just worry about the part where you sleeve up Delver and your opponent didn't sleeve up. and you have dazes and expressive iterations and your opponent doesn't. And you're sitting there like I'll
Easy
daze
clap.
that. Yeah.
Why is my
clap.
opponent not playing these cards? Idiots.
So
Just play 7 Force of Wills. Duh.
expressive iteration is like bonkers in every format it's legal in, probably minus like standard. I don't even is it good in standard?
I don't think so.
I don't watch
I know
people.
decks play it. I know.
don't follow
but is
standards.
it decks
Do
plays it?
people
Yeah.
play Standard?
I don't know.
that a
But
thing?
I know it's like it's amazing in modern, it's amazing
For the
in
stream,
Pioneer.
we fire standard on Tuesdays.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Oh,
It does
okay.
actually fire, I believe.
Oh,
with,
so we do have a Standard community.
That's
then.
what's
okay,
up.
cool.
I mean expressive iteration's probably good in standard too if you can cast it.
I've been seeing it a lot in modern, and I've been seeing it a lot in Pioneer, and I've been seeing it a lot in Legacy. And those are the formats, right?
Yeah, cards broken. There's I mean realistically like if Wizards doesn't like I just want to like hear them say something. Like just like hey.
anything.
Yeah. So honestly, I feel like post Ragavan ban, like people are like more willing to play the deck, and it's like super tuned now.
Yeah.
Like there's like you maybe have like maybe 1 or 2
Just
cards
low
you
and
can
clean.
swap out, and it's like it's figured out. Like your sideboard's pretty clean. Actually, my sideboard's kind of wonky. I'm playing bad cards, but but I
That
have,
and the festivities did come into play, though.
I think
Oh, yeah, that was
Defensive is clutch.
Yeah.
Submerge.
oh my god, he
Surge.
played the breeding pool tapped, and I'm like, let's go, let's go.
There's the island,
And I'm,
baby!
because I was like ready to put the submerge back away because he kept on getting Pendelhaven. I was like Pendelhaven into like, and he crop rotted into Pendelhaven. I'm like,
Just an absurd read. He probably has Submerge.
bro, if he grabbed Dryad Arbor, I was about to like end this man's career by putting Dryad Arbor back
So-
on top of his deck.
So
that's
we
so
said,
brutal.
so we said on stream that we rightfully decided that we weren't gonna keep track of your life total because it's normally not super relevant, but it can be
Yeah.
relevant in the normal matchup. But Alex's list did not have any noble hierarchs in it.
Oh,
So the only-
that's super interesting.
The only way for Alex to kill you through pure damage was only,
Only
there,
Dryad
there
Arbor.
were just Dryad
If he had
Arbor.
killed you with Dryad Arbor, I would have bought him a duel.
Yeah, I told
I would've bought him a
let
trophy,
the
call
chat
it a
tell
day.
you, I would have bought him a box if
I
he
would've
killed
bought
you
him
with
a trophy.
Dryad Arbor. I literally would have bought him a box. It's just like you earned it, pal.
That's-
You got
You
it.
won
Yeah.
today.
I mean, I guess he was playing like his own unique list because he was talking about like postmortem in his list.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
So-
it was. It definitely screamed budget. when
Yeah,
I
it was
looking at
definitely
definitely a
budget.
budget
Mhm.
deck list, and I think that's fine. I think that's especially fine for Infect.
Yeah.
I think Infect because he didn't have any Ink Moths, which was
Oh,
very
that sucks.
weird.
Yeah, no ink moths.
That was
the
brutal.
big problem is that he
Yeah.
only had 8. And we were like, but
He
the
needed
thing,
he
at the
needed
end of the day, it's it's a lot worse against you because we have to fetch up breeding pools. But sometimes you go turn 1 Glistener, I'll turn 2 Inventory
just kill him.
Berserk and
Yeah, you
die.
just kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're against Blue Red Delver. Like, if you don't have Daze or Force of Will, it's kind of like, what are you doing?
You guys did have quite the counter war in game 1. Yeah, there was
Honestly, we're talking about Blighted Agent, right? You go Blighted Agent, I went Daze, he went Daze, I went Force, he went Force.
Yeah.
Yep.
Honestly, that was probably wrong to Force there. I probably should have just let it resolve after he dazed
Yeah.
back.
Well, you just have so many answers for.
Yeah, but I was like, I felt like safe enough where I think I just needed a red source to bolt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, that's why I wanted to like empty more cards out of his hand. So I'm like,
Sure.
even if he has the Force back, if this Force resolves, then like I still have bolt in
I
hand.
typically like fighting over the pump spells.
Yeah,
For me,
that's
I always fight
that's,
over the pump
that's
spells,
why
right?
I felt that's why it felt wrong for me to do the Force there. That's why I was like, I don't know if this is right, but it was
I
whatever.
mean, it worked out, right?
Yeah.
Like, you still walked away with the W, and that's all that you really
No,
want, right?
that's just because I got lucky. I mean, the deck's
Better
broken.
lucky than good.
No, deck's literally
Better
broken.
lucky
It will
than
it will bail you out every time you need something. like oh, I really need a threat right now. It will give you a threat. Like, oh, I really need delirium right now. Like next thing you know, you're drawing bobbles.
Is it like you're in Yu-Gi-Oh, the show?
Bro, it's broken. The
Art of the
deck's literally
cards?
broken. And then guess what? Mystic Sanctuary gives you the best top deck.
Oh,
I boarded it out game 2.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, I was watching some Blue Red Delver gameplay yesterday, and they were dazing their Mystic Sanctuary back in the head and just infinitely just locking it out like that, and that just.
Stupid. Like the new lists are all solidified on the Mystic Sanctuary, and like you're at a disadvantage if you don't have it in the mirror or in any blue matchup. So like personally, I hate playing Mystic Sanctuary in mainboard because like if you draw it, it feels fucking awful. But if you don't have it, you lose the mirror.
Yeah.
Is the issue.
Yep.
So, oh well, that's why I'm playing it.
That's just how it has to go sometimes.
It'd be like that.
But also, if you do get to like Mystic Sanctuary and daze it back, you're broken, dude.
Goated.
Also, like this may not seem true, but if you cast a lot of EIs, you just naturally win the game.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
It doesn't even matter what kind of decisions you make after you cast like 3 EIs.
Yeah, you cast 3 and you win the game?
Yeah.
Really?
You just
No
go like
way.
EI, oh shit, land like ponder, and like EI, and you just can't lose.
Dude, like I remember when Expressive Iteration got posted, I'm like, okay, this is like mid. This is like mediocre because I'm notoriously bad at evaluating cards. And then when I saw when I finally saw like when the Ragavans and the Ragavan version of the list finally like started seeing play, I was like, what the hell is this card?
Yeah, this card is a real magic
This
card.
card
ladies
this
and
card is
gentlemen.
absurd. This card is absurd. Oh man. Anyway, Tash, thanks for coming
Thank
in.
you.
Wish
Thanks for
you
having
luck.
me.
Thanks for coming
Hopefully
in. chat
I
with
can
us.
draw into top 8. I haven't top 8'd anything since pre-COVID, so
Oh.
and I play in a lot of events, so this is kind of
I
embarrassing.
don't know.
Well,
I was looking at
you got
I was
that
looking
one,
at the
I
standings,
believe
and the
in you.
standings are
Yeah, thanks,
stacked.
man.
I was like, oh, Dan Forth is at the top. Oh
God
God,
damn.
okay, and then Gary Wog, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I
This
believe
is-
in you.
This
You
is
got
a
this.
stacked.
Blue Red
tournament.
Delver's gonna bail you out again.
I mean, that's the only reason I'm here. So
Just Murktide him.
Just for time.
He'll always win with Murktide.
Thanks again, Tash. We
Fighting.
wish you luck.
Shout
right.
out to-
Thanks, man.
I told you those were.
All right, so chat, I have the standings. Just wanted to once again thank Tash for coming on and talking with us about Blue Red Delver. Really, like the deck
It's
that
just-
defines
it's-
it defines the
such a good
format.
deck.
It's defined the format for like 10 years.
Yeah. Blue Red Delver's constantly been a threat. I know there are some people experimenting with Teamer Delver. I think yesterday I saw games where it was Teamer Delver and they put in a Sylvan Library
Oh yeah.
to dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah,
It's
I used to play
spicy.
Rug Delver,
Yeah, Rug
and
Delver.
I played a couple. I played like Tarmogoyfs, and I played a couple Sylvan Libraries. And what I really liked about that deck is I played like Urza Sagas, and the Urza Saga gives you like a lot of.
Urza Saga, spicy magic card.
It's a spicy magic card.
MH2 might have been a mistake.
It
Might
definitely
have been
worked
a
the point.
mistake.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and give you the top 8. So currently in first place, we have Dan Ford with 9 points. That means he's completely undefeated, I believe. So Dan Ford is who we saw Brennan in here earlier talking about, the guy who pioneered the
Food Chain Goblins.
Food Chain Goblins deck. Yep. I don't know if that's what he's on, but he is known for being one of the best Goblin players around. Then we have Gary Wong, who is in second place, also undefeated with his Mech Control deck.
Control.
He did not name it that. That's what we named it, but that's what we're calling it.
Yeah, that's what we're calling it.
Yep. So
Heard it here first. Mech Control.
I'm excited to see how that goes. In third place, we have Wyatt Fife. Wyatt's typically known for playing on a green post decks. I'm not quite sure what he's on tonight, but I'm excited to see. Then we have in fourth place currently Matt Podluski. He is almost always on lands. And I was watching him play Andy earlier, who played against Gary Wong in round 1. And I believe Matt did come out on top in that match. So it was looking like pretty tight, pretty good. Then we have in fifth place Damon Topsy. Damon is known for playing Doomsday. And he's been taking that. He's been winning a lot of the competitive level events in the state.
Doomsday is
with
spicy.
Doomsday. Then we have in sixth place Ollie Mir. I don't know Ollie, so I'm not quite sure what they might be on, but I'm excited to find out.
Love to see it.
Yep. Then we have in seventh place Jesse on Maverick.
Yep.
So it looks like Jesse dropped a game somewhere, but he's been cleaning up with Maverick still. And then in eighth place we have Steven Gillette. I believe he is also on Delver.
Oh, cool.
I'm not quite sure.
Cool.
Anyway, so that's our current top 8 standings. I'm excited to see how it goes.
How it kind of cracks out here.
Yeah, these decks have been awesome.
Yeah.
Like really, really cool and unique decks that we haven't seen before.
It's been very spicy.
I'm
But
excited to see them.
real quick to just interject, Delver is Delver of Secrets. I saw that in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
But it's Delver of Secrets. It's a 1/1 that says as you draw your first card, right?
it's you may reveal the top card of your deck.
Yeah.
You may look at the top card of your deck and reveal it if you do flip him.
Yeah, and then you draw the card.
Yep.
So it flips, it goes from a 1/1 and flips into a flying 3/2.
Yep.
So it's a very good, solid beater, especially because it comes down for 1 mana. It flips into a 3/2, and that 3/2 does work, as we just saw in the last game. It just...
Oftentimes, what the game becomes
Gets
about, and this is how Legacy has been. The Legacy has been about landing your 3-drop and protecting that 3-drop from anything that comes on the board for 6 turns. Because if you can land that 3-drop and protect it for 6 turns, it will just beat your opponent to death.
Yep. Every time.
And oftentimes, the deck does a lot of damage in increments of 3. I believe since we have 30 people, we're probably going to do... I believe it's 5 rounds cut to top 8.
Ooh,
so
I like
this
that.
might
Love
be
me
the
some
final round.
Legacy.
I'll confirm that with our head judge, Jake, just to be sure.
Love to see the Legacy. I hope it's 6 rounds. I really want to keep going.
I'm having
I
a great time. We're talking...
love the Legacy.
We're seeing some... I honestly thought that it would be a lot of lands and a lot of Delver, but there's, like, really cool decks that we're seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, all the decks that I've seen have been really spicy. Even that Infect deck, although I don't agree with some of the choices, I get it. And that deck was... I bet you when that deck works, it hums.
Yeah.
It purrs.
Yep.
So it's really a shame that I didn't get to see the Infect deck work. I know Infect... Like I keep saying, Infect's one of my favorite ways to
Honestly, if that matchup was like lands, I think that Infect... I think Alex would have crushed
play.
it.
The Infect deck slaps.
Yeah, I think what would have happened is like he would have gone like, because the thing is, like, if you can get the right matchups, even with the budget Infect deck, and this is the nice thing about playing these cheaper Legacy combo decks. At the end of the day, like Reanimator, for example, you can just play shocks in it, not buy a single Badlands, and probably still clean up most of your games.
I'm actually a little surprised that we didn't see any Reanimator.
Unfortunately,
Endurance just kill it?
no, it's so Murktide is so prevalent in the
Murktide is a
format.
problem.
Murktide is so prevalent in the format that if you can get Leyline of the Void on turn 1, it turns Murktides off.
Oh, that's true.
So
just the increase of Leyline of the Void being played
Yeah.
pushes that out of the format.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah. It's just because the problem is the way Reanimator kind of stops people from playing their Graveyard Hate is by like doing Chancellor
Yeah.
or playing some sort of like silence
Yeah, but
spell.
you get it for free. You get it for free.
Leyline comes down on turn
Zero.
-1,
Yep, turn
and
0.
and you can't do anything about it. You have to get rid of it, and it's really difficult to get rid of.
That is
So-
a tough fight. That is a very tough fight.
Yeah. All right, I'll quickly confirm how many rounds we have left and to see how much time is left in this current round. And I'll be right back. Jemin will keep you company.
Yep.
Once again, just wanted to note to please go ahead and give us a follow if you need any singles or any Warhammer product, paints, anything along the nerdy lines. Please check out
Honestly,
gamerscope.com.
if it's a hobby thing and you want it, we more than likely have it.
Oh, yeah.
There is a huge stock. I'm back here in the warehouse, and it is wall to wall in here with product.
Wall to wall.
It is absolutely insane.
Yep.
How many Magic cards? How many Warhammer models? D&D maps? They have BattleTech back here. It's kind of crazy, and it really makes me want to play some of these more quote-unquote off-brand games. But overall, to get kind of back on topic here, Legacy today has been really spicy. A lot of different decks, a lot of good, solid Magic being played, and it's been fun. I know I've been having a blast. Hopefully some of you out there have been a blast with me, having a good time hanging out, talking about these decks, and annoying the crap out of this backroom staff, hearing me talk nonstop all day long. They've shot me dirty look after dirty look after dirty look. Bakugan TCG? I do not know, but I bet you if I look hard enough, I can find it back here somewhere, tucked away into a corner. Oh, and my tea is still extraordinarily hot. Oh, Lord. Oh. So, seen a lot of different Legacy decks. I'm excited to see some of those decks that are in the top 8. We still haven't seen a lot of them. They've been, I guess, hidden around and not in the features, but when we cut to top 8, hopefully we'll get to see some more spicy brews. I'm really excited to see what that mech control deck is up to in Legacy today. Hopefully it's 6 rounds. I really want some more Legacy. I definitely understand why it would be 5. I'm definitely pushing for 6 whopping rounds of Legacy because I've had a blast watching it.
Unfortunately, there's only 5. There's going to be 5
there's
and then it cut to
5.
top 8. So today, we got
Last match.
Am I lucky? Yeah, I am lucky. All right, so we Tash is back.
Okay.
Tash is back. We also have Frenchie back, which is going to be. I'm just going to put Frenchie because that's what we like calling him. This is round 5.
All right, so we have Blue-Red Delver up against Colorless Post. Both of these players have been on here before, so they're coming back again to hang out. So hopefully this goes pretty solid. I know I'm excited to see Colorless Post do its work again. I know the last time we saw it had a bit of a rough matchup due to all the wastelands, but I think that this time it's got a much better shot at it, and I'm really excited because he was very, very close. He would have won that game, 100%. I firmly believe it, but he did get hit with that questing beast off the top, which I am still super jazzed about. Man, it makes me want to play questing beast in something. Let me tell you.
Oh man, I'm excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, I am too. I'm excited to see Colorless Post do its work. I know when I was playing Legacy here a couple of weeks ago, Frenchie was definitely talking up Colorless Post to me, and it made me really want to try it. I tried it, and unfortunately, it is not the deck for me. Counting past 10 is a little hard for your Infect boy over here.
Yeah, honestly, like that's one of the benefits of that deck, right? But here we are purely damage based. We don't have to worry about any alternate win conditions. These guys are going to be beating people to death. That is how this matchup's going.
Blood feud.
But what really depends here is whoever wins the die roll has a good shot, because Tash needs to land his 1-drops and Frenchie really needs to land his Chalice of the Void.
All right, we got a turn 1 Darcy.
All right, so Tash won the die roll and has a Darcy with
Directly
a Mishra
to a
Bubble
Mishra's
trigger.
Bubble. All right.
All right, so we're gonna bin that Volk. It implies to me that Tash already probably has at least one more land in his hand.
Well, it also implies to me that he doesn't have a fetch land.
Yeah. So it looks like Tash wants to be drawing mostly gas here. All right, so we go ahead and resolve the Bobble trigger. We are on Frenchie's turn. Frenchie starts off with an Ancient Tomb.
Return to the
tapping in.
tomb. Go to 18. Tomb up. Chalice on Uno.
All right, Chalice on 1. So
That's spicy.
That's a good start for the deck. It might be too little, too late though. I know it's only turn 1 for Frenchie, but winning the die roll really would have mattered here, because it would have really shut down Tash's hand. Tash has another Darcy in his hand.
Yeah, but I mean, even now it cuts off Ponder, Brainstorm, Pyroblast.
It does. So he's gonna cast it. Is he trying to get him?
Oh. No, because it triggers. Oh.
Oh no! Oh no! Frenchie forgot his trigger. Oh man.
That's brutal.
Yep. Okay. So, the way this works is you have to declare your trigger when casting the 1-drops.
You do not remember your trigger, you lose your trigger,
Yep.
which is very unfortunate.
Yep. So
Very unfortunate.
Yep. We could call the jet. We're gonna go ahead and proceed with play here. Both players seem to be like okay with this call, and honestly, we want to maintain the integrity of the game.
Bridge.
Bridge is a good
Daisy
card to
the
have.
Bridge.
Well, the thing is, Frenchie has the mana to pay for it. And I'm not sure Tash knew that Frenchie had the mana to pay for it, but he does get 2 Darcy triggers here. And I don't think that's Bridge. That's actually Tangle Wire.
Oh, that's Tangle. Sorry,
Yeah,
it looks like a bridge.
It does
from
look like
my
Bridge
angle.
from
I'm
far
sorry.
away. So that's Tangle Wire, which is
Tangle
very,
boy.
very brutal against Tash here.
I guess the Days play makes more sense there because he gets to refresh his land at least, right?
Yeah, he does. That's true. So he gets to play this Delver. He, honestly, laying out. Oh, there we go. Now Frenchie's on the board. Yep, Frenchie's now paying attention. Is like, yes, I will counter your spell. And this is the big thing about this deck, right? The big thing about this deck is you get to tap your artifacts, right? So
Yes.
so Tangle Wire is
So
essentially
what's he tapping? He's gonna tap the tomb.
Yep, he's tapping the
I
tomb.
would agree with that tomb tap.
Yep. So this is a little bit awkward for Frenchie. Frenchie's at the mana that he wants to be, which is 4.
Yep.
4 is a good number to be at. But City of Traders is a weird card to kind of mess around with.
Missing that Chalice trigger just was awful.
Yeah, it's very, very brutal.
That was
Especially since I
brutal.
believe we have land, instant, creature, and artifacts. So we do have Delirium. So this is yeah. So we'll see how this. So yeah. So it passes back to Tash. Tash has decided to keep those creatures tapped from the Tangle Wire. He's going to get in for 3.
Drops him down to 12. Yeah, game has been a good one.
This has honestly
Well,
been a
kinda
pretty
look
pretty solid
crazy.
game. I expected this game to be a little bit more generic,
But they've been playing really well. They're like forgetting that chalice trigger has actually been pretty major.
That was brutal. We got 2 floating. 2 floating into a post.
Yeah,
So,
this is
City of
honestly
Traders
been,
trigger
yeah,
sacrifices itself.
So yeah, are we gonna sacrifice that city?
Aaron?
Are we gonna sacrifice that city, Frenchie? There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Got it. He got it.
All right, so we're at 11.
we have a Karn. All right,
Well, it's
so
baby Karn.
it's baby Karn. So,
So it's tutor Karn.
I expect what's gonna happen here is he's gonna minus and get a bridge. That would be what I would expect the play is.
He might have too many cards in hand.
Actually, you're right. Bridge might. Yeah, you're right. Bridge might be not good enough.
Trini?
It might be like an. I wish we had their lists right now, but we don't. It might be like a engineered explosives or something. But we were looking at his list earlier, and we remembered that there were a lot of one of sideboard cards
Yeah.
specifically
The wish
for
board.
this Karn.
Well, he's wishing right now.
So
He
he's
gets the
grabbing
bridge.
the
He gets the
bridge.
bridge.
So I guess he's
Says
banking
go.
on being able to get rid of his hand, and I'm not sure that's going to be the case.
It depends on what his next card is, right?
He is pretty much preventing Tash from being able to.
So it takes 3, goes down to
Wow,
7.
he took out the
does.
Karn.
Or
Okay.
it goes to 8. I'm sorry.
He
my
just
apologies.
straight up took down the Karn.
Yep. I mean, I think that's a smart play.
Yeah, I think it's just a safer play.
Yeah. Tangle Wire goes to 1.
It doesn't.
I guess
It,
it doesn't
it
matter,
just
right?
doesn't matter. I guess that's
Yeah.
personal preference. All right, so we got the Blast Zone coming in.
Blast Zone? Pop both?
Blast Zone here. I said that kind of casually. Blast Zone is actually huge
Blast
here.
Zone, pop both?
Yeah, Blast Zone
Solid play.
is actually probably one of the better plays you can make here because now Tash has to tap a land. Tash is in a weird spot now.
Let's see if Blue Red Delver bails him out like he kept saying.
And the thing is, Tash has to basically trick Frenchie in order to lose this, in
Yeah.
order to win this match.
Well, not necessarily.
Which has happened already. So.
I mean, not necessarily, right? If he just has another land in hand and has the Murktide,
That's true. If he has a Murktide, then
well, I guess that's why he got Bridge, right? The Bridge counteracts the Murktide.
you're right. It does. Yeah. So
I think Frenchie's actually in a real good spot here.
yes, certainly. Like this is definitely turned around towards Frenchie's favor. That Chalice on 1 is definitely stymieing a lot of Tash's deck.
Doesn't the Tingle Wire sacrifice?
No, I actually believe it just stays on the board.
Does it?
I'm
With
pretty
fading?
I'm pretty sure it actually just chills.
Neat.
Frenchie knows this deck a lot better than I
Yeah,
do.
of
So
course.
I
just was
am-
always under the assumption
Granted,
that
Frenchie also missed the Chalice trigger earlier. So
I mean, that was the first play of the game. I mean, I believe that.
all right, so Frenchie unapologetically is
Plays
taking.
another
Oh
Tangle.
no!
Plays another Tangle Savage.
So the thing is, Tash had a comeback here if he didn't have this Tangle Wire. The comeback is he has a Brazen Borrower in his hand. He could bounce the Chalice and then start playing his 1-drops. But this Tangle Wire is going to basically make it so that Tash can't play the game for like 2 or 3 turns. This is essentially time walking Tash.
Well, Tash also has a Lightning Bolt.
He does, but he can't. It depends on whether or not Frenchie remembers to counter it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because
That's what I'm saying. He has the Lightning Bolt in hand. He could potentially get him here. He could always go untap, upkeep triggers on the stack, Petty Theft, bounce the Chalice, right?
he could, but the
Play
problem is the Tangle Wires will tap his lands before he's
No.
able to do anything.
Well, can you do it in response to the trigger?
You can, but the thing is you'll tap out, bounce the Chalice, and then have to pass it back.
Tangle Wire just.
I think you're right. I think it was supposed to go away a little bit longer
Yeah,
ago,
okay.
and Frenchie remembered.
Then
Because
you
I believe you're...
then you use to tap something else.
No. Oh, okay. I remember how this works. It checks... Sorry, Tangle Wire is a really weird card.
Fading checks.
Fading
at
checks
upkeep.
if it has any counters on its ends.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, so Fading, really old, weird mechanic, but it's now here. Here's the bridge. So Frenchie is setting up the bulwark here, right? And Tash doesn't have a lot of room to play anymore. I would not be surprised if we saw a concession.
Well, he has it. He could, as long as this Tangle Wire goes away, right? Frenchie has not presented a realistic threat. If Tash gets a turn, right, he still can do it.
You're right. So if Tash can outlast this Tangle Wire, that's what'll make up the difference here. Tash really needs to just kind of like take this
Tash
Tangle
just needs
Wire.
to bide his time here a little bit. He's got a window.
Yep.
He has lethal.
Yep.
He has lethal in his hand.
Because he's at 2. Oh no! Oh, he's putting it on 2. Oh no!
Tash might actually have it. If Tash can outlast this Tangle Wire, right?
he can end step, bounce the Chalice of the Void on 1,
Yep.
bolt Frenchie.
Yep. He just needs another land.
He needs it if he has so he's not drawing his lands. He's gonna play this out as best he can. And
Well, he has milled 3 lands to the dark. Just
honestly, we might see it here, right? Because on end step, what you do is he passes it back.
Yep.
You
Down here, Mystic Forge comes
Okay, that's. I wonder if Tash will fight over that. I don't think Tash actually has.
I don't think he cares.
I don't think he has any counter magic. All right, so it's in his upkeep. Tash has a Tangle Wire trigger. He's gonna tap the blue. Because if Tash has a mana source in his hand, I don't believe he does right now. He's just gonna draw. He did not draw the mana source. Okay, so he still has this. He just has to wait one more turn is the problem. And it's gonna be brutal. If Tash had a mana there, if Tash banked on drawing a mana, then he would have been in a commanding position to win the game. All right, so Tangle Wire's last counter is going to come off. Tap nothing. We're going to draw. Now, it's important to note that Ancient Tomb is no longer an active card you can use. All right, we're going to 1.
Lord.
The difference between 1 and 3 in this matchup is nothing.
0.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's literally
still
0.
it's still very, very, very spicy choice.
Oh yeah.
I still think that's a very, very spicy choice. I mean, I'm not opposed to it.
All right, this is the turn where Frenchie needs to make
another
something
forge?
happen. I don't know why he did that because
Why
it
play 2
doesn't
forges?
it doesn't do anything, right? Because he
You have
needs
1.
to. Yeah, you already know what's on top. He's brainstorming. Okay, so but
He's
yes.
trying to get away with.
Oh, it got countered. Cute.
He's trying to get away with something.
Yeah. Okay. So
The land.
yeah. Oh no, we've been wrong.
What?
The Chalice on 2 the Chalice on 2 will prevent the petty theft
I thought
from
because it doesn't use brazen bars, right? It uses its own.
Yes, it's
Okay,
like a separate part of the text. So Tash is actually more or less locked out as far as I might be wrong about that. It might because CMC is different and adventure cards are really really weird. But I that could be the case. It could be the case that
So he played Chalice for free.
Yep,
Another
Chalice on
Tangle
0.
Wild off top. Jeez.
I'm honestly surprised Tash is playing this out, but I believe this is a spot for top 8. So that's why they're playing this far. We'll see. All right, so he's going to
Just
literally
hard
play the Brazen Borrower. I'm confused. Okay, so yeah, they're playing it out. Okay, so it's getting tapped down to the Tangle Wire. So I don't. Yeah, Frenchie might have prematurely packed it up there. Frenchie still has plenty of time to get cards out of his hand too. So if he can get down to 2 cards in his hand, then the Brazen Borrower can't attack him anymore.
Unless he has 4 lands.
Well, so these Ancient Tombs are offline. This is a really, really close kind of game where every player is trying to eke it out, right?
Well, we're saying so he has like 4 cards in hand, right? If all of them are lands, he's stuck.
Yes. All right, so
So
he's
4
tapping
mana.
mana.
Another
Another Mystic Forge. So he might just be drawing really badly.
Yeah, it looks like he's just drawing very poorly.
Yeah, I don't. Interesting. Okay, I believe Frenchie probably only has 2 cards in his hand. Because
It looks like he has.
yeah,
2.
because Tash is tapping his Brazen
Brazen
Borrower
Borrower,
under
yep,
the
it's
assumption
2.
that he can't use it. Otherwise, Tash would be going for it, I
Yeah,
think. Because
of
Tash
course.
is so.
I mean, that was the window, right? He just needed another mana source to stick the Brazen Bar because Brazen
Yeah.
Bar dodges all of that.
Yep.
Now he just has to find a way to get rid of the Ensnaring Bridge.
Yeah, he's got to find a way to get. The thing is, getting rid of this Ensnaring Bridge is going to be rough.
Always was.
Yep. Okay,
Cloud
there's a Cloud Post.
Okay, that does next to nothing.
I'm wondering if Frenchie has 2 lands in his hand.
I also think he has 2 lands in
I'm
his
wondering
hand.
what's happening here. Because he's got a lot of mana. He's got that Thran Dynamo. He's got the Blast Zone.
Well,
got-
he's played Mystic Forge, Mystic Forge, Mystic Forge.
Yeah,
So he has to literally have just 2 lands.
I think he's just drawing really, really badly. And he needs to keep these lands. He needs to keep these cards out of his hand as much as he possibly can.
His draw step is actually actively hurting him.
He needs a Glimmer Post. If he can get a Glimmer Post, then he's a lot safer. Because a Glimmer Post will put him up to 4.
What does Tash run in his deck that gets rid of artifacts? Petty Theft is usually the answer, right?
Petty Theft is a good answer. Here's a Murktide.
Murktide for a million.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, he actually exiled nothing.
He specifically
Exiled
exiled.
nothing.
Oh,
so
he
it's just a
needs to
3/3.
keep the power down in
Yeah,
order
yeah,
to be
yeah.
able to actually get in with this ensnaring bridge on the board. It could be the case that Tash is looking for. I don't know what Tash would be looking for here, but he's doing what he's supposed to do, which is play it out. Because honestly, what might happen is his opponent might make a mistake, and
So, for those of you who can't see it, all the way on the opposite side, underneath where Frenchie's name is, there are 3 Chalice of the Voids. One is on 0, one is on 1, and one is on 2.
yeah, I might need to readjust the camera so that we can see it a little better.
Got some mana counting. That's typically a terrifying sign. If Ugin comes down, I think it's over.
Yeah, if this is
This is Ugin, I think it's over.
yeah, that'll wipe it up, I think. Well, the thing is, the Ugin can't really kill the Murktide.
Why?
It's CMC.
But it has Bolt.
Oh, you're right. You could just bolt it.
Yeah, but it got forced anyway.
Yeah, which is right.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is absolutely correct.
Yeah. No, I'm playing for the Bolt because it's 3.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's a completely fair point. Okay, what is Tash doing here? Because there isn't the thing is, no matter what Frenchie draws, if Frenchie only has 2 cards in his hand. So here's the line, right? The line is Frenchie accidentally activates his blast zone, killing his own ensnaring bridge by mistake.
It's free?
And then Tash can kill him. Because the thing is, Frenchie can, no matter what Frenchie draws, Frenchie will be able to play a card every turn. At least 1 card.
You played another Thranduil.
At this point, they're playing it out because they're supposed to. I don't see a lot of lines for.
Dash.
Or sorry, I don't see a lot of lines for Tash.
Tangle. Tangle should have.
God, I hate Tangle Wire. I hate that card so
It's just
much.
a dead card. Vesuva copying Glimmer Post. Get life back.
Okay, there it is. So yeah, so now that he's at 4,
Life gets harder
his
for Tash.
Tash's life has become significantly more difficult.
And there
Here's
comes
Karn.
Big Boy Karn.
So Tash has a stacked hand, but I don't believe he has another Force of Will. Yeah, he has Daze, and Daze won't get him there.
What days you can't cast days?
Oh, you're right. Daze is 2. Yeah,
Yep.
Tash is all right. Tash
That's
has
good
decided that we've hit the critical threshold of.
I agree.
Of,
I agree with that scoop. I feel like that game was going nowhere. I think in board it gets better. I'm gonna go get the.
Okay, yeah, go grab him. All right, so we got them going into their next game. This is a tough matchup. I'm not sure because we had Tash in here earlier, and Tash was remarking how strange his board is. So there are a lot of yeah. So you can see Tash debating whether or not to take out these bolts. It's a weird line. It's a weird line on whether or not you take down these bolts. I believe what Tash will end up doing is it looks like he's probably going to shave. Yeah. It looks like he's shaving like his chain lightning. It looks like he's taking out the kind of strange one-ofs, but it looks like he's got a plan. He's definitely racking out a lot of cards of his deck, which implies to me that Tash has essential answers in his sideboard that he knows specifically to play. Okay, so he's taking out Mishra's Baubles. He's taking out a Chain Lightning, a mainboard Pyroblast, and it looks like that's pretty much it. So he's debating some other picks. On Frenchie's lines, I'm not entirely sure. Frenchie's board is mostly a Wish board, and then he has 4 Leyline of the Void and 4 of something else that I can't quite recall. So we'll see what he decides to do. But ultimately, it's kind of a coin flip in this matchup. If Frenchie can land a really, really strong Planeswalker, then Tash is really, really in a tough spot. But Tash's deck has a lot of interaction, so we'll see. Ooh, okay, I see Meltdowns. Meltdown is definitely a good pick. For those who don't know, the blue Artifacts deck has become very, very popular lately. I believe it has like a 8 or 7% matchup rate. Like there's like, you know, it's been placing good results, right? So people have been playing Meltdown a lot more often. All right, we have the deck lists here. Sorcerer's Spyglass was the other 4 of in Frenchie's list. I honestly don't see Frenchie boarding at all.
He might put in the ley lines to deal with Murktide, but I doubt it. I honestly don't think. I don't believe Frenchie would. We'll see. Frenchie might be evaluating Murktide very highly because it's very hard to deal with. So he might end up just doing that.
Well, my argument for that is the bridge.
I mean, like, well, he's not putting bridge in his deck for sure.
No,
Yeah.
no, 100. What I'm saying is that instead of putting the 4 of Leyline, cool, play my baby Karn bridge.
Yeah, I mean,
Murktide's doing.
yeah, like
Murktide does.
Yeah, like Murktide. Like the thing is, as soon as bridge comes down, Frenchie is trying to get all the cards out of his hand as quickly as possible.
Murktide's just a 3/3.
Okay.
3/3.
So okay, there's some really funny cards that Tash is gonna bring in. I am 100%. Tash plays 1 Price of Progress in his
That's in.
sideboard.
Pop-
That's absolutely
pops in.
in and will blow the hell out of Frenchie.
I'm excited to see it pop
if
today.
it comes down. He put 2 meltdowns in, so those are for sure gonna come in. He also has 1 energy flux, which I don't believe we'll see, but is interesting to note. If I was Tash, I would board in 2 force negations.
Surgical?
Probably not surgical. Maybe.
Oh, he did board in Leyline of the Void.
Yep. So Leyline of the Void comes down permanently. So the nice thing about
It turns off Darcy too.
it turns off Darcy too. So the thing is, in this particular setup, it's not that great, but it will hamper Tash's game.
Right. Post.
Yep. So he is at 21. And of course, Frenchie is rocking the foils, and so is Tash. Tash is rocking the how expensive is that flooded strand? It's
I don't wanna talk about it.
It's like more than
I don't want to talk about
most other cards.
it. I don't want to talk about
I
it.
think that flooded strand might be worth 2 volcanic islands.
I don't want to talk about it.
All right, so here we go. Will Delver flip? Delver does flip. All right, Frenchie came in and copied the post, so we're going to be at 22. Might be 23, I can't quite tell, but it's not a big. All right, so
22.
all right, so we're going to resolve this ponder. Tash saw something that Tash liked, so we'll see what pulls up. All right, Tash has Force in his hand, and Force of Will and Force of Negation, and a bunch of blue cards. So Tash knows exactly what his game plan is. The game plan is the Delver game plan. I'm going to play my 3/2s, and I'm going to protect them for the rest of this game.
Why?
Yeah, I think Tash is correctly assuming to not counter this, but we'll see.
I think all he cares about is the.
All he cares about is like
Tangle, right?
He cares about Tangle. He cares about Ugins. He cares about Karns.
Cards, that's it, right?
Yep.
Everything else is. Well, I guess. Yeah, both cards.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, these Delvers are going to do work. All right, so let's see. It's another Grim. Okay. Okay, so it looks like Frenchie probably has a big card in hand. Uh-oh.
Yes.
We're just chaining rocks. Tap the Thran Dynamo. Chalice on what?
Gotta be 1.
I'm not sure Tash cares.
Gotta be 1.
If I would assume it's 1, but I believe that if this is on 1, Tash will let it go. I believe that to be the case because Tash already has
That's all right.
roughly 6 power on board. And frankly, Tash's game plan at this point is to get this 6 power to win him the game.
Yeah.
Alright, so he didn't get to flip his Delver. So he's going to crack in for 4.
900.
Oh, was it?
Yes, 900.
Yeah,
Oh.
$900. Jeez.
Energy
And he brought in the energy flux! Yeah!
So what do? You just. Oh,
yeah,
you just let it all die.
Yeah, you let them all die.
Oh.
He keeps just the Thran Dynamo. This is absolutely brutal. Like
Hey,
Tash is like, I have an energy flux in my hand, so
We might get our first game 3 on stream.
yeah, that would actually be pretty sweet.
Is that a meltdown?
Oh,
Please
if
tell me that's a meltdown in hand.
it probably
It looks like a meltdown in hand.
if it is, that's actually kind of a mid spot because that I believe Tash only has 4 cards in hand and 2 of them are forces.
Yeah, but still a meltdown.
Oh yeah, it's still a meltdown. But the thing is, the energy flux already did the job.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Of course.
Oh man, this is
Yeah, that flux.
this is a
was
crazy game.
filthy.
Tash has been like keeping Frenchie off of everything.
It's just been
Tash is like,
brutal.
you have Leyline of the Void? Cool. I have 2 Delvers. I'm back on the Delver plan, baby. Alright, we got the Tangle Wire. I believe Tash will probably
Does he?
counter this. Yes. Well, actually, he could tap all
Does
his
he
lands.
care?
He could tap all his lands and the energy flux. Is the thing.
No, you can't tap the energy flux. It checks for non-enchantments.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tash knows that. Oh no, he does. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna keep one Delver tapped. Watch it flip. Watch it flip, and I'll laugh at him. Oh, I bet it flipped, didn't it? You fool. You sweet little fool. I bet that's a nice. I bet you could have gotten 60. Yeah. Oh, spot! Oh, he did it. Frenchie's like, oh.
Yeah, no.
Yep. Frenchie's like, price of progress. Well, I'm dead.
Go next. That's funny.
Time to move on with my life. Oh, what? And you can see like Tash debating whether or not to reveal it because he doesn't want Frenchie to know.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because he was like, I just have to do it.
So,
Oh man, we're
so
going to our
those-
first game 3.
Those all black cards on Tash's board state are his Delver of Secrets. He has them all sideboarded out in clear sleeve so he can just flip them over without having to take the card out. It's just all blacked out to show that it's only this card, so there's no possible way of any confusion of it being any other card.
Yep, it's basically because if you've ever played Delver before, taking it out of the sleeve
very
to
annoying.
flip it is really, really annoying. So
Because you do it so often and
yeah.
so many times.
okay, I don't think either of them are going to change anything in their boards. Oh,
You're
I'm
completely
wrong.
wrong.
Why is he boarding in? That was weird. I'm wondering if this is a bait because he's boarding in Pyros. I don't know. So I am under the impression that he's baiting. So.
Oh, yeah, and he's taking him out right now.
Oh, he is.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's taking
look
him
at
out right-
that.
Savage.
All right, so for those who don't know, let me explain this. So what Tash is doing is Tash is pretending to board in extra cards for this matchup to kind of give Frenchie like a different thing, a different understanding. Yep,
Gross and paranoia.
yep. It looks like he might be boarding out one card for real. We'll see. But he's essentially this is basically mind games for Frenchie to make him think that he has like different cards that he wants to play on turn in game 3 as opposed to game. You don't typically see this at your local tournaments, but when you're playing competitively and you're playing for big prizing like we are here today, you eke out every advantage you can get.
Hey, a wheel is still a wheel. Let me tell you.
Yeah. So
Wheel is still a wheel.
yeah. So we're going to see what they're. All right. So yeah. So we're gonna present now. It's important to note that Frenchie has the play here. I think what'll happen is we'll see Frenchie probably take aggressive mulligans until he has a turn 1 chalice on 1.
He needs the turn 1 challenge.
He really needs
But-
that because he's been dying. He hasn't been dying to Murktides. He's been dying to Delvers.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that hard mulligan for the chalice on 1. You definitely need the chalice on 1. My only fear is because of the dancers in Tash's sideboard, like the meltdown, the
Yeah.
energy flux. Like
Yep.
you have to, like in my opinion, you need at least 2 chalices.
It might be the case.
You need 2
And
chalices
honestly,
to hold your
even
own.
if you have 2 chalices, Meltdown will get you.
Exactly.
Yep, Meltdown has just become a very prevalent
Well,
card in a deck that can run red.
No, so what I'm saying is that you have to play one and just
And hold
pass.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gotta sit there. What are the prizes again? We got a question in chat.
So it's 100% prize payout with I believe it was 30 participants, each paying $30. So quite a big prize pool. And then we're also going to be giving away so to the top 8, we're going to be giving out a Wheel of Fortune, a Demonic Tutor, and 4 Zendikar Misty Rainforests.
I honestly wish I was playing.
Yeah, it's a
I'd
pretty
use
good
another
prize.
Wheel of Fortune.
Honestly, what I'm excited for is the Lotus series. The Lotus series, at the end of it, you get a Black Lotus, which is,
I mean, who needs a Black Lotus? It's an awful magic card.
To be
Zero mana?
to be fair,
who
you
would
can-
play that card?
you can only play it in one format. So.
Oh, here comes our head judge.
What's up?
How good do you think Black Lotus is? Awful card, right?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Exactly. Black Lotus, worst card in Magic.
Okay, so Frenchie has started, and we have the turn 1 chalice off of the Ancient Tomb.
All right, I love the turn 1 chalice.
Yep. So Tash is
Into a
already
Glimmer Post.
Tash is on the back burner. So we'll see what Tash has. We got the.
Oh, that's a Cloud Post.
That's
I'm
Cloud
sorry.
Post.
I
Yeah.
thought that was Glimmer. My
Nope,
bad.
that's
He's
Cloud.
played Glimmer turn 2 every game.
Yeah.
except
Okay.
this
Man,
one.
Tash is racking up these really expensive.
Oh, it hurts the soul.
Yep. All right, Tash is gonna fetch twice.
Double fetch, love it.
Oh, that's weird.
All right, let's see what happens. Uh-oh. He's already putting it away. He's already like moving the chalice of the void
Meltdown?
and meltdown.
Meltdown, okay.
Yep. Meltdown will in fact just take down Chalice of the Void. All right.
Another
so
chalice on 1.
that's exactly what he needs. That's exactly
Just
what he
another
needs right
chalice on
here.
1.
All right. So Vesuva copying
Cloud
post.
Post.
Let's see what happens.
Chalice on 1.
He has 3 mana to work with.
If he gets Chalice on...
Oh, he's passing
he has
it
to ship
back.
Okay.
Yep. So 3 mana is a rough spot. You want it 4. 4 is the perfect amount of
4
mana
is...
for this deck.
Well, he's got 6 on his next turn, right?
Yeah, he's got a lot. So, 6 mana. All right, here's the card that Tash is really, really happy about. It's Expressive Iteration. So for those who don't know, this card basically says you take the top 3 cards of your library. You can exile 1 and play it this turn. You put 1 in your hand and you put 1 on the bottom. Essentially what it does is it lets you look 3 cards deep and choose what to do with them.
Well, yeah, Soul Ring's better, but Soul Ring's banned.
Oh, are we talking about our...
Soul Ring better because you don't have to sack it. Yeah, but you can't play Soul Ring.
I have played a lot of old school. I can tell you right now that Soul Ring doesn't let me play a turn 1 Giant Spider. Does it? So, all right, back to the game.
Number 1, why are you playing
Quiet,
Giant Spider?
Quiet, all right? It's old school. We don't have a lot of options. All right, so it looks like Tash has resolved to Ponder.
Yeah. So he put a land on bottom, Ponder, and I believe he put
Ooh,
Force to hand.
So he shuffled and drew a Delver, which was a pretty good draw. Okay,
Another
so
Vasudhan Chronicles.
Frenchie
he's got 1 million.
Frenchie's got a ton of mana to work with, and he's just
he's
kind
shipping
of
it
why
back.
I don't know
is
what Frenchie
happening
could
here?
have. So he's 6 mana, which isn't quite enough to cast an Ugin.
Did
Right?
he just keep it because of the Chalice?
I don't know what's going on with Frenchie's hand because it's got to be. So we're gonna Ponder
Another
here.
Ponder.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Well, so the problem is that in Tashan he has double Force.
Yeah, Tash has a lot of interaction.
Another
here.
Ponder, another Darcy, and then a Wasteland.
Yeah, because honestly, he could land.
Do you play the
there-
Wasteland?
3
3 forces. My man's got 3 forces.
Yeah,
That's nuts.
honestly, what I think will happen here is he'll put the Darcy in his hand. He'll exile the. I don't know if he's played a land already.
I think he's played the Flood.
Oh, this is Ponder. This is Ponder anyway.
Yeah.
So he took, I believe, another Ponder.
Yeah, he took the Ponder. I thought it was an eye.
All right, he's gonna
Or
play.
EI.
Okay, he's just casting Murktide. Okay, and he has a bunch of forces in his hand. This might just do it, right?
Yeah.
So this Murktide's gonna be a 6/6. And Frenchie is at 18, which is the perfect life
turns.
total. So
3 turns.
Yep. So we have a 3-turn clock for Frenchie, and Tash has 3 turns worth of Force of Wills in his hand.
If this is a Glimmer Post, though,
Yeah. So it does change the time.
Ash goes to 17 off of fetch.
Yep. Tash is gonna fetch here. All right. I don't. Yeah. This is a weird spot for Frenchie.
I just want to know what's in his hand right now.
Yeah. I'm also curious
So an
about that.
EI off the top.
So okay, so you use the Mystic Sanctuary to put the EI on top to guarantee his
the
Delver
Delver
flip.
flip,
So
right.
what that does is it turns the clock from 3 turns to 2. Yep.
Glimmer Post. All right, he's gonna gain 4 life.
Okay, so yeah, he's up to 22.
He's got some time here.
Not a lot.
Mystic Force.
Now I don't know. I don't believe. Oh, Tash
He
does.
does
Okay,
force it.
Tash is valuing that Mystic Forge very highly, and I find that interesting.
I also, me personally, I also value Mystic Forge very highly.
I don't
Mystic
know, 'cause
Forge is a
if-
solid card.
Oh, I
And
think
he
Tash
ships
has
it
read the
back.
situation. Tash has read the situation
He's
that
out of gas.
that Frenchie needed that Mystic Forge to
Dig
resolve.
a little deeper.
So we're all on the same page. It's that Frenchie just simply cannot play cards right now. So Frenchie's hand is just bad. Now Tash has an interesting choice
Just
for
the
this
cloud.
Wasteland. He's gonna take down one of the posts, which honestly doesn't do too. We have a lot of power. Oh yeah, that's the thing about Murktide I forgot about. When Murktide can keep stacking up triggers.
Oh,
So-
when it leaves the graveyard, right?
Yes, so
Yep.
Murktide says whenever a instant or sorcery leaves your graveyard in general.
That's
So here's a Blast Zone. This'll cut the clock down a little bit.
4. Thran.
Oh, that's bad. Because he would have cast that
He's
Thran.
so-
That means he drew that Thran.
He's so out. Just so out.
He's in a rough spot. He's at 13 though.
Got 2 turns?
Is he at 13 or 12? He's at 12.
Got 2 turns.
Yep. So gonna crack his Blast Zone to deal with this Delver.
How does it deal with
It's still a 1-drop.
Is it still considered a 1-drop?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, he's gonna go to, I believe, 5. There we go.
Another Blast Zone. That's...
Yeah, this Blast Zone won't do it. So, okay, this is what Frenchie really needs, and unfortunately, Tash has a lot of counter magic. And he's just hard casting it. Yep.
Oh, that's awful. Well, he was close.
He was close.
That was a good setup. Just like I said, you can't. I've said this time and time again. You can't beat that many Force of Wills.
Yeah, Force of Will. It is a staple in this format for a reason. Being
Can't
able
beat
to
3 forces. Just can't do it.
Yeah, if your opponent has, and this is Tash did exactly what the Delver plan is, which is I'm going to protect my threats forever. And in this case, in the last case, we saw him protect 2 Delvers, and in this case, we saw him protect 1 Murktide, and that Murktide just did all the work that he ever needed it to do. Yeah, look at this board. So he boarded in 2 Meltdowns, the Price of Progress, 2 Force Negations, and I believe the Energy Flux.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Which is just an insane board. And I remember when he flipped it, and Frenchie's just like, "Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah.
This is how my tournament ends." So I believe that will most likely put Tash into top 8, but we'll have to see.
I'm excited to see the cut to top 8.
Yep. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and take probably a 15-minute break. We need to stretch our legs. We're gonna check the standings so we can see where everybody is. I know for a fact that the top 6 players drew because they knew they could draw into top 8. Tash. This is probably
why we saw this game.
I believe this is a winning in for top 8, so we'll see how that goes.
All right. Well,
And
see you guys.
we'll check it and we'll see. Top 8s could be a little weird because players often like to split, but we're giving away prizes, so I don't believe there will be any splits. But we'll see. But we'll play it out and see how.
Yeah, and we'll catch you back here in about 15.
All right. See you guys later. All right, guys, we are back, and we are going into our top 8. I'm going to go ahead and give you the standings as we have them. All right, let's take a look-see here.
By the way, I'm Jemin, and this is
Branson. Hello,
All right,
everybody.
coming back to you.
All right, so in first place, we do have Tash. Tash actually came back and came into first place. He's on Blue-Red Delver. Then we have in second place, Brennan Joseph, as you can see on our screen. He is, just a minute, guys. All right, so we have Brennan on Food Chain Goblins. Really excited about that. Then we have Dan Ford, who I believe is also on Goblins. He's known as a Goblin player. Then we have, I'm going through the top 8. So
okay.
Dan Ford is in third place. Fourth place is Gary Wong. He's on Mech Control, Blue White Control. Then we have Matt Podluski. He is on Lance.
Ooh.
Then we have Damon Thopsy. I believe Damon is on Doomsday. And then we have Ollie, who's on Mono Black Control, which I believe is a Pox list.
Oh no, not Pox.
No, it looks like it's
thank
actually
God.
it's not
No
a Pox
Pox.
list. It's just Mono
No
Black
Pox.
Control. It's
Papa
actually
bless, no
all right.
Pox.
So this is going to be a really cool MTG
Papa
top 8.
bless, no Pox.
And then we have Jesse Adams, who's on Maverick. So that's our top 8 today. Go ahead and get these guys started.
All right, I gotta ask you, Branson, who are you pulling for in this top 8? I know who I'm pulling for.
Or does someone have option?
Let me check. I believe Brennan's are a higher seed. You get to.
All right, Branson, I gotta ask you, who are you pulling for?
I
know who I'm pulling for.
personally. Really quick, just a reminder. This is the final. This is the finals, the top 8. So there's no time. So this match could go for a while, depending on how it goes.
Here we go.
But it is Legacy, but it's also Mono Black Control, so I don't know how this will go. All right. So the players are resolving their cuts right now. Personally, I would like to see Gary Wong take this tournament down. I think having a Shorikai in your list already puts you deep into my heart. So I'm excited to see how that goes.
I'm pulling for Jesse. I want to see Maverick take it. I want to see the 61 card deck pull it down.
That would be pretty cool.
But I also really want the Shorikai deck to Mech Control to pop up there.
Yep. All right, so it looks like they're taking a look at their starting hands. I don't know how this matchup will go. Honestly, Mono Black Control is a deck I know about. I have played a lot of Pox in my day, but this is not that. There is Dark Confidants, Dothy Voidwalkers. What the heck is this? Oh, Sudden Edicts. There's 4 copies of Sudden Edict, like, ready to go.
All right, so we begin play. We have
Turn
a
one lackey.
turn 1 lackey. Perfect first turn play for the Goblins deck. This is exactly what you want to see, and we ship it back. Ollie knows he's in a bad spot now, and this is one of the things I think Ollie's going to realize in this matchup. Sudden Edict is not going to be very good. There's going to be a lot of dudes on the board, and Sudden Edict is typically very, very. Oh wait, do we have a push? Oh, we have a Dark Ritual. Oh man. Oh,
Dark
no.
Ritual.
What's happening? Dark Ritual into Sudden Edict.
Into.
Wow, I eat my own words. Yep, you cannot respond to it. There's nothing you can do. Sudden Edict has split second. That creature is just gone. And honestly, that might just break Brennan here, depending on what he's got. Cavern naming fractals, as we know.
Obviously fractals. Definitely
Obviously
not goblins,
fractals.
right?
It's always fractals.
It's
fractals.
always fractals. We got another.
Oh, we have some
swamp.
nice altered swamps here.
I love that swamp. It's so pretty.
Him. Okay, him is a brutal magic card here, especially since there's 5 cards in hand. We're about to go to 3, and they're at random. So we'll see if they roll. Yeah, it looks like they're going to roll. 1. All right, so that card's gone. And then 4. Yeah, okay. All right, so we lost a ringleader and a lieutenant by the looks.
No, that's lieutenant.
Yep, that's Sling Gang Lieutenant.
I always recall him Sling Dang, so when you said lieutenant, I was confused.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look here. Okay, so we have a Taiga, so we have lands. All right. Okay, so this is, I don't quite remember what this card is, but basically all it
Tutor
does.
to the top.
Yes, it tutors a goblin to the top of your deck. So I'm curious to see what Brennan will put on top here. He's just going to pick a ringleader. Okay, so that implies to me that Brennan already has the 4th land in his hand, and this is what he's got to roll with.
Boggart Harbinger.
Boggart Harbinger. Okay, so that's what it's called.
Thank you, chat.
God bless, chat.
Papa bless.
All right, so we have a ringleader on top. That will be what Brennan needs to get back into this game. But we'll kind of see how Ollie takes this.
So from the look of this, by looking at this mono black control deck, it looks like a lot of hand destruction.
It does.
Just a lot of nuking hand destruction. And I think even in game 2, the mono black deck gets better with 3 opposition agents in the sideboard.
Yeah, 3 ops and 3 plague engineers, all of which can be cast off of Dark Ritual.
Exactly, it's just insane.
Yeah,
it's just so much value.
What's also crazy is so this deck's on 4 Urza Saga, which implies to me that this deck is kind of just an Urza Saga deck. Oh, that him. Oh no, that him is so brutal. Yeah. Now he's gonna draw a ringleader he can't cast.
Cast it.
Oh, that's absolutely brutal.
Him to Turok is a monster of a magic card.
Yeah, this is just gonna set you so far back. All right, we're at it looks like 18. Oh, because he took the 2 from the goblin. Sure. Okay, so. Oh man, what a and Urza Saga comes down. Okay, this Urza Saga is in fact just going to beat Brennan to death.
What do you get with the Saga?
In this case, I'd probably get Retrofitter Foundry.
Thoughtseize
get rid of that ringleader. Okay, so that's another 2 damage to Ali, but this deck is actually really cool. I might build this. This is not too expensive. It's like
this is one of those budget decks where it can really hold its own.
Oh yeah, and it's in the top 8. And honestly, there's he's not playing the insane $1,600 cards. Mm-hmm. He's playing Wastelands.
3 Castle Locktway.
Yeah, the most expensive card in this deck is Lily of the Veil, and there's only 2 cards. There's only 2 copies of Lily of the Veil. All right, so we have
expensive than Saga.
Oh yeah,
really?
It's an $80 card. $80 card.
Is it? I thought it dropped because it got reprinted a while ago. That's right.
It's way expensive. All right, but we have a fall. Oh
so
my
Bob
god!
hits the stack.
Yep, we have Bob. I love Bob here. But we have a Goblin Guide on Brennan's side now too, so we'll see how this goes.
I mean, Lackey just turns into play Goblin on top for free.
Yeah, the thing is Lackey's really bad here, right? Because Brennan's hellbent, so of course it's bad. The question is, do you attack here? I don't believe you do. Another Bob. Okay, so there's a shot that Ali kind of kills himself here.
I don't think so. All of his stuff is 1 or 2. I think the biggest thing on his board is the Lily of the Veil, right?
Yeah, so the biggest thing he could hit... So most of the time he's going to be taking probably 4 damage.
Yeah.
But 4 damage over the course of 4 more turns is really, really brutal. That is a construct.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so he's making a construct and he's blocking. So he loses that construct, but he'll probably make another one. This deck is actually super cool. I might build this. This is a really cool list. I'm going to keep this. All right, so
First
lands.
Bob trigger, second Bob trigger.
Both lands. So he gets those lands off the top of his deck and completely refills his hand, right?
Yep.
We know 2 of them are lands. All right, so he'll probably make a dude here. That would be my bet. He has a ton of lands in play. I would be very surprised if he didn't make a dude. Yeah, he's gonna make a dude here.
Sacks it.
I am under the impression that he's probably gonna pick up Pithing Needle, and I'm not quite sure what he names, but there's definitely something. I don't know what it is, but
See, I feel like he gets Retrofitter Foundry.
oh, you're right.
And
We
then
talked
he
about this
starts
earlier.
making
Yeah,
4/4s,
yeah.
right?
Retrofitter Foundry is much better. Yeah. I forgot we talked about that. Yeah. So Retrofitter Foundry will give you, and he has 2 mana up anyway. So he.
This mono black control deck's pretty sweet.
This is actually a
This is a
sweet,
pretty sweet
list.
deck.
It's not too expensive and it's very strong. And it honestly it solves a lot of the problems that I had with Pox, which is Pox often messes itself up more than it helps itself, right?
I'm
So he's
just
gonna
happy I
crack
don't
in
get
for
Pox
4
today.
here.
I don't like Pox as a card. I understand why it's played. Still don't like it.
Brennan's not updating his dice. I'm gonna yell at him. I'm not gonna. But I know how much damage. Okay, we have Conspicuous Snoop. Conspicuous Snoop means
Lux is
that
on
there's
top
always a way out for Brennan now.
until
So
it dies.
until it
Anything.
dies. Yep.
Stiff breeze.
It can in fact die to a stiff breeze, but honestly, we'll see how this goes. So here's
Make a servo.
yeah, here's a servo, and these servos are gonna make these constructs even bigger. So that construct's currently a 3/3. Oh,
No
man.
damage.
No
No
damage.
damage.
Wow.
Oh, my man is getting so lucky.
Brennan really needs to get so Brennan. I believe Brennan's plan now is okay. I have the Snoop. I literally just need a Kiki on top. I need a Kiki on top and some mana, and that's how I get out of this because this is not the place that Brennan wants to be.
So, what do you think the luck is of hitting 4 lands off top with both your Bob triggers 2 turns in a row? You have to draw a card off the last one, right?
How many lands is he playing? He's got 8, 11, 20. He's got a lot of lands. So there's looking like 25 lands in this list. So it's not super unsurprising, but honestly, this Castle Lockthwain's also going to give him a ton of reach. 12. Yeah, the Castle Lockthwain, like even if he like taps it with a ton of cards in his hand, he's in a commanding position. He doesn't care.
Yeah. No, I get that. But what I'm saying is, like, the third card he draws, right? It has to be an actual card, right?
Yeah, it does.
It has to be an actual card.
Yeah, almost certainly.
There's just no way that you just draw 3 lands off top, then 3 lands off top.
Yeah, it's not happening. So we're gonna crack in here with the 4/4. Draw that Muxus. Flip a mountain. Okay, so that's really bad for Brennan. Brennan doesn't have a lot of turns left to stabilize on this board.
I think he's got 1 turn.
And yeah, so he's got to ship it back and hope to God that his opponent can't answer he's got to have a Kiki on top. That's how it goes. He's got to have a Kiki on top. All right, so he decided to make one a Thopter, which implies to me he wants to make a 4/4 next turn. But he might keep the Thopter. We'll see. Nihil Spellbomb, so he'll take 1.
Go to 11.
Yep. And
Next
then
one.
him. All right.
So go to
9. Yep. So you were right. He did, in fact, lose some cards. I think he'll probably him here just because it's safe. And the fact of the matter is, he knows every single card in Brennan's hand because of Snoop.
Yeah.
So that is a downside to Snoop. You work with perfect information.
Oh, that's 4.
That's 4, I believe it. Does he play like a Karn?
No?
He's playing
Turok.
Turok.
He's
Literal
actually
actual
playing Turok.
Yeah, he's got
And he
2
kicked
copies
it.
of Turok and he's kicking it. So yeah,
Double Muxus?
he double Muxus. That's so bad. Yeah, so
Our goblins are not looking good right now.
yeah, I don't see Brennan getting out of this one because
3 puts down a
Lily
on a.
is he gonna minus it or plus it? This is the question. Well, he minuses it almost certainly, right? Yeah.
Minus.
Yep. So the Snoop is the only way that Brennan gets out of this game. But I believe if he swings with the board, he'll have. Let's see, he'll be attacking for 4, 6, and then 10. So it's not quite lethal. So yeah, it'll be 4, 5, 6, and then
Can't
10.
he just turn the Thopter into a 4/4?
Not during combat.
Really?
Yeah, because it sacrifices the Thopter
Oh,
and
that's right,
then
that's right,
turns it
that's
back
right,
into
that's
play.
right.
Yep. Honestly, it must be lethal somehow because I don't see how. I don't see. Oh no, Brennan's just eating a card for free. Okay, I was like, why would Brennan block here? Yeah, you're way lower, dude. Yeah, I believe you're at 4. Yeah.
4/9.
Yep. All right. So Brennan needs
So
Kiki
it's,
here.
it's
Here it
Kiki
is.
up top.
Let's see. Food chain.
Oh.
Yep. That won't do it.
Yep. Max picks it up here.
He's gotta, because he'll pass because it's top 8. Because your opponent can always make a mistake.
I don't see how you make a mistake.
It's a lot. The thing is, in other formats, it's much more likely for mistakes to occur. Like standard, mistakes happen all the time.
3.
Legacy, like we had a mistake earlier today that a player made with like playing extra
Chalice,
lands. Like
yeah.
it'll happen. It will happen, but it's a lot rarer. These players have been playing a long time. Oh man, look at that! Look at that deck box.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
That is the Gem Tech Accessories Alice deck box. Very nice deck box.
Yeah, that's cool.
I love the internal artwork. Really makes me want to get my own Gem Tech deck box.
We're sitting in silence because his is very degenerate.
Excuse me, mine is very wholesome.
We're not showing that on
Very
stream.
wholesome.
We are not showing that on stream.
What are you talking? It's very wholesome.
It's not wholesome.
It's a wholesome deck box.
It is the opposite of wholesome.
It's a wholesome deck box.
Would you leave that in a
No.
elementary school?
Nope.
So yeah, no. We will not be showing that on stream. But
Yes, those
Brennan's
Dark
is
Confidence
fine.
was beautiful.
Oh yes, the foil
OGs.
ones.
Ooh.
Gemtech poggers. Oh man. All right. So what do we bring in here?
So
Let's see. So I definitely can see the opposition agents, but
and plagues. Opposition
plague
easy.
for sure. Plague
Easy.
is absolutely for sure. I don't know. Opposition agent hits matron, which is good.
Yep.
I don't believe it hits anything else. Is that Brennan's not playing any fetch lands, and Brennan's also I'm not entirely sure that op agent comes in. I think it basically blanks matron, which isn't
But I think
irrelevant.
I think
but
that's still solid. It's a 3/2 blocker. Flash.
It might, yeah. We'll see. We'll definitely see. I'm on the ass side, but yeah.
I definitely can see how it says play. I'm more interested in what the goblins are going to cycle.
Yeah,
in.
agreed.
So he has 3 Leyline of the Void, 2 Thorn of the Amethyst, 1 Goblin Trashmaster, 1 Mass Vandal, 1 Chalice of the Void, 2 Carpet of Flowers, 1 Red Elemental Blast, 2 Pyro, 2 Magus of the Moon.
Honestly,
Half of that is completely irrelevant.
I don't see anything in this board that he can bring in. I don't see a single card that like
No,
Thorn is still bad because like honestly, Ollie's only casting a spell a turn, if that. And
well, so Thorn makes it harder to do the Dark Ritual shenanigans, right?
It does.
So,
but Thorn takes up your entire turn to play. I would not be surprised if Brennan didn't board in a single card.
that's fair.
I would
fair.
not be surprised.
That is relevant, right? I don't know. It's just a very mixed bag right now. Like, I feel like there's definitely play on either side. I'm just kind of more interested in how Brennan and Ollie here go through this next game.
I honestly like this is a really cool deck from Ollie.
Yeah.
And Brennan was talking to we interviewed Brennan earlier today, and Brennan was talking about how he prepared for certain matchups.
Yep.
This is not one of them.
Yeah. This is definitely one of the off meta decks that just came in and is cleaning house.
Yeah, it just came in and completely decimated. Like I'm looking at Ollie's list, and Ollie's list could Ollie's lists with like four the sacrifice card, Sudden Edicts. Sudden Edict flatly deals with Murktide.
Well, I just think that it actually is perfectly positioned to beat Delver decks.
Yeah, like honestly, you can't respond. Like you discard all their cards.
Yep.
You go turn 1 Thoughtseize into turn 2 Hymn to Turok, and most of the time a Delver deck can't beat that.
Yeah.
If the Delver deck counters that, you're fine because the only card that a Delver deck should have against you is Murktide.
Yep.
And Sudden Edict deals
Sudden
with it.
Edict, Liliana deals with it.
Yep. All right, so we're beginning play. We're beginning play.
Badlands, Goblin Lackey.
All right, perfect first turn.
Solid
Let's see
turn
if
one.
Ollie can do what he did before, because Ollie was in a tough spot. But if this really depends. So we're gonna get the attack here from Brennan. We're gonna see how this goes. All right, the attack. Oh, Dark Rit.
Yeah.
Second verse, same as the first.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that's absolutely brutal. That's really not where Brennan wants. And he's got to pass it back. Okay, so like Dark Ritual.
Dark Ritual's a magic card.
Dark Ritual is an amazing magic. Oh man,
Another
and we follow up
Bob.
with a Bob. Okay, so Bob is good, but it's not as good as him here. So
100%. Him to Turok would have been a much better turn two, but I think that the Bob's fine.
Yeah.
I think because Brendan simply played a land and said go off
Yeah.
of 2 lands,
Yep.
you're fine to play Bob here. His hand's obviously clearly more Goblin Matron.
Yeah, see, if he had the Dark Ritual opposition
Opposition
agent
agent,
here,
that
he
would
could have maybe had a blowout. But the also important thing about Goblin Matron puts it directly into your hand, not on top. So the relevancy is
Much less.
Yeah.
Oh, Boggart Harbinger is also a target for it stops you
true.
from fetching the combo.
true. So I could see Ollie bringing it in.
So the reason why I like Opposition Agent in here, right, is because if you just went Swamp, Dark Ritual, Opposition Agent, he could eat the Goblin Lackey.
Yep.
And then turn off. Then Goblin Matron becomes a dead card.
Yep, Goblin Matron does become a dead card. Okay, so we put it. So Brendan has correctly realized that like the play here is I have to combo. That is my play. Honestly, this is very close to a Pox list. The reason the Pox deck plays so many lands in the first place is because you're playing
yourself,
Pox. Yeah, you're Poxing yourself as well as your opponent.
I
But
don't understand why this deck is running.
I believe because it's playing Bobs. I believe the 4 Bobs
It's just
are the
a-
core reason this deck is playing
25
lands. And a lot of them are pretty relevant too. And honestly, you have a large basic set, so you're not worried about back to basics. You're not worried about Blood Moon. Like you're perfectly fine to just play out swamps. And honestly, like you could take out a large percentage of the decks and play. Okay, so here's an attack from Matron.
So we have 4 lands. Goblin Matron gets in. We do. Taps 2. Second main. Assuming second main. Conspicuous
Yeah, here's the
So
snoop.
he's snooping.
So yeah, so we're gonna look for
Cav on
Cavern
top.
on top. All right.
That's interesting to me that he goes to attackers there.
I'm under the impression that he's very okay. He can get damage in either way. The holding the Matron back doesn't do much, but also this Bob has to go.
No, what I'm saying is that what if that card was a Kiki Cheek?
Oh, fair.
He just missed his opportunity to combo.
Fair. All right,
Sudden
Sudden Edict.
Edict.
So
Okay.
here's the part where like Sudden Edict becomes a little bit less good, right? So we're gonna eat
creatures
2 damage here. And the thing is, if you have a big board, Sudden Edict's a lot worse. And that's
Yeah.
one of the things that I've noticed when playing Pox against Delver players. Delver's players often have 2 or 3 creatures on the board, and they're much happier getting rid of their Delver than they are like me just flatly terminating their Murktide, right? So that we'll see how this goes. All right, we have a Fatal Push.
Push, good card.
Pushing the Snoop here is good.
Push, good card.
You know, technically they're supposed to move the or adjusting light. I believe is a 9.
Could be a 9. No.
7 is so if you have 7 on the bottom, I believe that's 17. Oh, he got attacked. Duh.
Yeah, he's got beats.
All right, so here's a
Ringleader.
Ringleader. Ringleader is exactly what you want right here. Ringleader is like I need cards because my Snoop plan has died, so I need to find cards here. So reveal the top 4 or 5. Oh,
Got a
all right.
Matron, though. He got a Matron, though.
Matron's okay.
It sucks
But-
that the Fury's gone, though.
Yeah, it's 1. It sucks that Fury is gone, and 2, whiffing off of 3 is real rough. You're typically happy if Ringleader draws you 2 cards. You're really unhappy if it only draws you 1. But most of the time, it gets you 3. So we'll see how that goes. I gotta stop saying that. We'll see how it goes. Gotta think of new words.
No, it's like a catchphrase. I like it.
All right, so this is a tough spot. Honestly, it's a tight game. It's a tight game because like obviously the control deck is happier going later. Right?
Yes.
We're gonna see attacks here because there's not really a reason to not attack here. I don't.
Ringleader has haste.
Yes, Ringleader has haste. Yeah, so it makes it exponentially better when you have like a trash master.
Yeah.
So it becomes a 3. So we're gonna take the damage.
Believe it or not, I am not a goblin aficionado.
Bob
reveal
revealing
Bob.
Bob. All right, so we're going to 13.
I still love the flavor text of Bob. Greatness at any cost.
Got Bob Maher here. For those who don't know, the card is actually called Dark Confidant, and we call it Bob because it was a player won a tournament. His name was Bob Maher, and he got to design the card. So it looks like him, and it actually is like text that he worked with Wizards to make.
It's also a good card.
It is also a lot of the time player rewards cards are often good cards. Okay, like Shadow Mage. Ironically, Shadow Mage Infiltrator pretty mid, But Bob, Snapcaster Mage.
I think those are the only two that are really good.
True.
Edict.
All right, Sudden Edict here. I see the Matron going here. I don't believe. I believe the Ringleader.
Job, right?
Yeah, Matron did its job, right? But it looks like he's picking up the Ringleader. I'm not. I don't know what the correct pick here is. Brennan's very, very good at the Goblins deck, so I would.
I certainly hope so. It'd be a shame if he just lucked into top 8.
All
Goblin
right,
might
Matron
be
goes
gone.
away. Yep. So correct assumption. We're gonna crack in here with Dark Confidant.
Maybe he was gauging whether or not to block the ball with the Matron.
That could be the line, yeah. Because if you keep Matron up, then the Bob doesn't get a free attack. But this is a very slow mono black control list. You
It's his
eke out,
grind, right?
yeah, you grind out your wins, right? When I was playing Pox, my wins were by my opponents conceding, not by anything else. Ooh, that's right. I forgot about Sad Robot.
Sad Robot's not good in any format that's not EDH. And even in EDH, it's still bad. On turn 4, would you rather play a Sad Robot or play another impactful turn? Would you rather play Goblin Matron or Sad Robot on turn 4?
Ooh, the opposition agent did in fact come in.
He did it off the fetch, too. That's so savage.
What's also savage is, remember, Brennan has another Matron in his hand.
Well, so I think the one thing that hopefully Ali remembers here is that he has access to his hand right now.
No, I don't. Well,
Yes, because you control the player.
Oh, that's right.
He has access to his hand. I
Yeah,
got with that last time.
I wonder if they're looking that up.
I got with it, and I rage quit out of that game because it was very annoying.
So yes, when I believe you are correct, because you control the player, and when you control a player, you have access to their hand.
Yeah. I think that's what they're arguing.
Oh, they're
about
pulling
right
up. Oh, they're pulling up Goblin. So it's a foreign opposition agent. Yeah. Oh, they're gonna pick up the radio. All right. What's up, guys?
There's an agent. Does he see my hand?
He does. He controls you during the search.
Brutal. That's 2 Muxuses, Goblin Matron, Sling Gang. 2 Sling Gang? No, that's a Harbinger.
Yep.
Yeah. So opposition agent. This is why I think he brings an opposition. It gets the fetches. It gets both of your tutors. It turns off your combo theoretically, right? And it's a 3/2 blocker, which can eat most of your goblins.
Okay, so yeah, so there's the fact that he's playing Bogart means that like there's essentially 8 tutors in this deck,
Yep.
which means that opposition agent gets a little bit more reach than it would against the classic goblins deck. But man, this is a
There's also 4 Bloodstained and 4 Wooded Foothill.
yeah. At the so yeah, there's
Gotta
8
count
fetch
the
lands.
fetches.
There's
Gotta-
8 fetch lands. I thought there weren't any because
16
most of the time they
fetchable
don't play a
targets.
lot. But yeah, you're right.
16 fetchable.
You're right.
targets.
Yep. So this is opposition agent putting in a lot of work in this matchup, and honestly,
Matter Legends? Mistake.
mistake. Well, there's no Hole Breacher anymore, so that's actually sorry. Hole Breacher is legal in in Legacy, and I've actually been gotten by Hole Breacher. Hole Breacher has actually like wrecked me sometimes.
My favorite Legacy deck runs 3 Hole Breachers.
You're the worst.
I am. Draw your penny cards.
Don't draw your petty cards, is what you mean. All right, Slinking Lieutenant. So this is a relevant play that can come in.
Well, the fact that it makes 2 goblins, it can effectively kill the opposition agent and the Bob right now.
Yes, but it also blanks Sudden Edict really, really well.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna take a play. Oh no! That's
Oh, this just keeps
absolutely
getting
brutal.
worse.
Oh, he's down to 8. Oh, that's right. He took an attack. No. All right, so that's absolutely brutal. Revealing the Plague Engineer here basically says, okay, those 1/1s, they're gone. Oh yeah, and you get to play
Plays
as
the
Taiga.
Taiga.
Yep, this is an absolutely brutal turn.
Doesn't play the Taiga. It looked like he tried to play the Taiga, then he took it back.
He has to play that Taiga. Ollie, you put that Taiga onto the battlefield, you have to play it.
Can cast Tiger. Play Tiger.
I'll go ask them what's up. Hold on. I'm gonna go take that call really quick.
Okay. So as our host, commentator, / judge goes and takes that call. Take another look at this board state. So Plague Engineer, for those of you who don't know, Plague Engineer says you name a creature type, all creatures of that type get -1/-1. So effectively it turns most his goblins into 0/0s, which will effectively kill them all. The really interesting point of this game is that we have access to the Plague Engineer, access to Opposition Agent, and the Bob. So with Sling Gang, he has enough damage theoretically on board to board wipe by board wiping Ali, by sacrificing his goblins to Sling Gang and then dealing the damage. I'm remembering Sling Gang right. It's been a long time since I've seen a Sling Gang work. Or card work. He plays Plague Engineer, board wipes. Damage to face, gains the life, goes to 6.
Yeah, so the question was whether or not opposition agent said cast or play, and I pulled it up really quick, showed them that opposition agent does in fact say play, not cast.
Yep, that's why you get people with lands.
Yep.
So
All right, we're gonna crack in here for 5.
Yep. Sling Gang did 2 damage to Ali.
Okay.
3 damage.
So that puts
Ali at 5.
Yep.
It's a pretty good game.
It is, but this Dark Confidant's getting scary. Oh, is he gonna set an edict? Oh, okay. So that removes the board.
Brennan is not having.
Brennan's in a bad spot. The only relevant cards in Brennan's hands are tutors, and there's an opposition agent on the field. So, oh, we got 2 mana. What we got? A Snoop. All right, let's see what's on top, baby. Cavern of Souls won't get you there. But what this means is, so he's passing it back. This Bob
Nature costs 3.
Uh,
Nature costs 3, right?
yes, Matron costs 3.
And then Harbinger also costs 3.
Yes.
I was gonna say you might just want to rip a 2 off the top, right? Give him the card.
We'll see, but honestly,
Maybe luck into it?
I think the line here, that Brennan has to take here is he has to hope this Bob kills him, which I don't believe will happen.
1, 2,
Not
3,
in
4,
time.
5.
So that's that should
6,
be
7?
Yeah.
Seven
So
go to
yep,
5.
that's 7 go to
5
5. Yep, draw the cavern.
Muxus?
He could just cast Muxus, right?
Yeah.
Does he have 6 lands or 5? I
5.
can't quite see because it's
Muxus is 5,
Muxus
isn't it?
is 6.
Muxus is 6.
Muxus is 6. So what he'll probably end up doing, he might have to cast these. He might have to cast the.
The tutors.
Well, the problem is he's at 5. He might have to cast a tutor just to block.
But he dies still. Plague
Yeah.
Engineer's 3, isn't it? Isn't it 3/2?
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, it's 5 no matter what. You blocked one of the 3/2s, 3/2s.
Brennan's thinking it out.
I mean, you play to your outs, right? I guess you let him make a mistake.
And absolutely brutal.
Absolutely.
Oh man, this deck is sweet. Ollie's deck is sweet. I'm gonna get him in here and we're gonna talk about this deck. All right, that's it.
No, that's the concession.
Yep, that will be it.
That was a good
I'm
game.
getting Ollie in here to talk about
That
this
was-
deck. This
that
deck is
was brutal.
insane. This deck is really, really cool.
I feel like the Goblin had a good matchup against almost every other deck today, except this one. I feel
Yeah,
like the Goblins-
honestly, Brennan, I believe dropped 1 game today, other than this one. And obviously the food chain deck is good. But again, Ollie was like, yeah, Brennan boarded in 2 cards by the looks of it, and nothing else. And honestly, like, there wasn't a lot of sideboard action for Brennan in this matchup. Ollie's deck is very, very strong against this match.
Just the hand destruction combined with
Just hard
the
removal.
the removals,
Yeah.
it's just it was brutal.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I would be willing to bet that he probably boarded out the Dothies and boarded in the
Dothy going
opposition
out is
agent. Yep. But Dothy mainboard is also really, really strong against Murktide decks. It basically says, okay, find Bolt, or you're never getting Delirium and you're never getting a Murktide. And I get to like tap this and sacrifice it, which is the actual insane part. So yeah. Rough game. I'm gonna go grab Ollie and see if we can talk about this deck.
Excited to talk about it. The deck was really interesting.
Go ahead and switch over. Feel free to talk with the chat for a bit.
All right. What do you guys think of that last one? Really interesting kind of play out there with a lot of the Turok's doing so much work in dismantling our Goblin player's hand. It was actually kind of nuts just how much it just shredded his hand apart. couldn't do anything, couldn't respond to anything. He just got his hand ripped. The sudden, I think in both games, the turn 1 Dark Ritual Sudden Edict was brutal. I definitely think that was one of the plays that was just absolutely just turned off almost his entire deck. Especially because it was in response to the same turn 1 Goblin Lackey. Which just Goblin Lackey would have probably won him the game. If he got one Goblin Lackey trigger, I'm pretty sure the game is over in our Goblin players' favor. But because of the fact that there was 2 Sudden Edicts both times, it just closed the deck down. Closed the deck. Absolutely.
Go ahead and take it right there.
And the myth, the legend himself, coming in with a spicy brew.
All right, let's talk about this deck.
Let's have a chit chat about
All right,
this.
so I have played a lot of Pox in Legacy specifically, and I looked at your deck originally, and I started typing in Pox, and I noticed there were no Poxes. Why'd you decide to play this deck?
Well, mono black is just style.
A little closer.
Oh,
just
here.
because-
Oh,
yeah.
cool. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, you're a little quiet. All
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
say that again.
I just really like the mono black flavor.
Sure.
You know, and I, like you, used to play smallpox, 4 smallpox, 4 innocent blood.
Yep.
Right. But after a while, you just kind of realize that that's not really cutting it.
Yeah,
and-
it kind of like messes you up a little bit more than it messes them up.
Yeah, and you could even clear the board, but you're just sitting there trying to close out a game, and you can't.
Yeah, because you're hellbent and like they can draw threats and you're drawing like nothing. Yeah, like lands, right?
Yeah.
Or mostly lands.
Yeah, so when I saw Douthie Voidwalker get printed and Torok, I was like, these cards, they're solid. Like why wouldn't I play this in a mono black deck? So I fit them in there, and you know Torok is really good against a white Bant control type of list.
Sure.
It's also good against Death and Taxes unless they get a Caracas out.
Right.
And Voidwalker is just super solid.
I feel like even if they get a Voidwalker out, you just go, cool. Give it to Turok again. Discard 2 more cards.
Yep.
Discard 2 more cards.
Yep.
What I noticed in that Goblin game is that the Goblin player consistently only had 2 or 3 cards in hand. And it was just brutal. He couldn't build anything off of anything.
Yeah. So that's really good too if you can disrupt them, get some cards out of their hand, and then land a threat. And like you said, Torok does that really well. You know? But if there's a matchup where the opponent has like Lightning Bolt or something, I usually take Torok out of that type.
Really?
Did you board out? So we were discussing your board plan, and one of the things we noticed is that not a lot of decks are prepared for your. We're looking at like the other like Brennan's sideboard, and we were looking through it, and I'm like, I have no clue what you bring. Like there's not a lot to do, right? Like my game plan is so focused towards the meta, and you're just off doing your own thing with mono black, and you're claiming into the top 8 with it, which is excellent.
I just think you hit. I personally think that the mono black deck just hits at the resource where players have the most trouble regaining that resource. Is in the draw spell category, right? Is that you just constantly destroy their hands and rip them apart.
Yeah.
So it's brilliant. I am flabbergasted about this. I'm
Awesome.
very hype about it.
Thank you. And one of the criticisms that we usually find with mono black is, like you said, the discard disruption of the hand is good, but if you're playing a deck that has loam, or if you're playing a deck that has like, you know, DRC will get buffed off of that more or less, or you'll feed a Murktide. Voidwalker,
Yeah, like
Blank?
essentially draws you cards, right? Like very nearly draws you cards. And also it's an unblockable threat. Because that was one of the big problems with Pox, right? Pox basically said, like, I would really like to just land a threat and beat you to death with it, but the problem is every time I cast Pox, I don't have threats anymore.
exactly.
That's one of the things that got me. Urza's Saga in this list seems absurdly strong.
Yeah.
Very, very strong card.
Yeah, 100%.
Perfect with Retrofitter Foundry. I think that's perfect. It just makes consistent threats.
Yeah, and I actually choose to run 2 foundries. because
Okay.
a lot of times it'll get prismatic ending. We'll hit that, or just playing the goblins player, a crate maker or something.
Yeah,
Some-
Crater Maker. Yep.
yeah, he could destroy that. So having 2 is pretty solid. And like you said, Urza Saga just.
Some
I
cards
love
should not have
that.
been printed. Some cards should not have been printed.
But one of the things we also noticed about this deck is it is top 8 at our tournament, and it controlled that game very, very well. It also doesn't seem very expensive. It's like a relatively a relatively affordable deck.
Yes, it's definitely one of the more affordable and quotes here in Legacy that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, right?
It's
Yeah.
still legacy. It's
But
still
it's
legacy.
like it's lower than the price of the most expensive modern decks.
Right.
is what
There's
it
no
looks like.
dual lands. There's no fetch lands. There's all just a bunch of mono black cards, and I think maybe the most pricey card there might be Urza Saga.
I think it's Lily.
I think it's
Okay,
Lily.
there you go,
Yeah.
Liliana. I forgot Liliana's in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's only 2 copies in this list, which
Right.
is also very surprising to me. Normally, like you're either 3 or 4, and you stack those cards.
Right.
But I think you've correctly evaluated that the card is strong, but not strong enough where I want it in every single game.
Yeah, and considering that it's a 3-drop, I would rather spend 3 mana creating a construct and putting that into Saga,
Make
which
sure
I have
realistic.
more of, as opposed to Ghana. Yeah.
Okay, I have to ask, and I did do this a couple times with Pox. Have you today gotten to turn 1, play your swamp, pass, they play a fetch land, you go dark ray opposition?
You know what? No,
Damn.
I haven't been able to do that turn 1, but I did do that a couple of times in like my post board games, like you might have seen around with that fetch line and the goblins.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's always nice to do it off a dark ritual, but today it was just off of 3 land.
I think one of the key factors, right, is the question that we had, right, when he was like, does this allow you to look at their hand, right? That single piece of interaction is so gross, and I only realized it relatively recently when someone did it to me, and they're like, I get to look at your hand. And I was like, no, you don't. And they're like, no, I control you. And then, scoop, cool, scoop. You don't get to look at my hand. You're on your own. Scoop. You're on your own.
Yeah, I remember you were playing a commander game,
Yeah.
and I looked it up, and I'm like, no, you don't get to look at somebody else's hand.
That's ridiculous.
And then we looked at it, and it was like, no, you control the player
Yeah.
while they search, and if you get to control somebody, you have access to all the knowledge that they have
That's
access
so-
to.
You know what? I have a question. Can you look at their sideboard?
I believe you actually.
I don't think you can.
I believe you actually. We looked up the specific things you're allowed to do while controlling people. I don't quite remember, but I
I
believe you
don't
actually.
think you can look at sideboard because you're not allowed to look at their sideboard during the.
I believe you
in the
actually
middle
can.
of
I'll look into that later.
Wow, that's
Can you pick up your sideboard in
I-
the middle of a game and look at it?
Uh,
I thought you have to like wish.
no,
you had
no,
to
no,
do
no, you
something.
can
You're
look
allowed
at
to
your
you're allowed to
sideboard.
review your sideboard
Oh,
during
okay.
games.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like a. I'll look into that. That's an interesting
That's
question.
really interesting.
Obviously
That's
not
awful.
super relevant in like game 2 or 3,
That's
but
so
it can
awful.
Yeah, that would be
That's
pretty brutal.
So awful.
Yeah, that would be incredibly brutal. But man, what a deck! What a really really cool deck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
I saw you also went a little heavy on the bobs. The bobs look pretty nice.
Yeah. That I used to like the other art,
Mhm.
the guy that like next to a throne or something.
Oh, like the
The
Skrillex?
guy sitting on the
Skrillex
throne,
one?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but earlier on I used to like that, but when I found out who this Bob Maher
The
guy
story,
was,
yeah.
I was like, man, I gotta pay respect,
Yep.
dude. I gotta get this. To
Greatness
me, like,
at any cost.
yeah, right. So yeah, old border, love it. Dark Confidant, 2
Old
mana,
border foil. Ooh.
right?
Tell us the story with your lands. So if you guys weren't paying attention, it looked like pretty much every one of your swamps was altered some. Were you doing those
Yeah.
yourself? Do you have a friend? Did you pick them up?
I'm not artistically talented, so anything that you see in my deck is they're commissioned or I just kind of found it on I liked. And, people, to me, it's a form of expression.
Sure.
And I enjoy playing this deck, and I like to make it aesthetically nice to the eyes,
Yeah.
and that's kind of.
I mean, at least they have something pretty to look at while they have no hand. to
Yeah,
look
while,
at.
while they're
nothing on the
literally
battlefield.
debating,
You know,
jumping out a window.
At least you give us something to look at. That's
Something to look
awful
at.
kind of you.
Yeah.
What a
Thank
nice
you.
gentleman.
Yeah,
Thank you,
when we
thank
saw you, we saw like Bob put in a lot of work in that matchup. Like it drew you a lot of lands.
Drew you
Yeah.
4
It
cards.
drew you 4 cards for free essentially,
Yes.
and got those lands off the top of your deck.
Yeah.
But also sometimes it like you eat a Plague Engineer, but Plague Engineer's real good at that matchup.
Yeah, like my life total was really low towards the end, and I was like, well, be mana for this, but damage. But I was like, play.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, it makes that matchup really, really hard for the.
I actually think it makes that matchup.
I guess you could still like snoop out of it, but
You could still snoop out of it, but that is your line. Is you have to snoop out of it. I don't think there's any.
The opponent I played
I guess
earlier.
Fury gets you.
Right, Fury. I had a Plague Engineer in play, and then they had a Food Chain. Snoop.
Yeah.
And they were able to go off.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow, through
Yeah.
the engineer, huh?
So there was another. So we had the. Can I see this really quick? Yeah. So there was one more thing that I thought was you're on 4 Dothy's main board. Is that basically for the Delver matchup?
That's yes, partly, but I just think that it's just too hard to not play 4 of when you're a mono black deck. Like, what else am I gonna play? You know,
Sure.
it's a solid threat. It's 2 mana. It can pull off some really cool things like steal. What's that? The equipment in
Oh,
Cauldron.
you're like a
Cauldron
Cauldron complete?
completed?
yeah,
Oh,
like
jeez.
that. I've stolen a Primeval Titan.
Oh,
Right?
brutal. Were you happy in So the thing I wanted to bring up, were you happy that in both your games just now you got to go turn 1 Darkrai into
Sudden
Edict?
Yeah, I love that.
So brutal.
Can I do no? This card has split second. You can't
Yeah.
do literally anything.
Yeah, that card is also solid. So like you said, you played Smallpox. I played Smallpox as well, and then a break and back Sudden Edict. Blessed and happy to see.
Weren't upset at all. I was upset. I was mad. I was like,
What do you play?
split second? I play things that die to sudden edict.
Okay,
apparently.
that explains it.
All right. Well, thanks for coming in.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
so
talking
much.
to your deck.
Thanks for
Good luck
chatting
in your
with us.
next round.
Good luck.
Congratulations
Thank you.
on making it this
Thank
far.
you. Appreciate it.
And that was our interview with Ali,
What a cool
piloting
deck.
mono black control.
I can't wait to build that deck. I'm gonna build that deck so fast.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
Deck's
of course you are.
absolutely like that. Like I've been thinking about like rebuilding Pox. Deck is so cool.
That was brutal. That was definitely a brutal game. Goblins had almost no real shot at coming back after the both turn 1 sudden edict followed by the hymn to
Yeah, absolutely.
The first game, the hymn to Torox just ripped apart its entire hand. Then in game 2, it was just the Bob, like, into the Plague Engineer. Like, out of all things to rip off the top, like, Plague Engineer was quite possibly the worst for our Goblin player.
Yeah, just like he finally was in a position. It's like, okay, I have a board,
Yeah.
and the board disappeared.
Yeah,
Yep, just
gone.
brutally.
Like, Slinging was a great play, and then it's just,
Yep, just
people were like, at least you have fodder for the Sudden Edict, you got some survival abilities now.
Yep.
Nope, all gone. I've
Yep.
taken that from you.
The plan was like, we got to land the Sling Gang, and then we're gonna play Muxus, or we're gonna
Yep.
play something to get me
I'm
out of
gonna
this.
buy some time. Maybe
Yeah.
I'll have some chump blockers to try to keep my life a little bit higher. And then all of a sudden, one fell, rip off the top, death.
Is the next round the semifinals or the quarterfinals?
I believe it's quarters because it goes 8, then 4, then 2. No, it's semifinals.
Yeah, it should be semis.
Yeah, it
Yep.
should be
Okay.
semis.
So we'll have the semifinals ready for you in a few minutes now. I'm gonna go check on the rounds. We're just gonna play a couple quick ads, and we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Sure. So, see you guys soon.
All right, and we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot that ad was pretty loud. I'll turn it down. All right, so they're playing out their last round right now. Hopefully, we'll get in some players in a few minutes here. What'd you think of that last match, though?
I'm still blown away about how effective that mono black control deck was. It's so good.
It is top 8'd, and it crushed that game.
Like,
right?
I'm just thinking of, like, all the other decks that I've seen, because, you know, in preparation for casting this event, like, I definitely went through a bunch of decks, read through a bunch of lists, and saw it all, and this deck just rips apart, like a good solid 80% of the meta.
Ollie's deck is now the deck I want to win. I want to see mono black control at the top of the MTG top 8, by Ollie, and I'm just like, yes.
See, I still want Maverick in there because I feel like Maverick actually has a good matchup against it.
Oh, it does. I think.
I'm excited to see the
thing
Maverick.
is, opposition agent makes Maverick a lot different.
But I feel like Maverick has the tools to deal with it.
It might, because it has access to the removal. But if you go turn 1, if you go against Maverick, turn 1 Dark Ray opposition agent,
Yes.
I don't think Maverick can win.
If you rip the opposition agent turn 1, yes, it's obviously difficult. But I feel like in a straight up just a grindy game where because you have to remember opposition agent only in sideboard. So it's only game 2, right? I feel like if I am the Maverick player, right? If I am seeing a mono black control list, I am expecting they probably have opposition agent.
Yeah, especially Jesse. Jesse's such a strong.
Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse's such a strong player in general that I think he'll recognize the threat in game 1. He might even be expecting, like, as soon as he sees like a swamp, like a basic swamp hit
like,
the board,
red
okay,
flags.
Yeah, he's like, okay,
danger sirens.
I need to remember that this card exists.
Yes,
and I think that will probably be the case.
So I think that it's possible. Like, I think it's possible to get him once, but if it gets him once, he'll never forget.
Yeah, it is possible because honestly, the deck is just so it's not played very much. It simply isn't that popular, right? And it's also a grindy deck. It requires a lot of mental fortitude in order to play. Because you have to play out like if you were paying attention, that was the longest game set we've had, and it still only did 2. We still only did 2 matches.
One.
It was definitely one of them.
Really?
It was definitely the longest 2 we've had.
Oh, I guess that was pretty long. Because I feel like even the 3-match game that we did, that one was still a little bit longer.
Yeah, you have to remember, most of the games that we played make it to like turn 4
or 5, and then it's
that
over.
game made it to turn like 7 or 8.
Yeah, that's true.
In both games, which is just a lot of turns, right?
Yeah.
So, and when I say I mean like not time wise, I mean like turn wise. Right?
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
So yeah, it's a really really cool deck. I'm excited to see where it goes. I hope we'll see what happens next round, but I'm excited to see where it goes.
Definitely got the legs.
Oh, okay, cool. We're about to start our next stream. We're gonna take another 60 seconds and we'll get it set up for us.
See you guys soon. And we're back.
And we're back. All right, so we're gonna have, I believe it's. I actually don't remember who's on which side. Oops. We're gonna go to Talkie Talk then. Oop. All right, we'll talk about this. So, all right, this matchup gonna be interesting. We have Alexander Tash on Blue Red Delver, and we have Gary Wong on Mech Control that we have politely named it. I have no idea how this will go. So this is a really hard matchup. But it's a standard matchup in this format. You have the control deck versus the top deck in the format, right? I am under the impression that if Gary can essentially stick a Narset or Teferi or a Timeless Dragon or something, that'll probably be too much for Tash.
So I think 100%, I believe that the edge, I'm very comfortable giving the edge here to Gary.
Okay.
I'm comfortable giving him the edge here because, think about it, Tash is playing the meta deck right now. Sure. There's no way Gary built this deck not expecting to running in directly into a Delver, right?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the cards specifically in this deck, like let me take a look at this deck list here. The Timeless Dragon specifically deals with all of those flying threats.
Really well, yes.
All really, really well. And it trades out really well. You have the 2 Teferi, the 4 Narsets that you don't really necessarily need. Your draw engine's a Shorikai, which you could just make into a beater if the game goes long enough, right? You run the Dress Downs. You run the Shark Typhoons.
Oh, yeah, the Shark Typhoon.
You can cycle it, make a big shark, blocker, eat the creature, right? And then that's not even getting into any of the removal suite that's here, right?
Yeah.
We have 4 Prismatic Endings, 4 Swords to Plowshares, 2 Supreme Verdicts in main board, plus it has more counter magic than the Delver, right?
Yeah.
It's running 1 Fluster, 1 Force of Negation, 4 Force of Will main board, right? Then sideboard, the counter magic suite gets stronger, and then the removal gets stronger too.
Yeah.
It just turns into a game where it's just, oh yeah, you're trying to protect your threats? That's fine. I'm just going to end it here. I'm just going to make this giant blocker, and you're not going to be able to do anything to it.
Yeah, that might honestly be how it plays out, but we'll definitely have to see. I think if Tash wants to win this game, he's got to play tempo.
100%.
Yep. His turn 1 needs to be a big threat, and he needs to protect that threat from every single thing that Gary throws at it, and he needs to also prevent Gary from being able to block that threat efficiently.
Yep.
So we'll see how that
Even
goes.
at that, I think that if Tash plays perfectly and if they both play perfectly, Gary takes it. The removal suite in this blue-white control deck is simply stronger than the protection package in this blue-red Delver deck. Because you gotta think, he's running Pyro, Red Elemental Blast. Those things do nothing in this matchup. They do nothing in this matchup.
It's definitely, yeah. I think the Pyroblast does. Are we talking about for Gary or are we talking about for Tash?
For Tash.
So Pyroblast, I do think is relevant against Gary, but I don't think I don't think for Gary's side it's relevant.
What I'm saying is protection for keeping the creature alive. That's the protection I'm talking about.
Okay,
I mean, it's relevant obviously because you can hit the Narset, the Teferi.
You can hit a lot.
But I'm saying specifically for the protection package side of this, it doesn't really do a lot for you.
You're right. It doesn't protect the threat that you place on the board, right? Yeah. So yeah, I'm honestly curious if Gary will if Tash will bring it in. I think he will, just because it kind of it may not protect your things, but it does deal with Gary's thing.
100%.
Yeah. So we'll and dealing with things on the stack is a lot better than having to deal with them on the board.
Yes.
So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. It's just I think leveraging the ability for white to remove creatures versus leveraging blue-red to protect their creatures. For some reason, my gut keeps telling me to go with white removing the creatures.
For sure.
I guess I've just been Swords to Plowshares one too many times in my lifetime.
Yeah, that just could be the case, right? Yeah. All right, so we got the players shuffling up here. They're resolving mulligans. They're getting ready to go. Honestly, both of these players have been playing for quite a long time, and are very, very good players, right? Gary has seen more of the mainstream success than Tash has, but I've been playing with Tash for a while. I don't believe I've beaten Tash in a set. I actually at one point I was playing Oops All Spells, and Tash hit me with a Ragavan, revealed a Balustrade Spy, targeted me with Balustrade Spy, and I died. Just straight up. So Tash is definitely a very, very strong player. The skill gap here is noticeable, but I'm not sure it will come into play with these decks. Tash is playing the a very, very strong deck, and Gary's deck might not be able to handle it, but Gary's skill might be able to make up the difference.
I just feel like there's no way that you don't play a deck believing that you're going to run into this matchup. I feel like Gary believes that this deck has a good matchup.
I'm kind of on the same board. I don't think Gary would have brought this deck if he wasn't expecting to run it.
All right, here we go.
They're looking at their hands. They're resolving their mulligans. It looks like Tash has got a Brainstorm. I can make out a couple of the cards, but I don't see entirely what we're looking like here. Yeah, I did not see any lands. So that was definitely a big one. It looks like Gary will keep. All right, so we're gonna wait for this to resolve. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and solving the cut. Tash is gonna go down to 6 here.
No final cut.
No final cuts. I had that judge call last night, and I did get to inform our dear card sorter Max that there are in fact no additional cuts after your deck has been presented to you.
Is what it is.
All right, so it looks like Tash has decided to keep this hand. He's just debating which card to keep from it. It looks like he's debating between a Mystic Sanctuary and another land.
I don't like keeping the
Sanctuary. I don't either. I think like Mystic Sanctuary is like a card that's like
a fetch target.
It's a fetch target.
You do it to fetch. You never want it in.
Ooh, okay. So he's putting back. It looks like he put back the Mystic Sanctuary and kept a Chain Light.
I like the Chain Lightning.
All right, so we're gonna start. No turn 1 play from Tash. That's really bad. That's not what you want to be doing in this matchup. Both players are probably pretty well aware of what they're playing against.
There's no way that they haven't sat around and talked about it a little bit.
Right. So we'll see how it goes. But okay, Tash is gonna fetch here.
So this is a really bad spot for Tash. Tash doesn't have a. I'm curious if no, Tash definitely wasn't playing around days because Gary didn't have a land.
Yeah.
That was the turn to play a 1-drop, and Tash didn't have it. And Tash probably looked at his 6 and decided I can't go to 5.
Yeah.
Because 5 is just too risky to take this land.
Directly into a ponder.
All right,
Do
so we
not
have a
pass
ponder. At this point, Tash needs to be finding and landing threats because the longer this game goes, the happier Gary's going to be.
100%. I think that the ponder is one of the most important cards in this matchup because if Tash can get a solid 3 on top, the game is very much
Like we
wide
see
open.
Misty,
Wasteland.
Wasteland. That is not what you want to see, especially into a prismatic.
Exactly, because that shows that your opponent is definitely going to be running more basics, so he immediately shuffles.
Yeah,
and that's an awful feeling.
well. So the nice thing is, it took the card that he put on the bottom and it puts it back in his deck,
Yeah.
like in a reasonable place.
Yeah.
And it also makes it so that Tash is not going to be drawing those cards later. So
Well,
we're gonna
you
get
hope that he's not drawing it. He very
Right,
well
you-
could
you-
draw
you
Wasteland
could,
right here.
but it's very low. All right, he got the Delver, which is great. That's the main reason you want to play a Ponder. Ponder essentially lets you look at 4 cards.
Yep.
And in some cases you shuffle and draw exactly what you need.
Yep, and he
so
did
yeah,
exactly that.
yep. So Tash is really happy to see this Delver.
Now, this next point is a huge point of contention here because the days can exist here, and it gets Tash. The days here just gets Tash.
it does. Straight
So
up.
the question is that what can Tash put together that stops, or what can Gary do in response to Delver hitting?
So we have Delver on the stack. Does Gary? So Gary's gonna. Okay, so he's go. We went to Gary's turn, and Gary's gonna prismatic.
Instantly prismatic. I like that.
Honestly, prismatic is such a strong card because Legacy is basically the format of 1, 2, and 3 drop. Right? We
Yep.
don't play a lot of things that are very expensive.
Well, then a Murktide exists.
Murktide is essentially a 2 drop.
But it says 7. That's what matters.
Fair. All right, expressive iteration. We're gonna put a ponder that we're not gonna be able to cast, which is not great. Oh no, never
he
mind.
has the land.
Yep, he took the land and he cast it.
Never didn't have it.
Never didn't have it. So this is the reason we think expressive iteration is just so strong.
Card's nuts. It
Yeah.
takes 3 cards deep, gets rid of the bad cards, keeps 2 good cards.
Yep.
It's
The
like Ponder.
the
that keeps
literal
2.
worst part of expressive iteration is finding 3 good cards on top of your deck. Literally the worst part, and that's awesome, right?
Love it.
All right, so we're seeing some.
He's really taking his time on this Ponder.
Yeah, he must see a lot of different lines, and that's one of the things about the blue red Delver deck. It has a lot of lines.
Yeah.
It's a good deck for people who are just starting out, even though it's really expensive. But it basically says, okay, come in, play this deck. You can probably play this deck really well, right? Decently well. It's not a super difficult ceiling. Or difficult floor. Yeah. But the ceiling to this deck is so high. You can do things like brainstorm in response to thought seizes. You can do these insane brainstorm Darcy plays where you specifically bin some things and not other things. There's a lot of depth to the deck.
I just want to take this time to point out that Tash has 2 black bordered volcanic islands and 1 white bordered volcanic island. Sad. All right, so we have another.
Get a chance. Ice back. Thanks, guys.
So we have a Ponder hitting the stack right now, and it's all puts those cards back in that order, draws his card. White, a blooded strand of mana back into what he needs, elects to just pass the turn. Gary has revealed very little information.
Yeah, honestly, the longer this game goes, the happier Gary is. I think he's only gonna be reacting to things that Tash does, and to be fair, Tash's deck, the typical deck only really has 12 threats, and he has already dealt with one. He has already dealt with one of them, and he's gonna just dealing with them as they come up. But Tash has to land threats and actually hit Gary is the thing. Hitting Gary is the important part, and Tash hasn't been able to do that very much.
Depending on what's going on right here, it very much looks like he definitely has the. Now, I don't know.
Do we have Delirium?
Is
We have
Darcy online?
We have instant
There's
sorcery
a creature in there.
land.
There's a creature in there.
Is there?
The Delver.
Oh, you're right. Delver died. So yeah.
Delver did die.
So I believe we do have Delirium.
Okay, we're in Delirious.
Yep.
No, it got exiled.
Oh, that's
through
right.
the-
Yeah. I got exiled
So
to
no, we do
Prismatic.
not have Delirium.
Yeah, we don't have Delirium. We're one card off. But honestly, like,
One card off with a Darcy on board, not a bad place to be.
I would be surprised if this Darcy stayed on board. I would be pretty surprised because so here's my thing, right? I believe if Gary has Prismatic Ending, he'll Prismatic Ending this.
Well, he has
Ooh, he's just gonna eternalize this.
the Timeless Dragon.
Yeah, and here's the important part. I don't believe there's anything in Tash's deck that can really effectively deal with this other than bolting it twice.
Double bolt.
And I believe he does have Chain Lightning and Bolt in his hand, which might have to be the line that Tash takes. Because I don't know if he knows that this is the only Timeless Dragon in Gary's deck, but this is essentially one of Gary's few creatures.
Well, I definitely feel like if your opponent is playing a Timeless Dragon, like, the card by itself in a vacuum is not that good of a card.
Right.
Like, let's be honest here. Timeless Dragon alone is not typically an all-star card. When you rip it open from a pack, you're not super hyped, screaming up and down. It's a play.
I'm actually disappointed most of the time.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I don't think Tash, because, Legacy, at this point, is played with typically only good cards.
Sure.
I firmly believe that the Tash is probably like, all right, he's got one.
I mean, Gary's trying to prove us wrong. Gary's got a Timeless Dragon and a Shorikai in this deck, so...
I get that. I understand that. It's just...
Oh, man. All right, so we'll see. Okay, so
Yeah,
here comes an
Tash did
attack.
that.
I believe what Tash is trying to do is he's trying to get the block, and then he'll bolt. It saves a bolt in his hand. Gary has decided to block, and there will be a bolt here. So we're gonna get a Darcy trigger. All right, Tash is making the decision on whether or not to keep that and draw it, or put it in the bin.
Lovely Korean.
He has decided to keep the card. Interesting. All right, so we go to blocks. We'll trade. And honestly, I believe that I believe that Gary is probably fine with that. Essentially, Timeless Dragon was a 2-mana removal spell for Darcy.
And then...
All right, here's the Murktide. This is the
The
big
Murktide.
threat that Gary needs to deal with.
And I believe that Tash has a hand full, and I mean full of counter magic.
Yeah. So Gary has a couple lines here. He can Swords it, and he can Teferi it in the same turn.
Does he have a Teferi and Swords in hand?
I don't know.
Wasn't able to see.
It's a little bit easier to see Tash's hand than it is to see Gary's. But I believe Tash has at least one Force of Will.
I saw two when he
Two?
flickered through
Oh
his hand.
wow. Okay, so let's see how this goes. We got. All right, we're gonna brainstorm off the bat.
I like that. I feel like it's safe.
It does, but also it implies to me that Gary doesn't already have the answer in his hand.
Well, so I think that he might, and he's digging for the counter magic, because what's the likelihood of Tash tapping out fully, playing a Murktide, and not having at least one counter spell?
That's
so I
true.
think that Gary's predicting that he doesn't have a counter spell. He has the removal spell.
Okay.
I believe that he has the removal spell. I
Okay.
just don't think he doesn't pack it.
I think my line here would be to have both. Need to have Teferi and Swords, right? If you have Teferi and Swords, that's essentially the same as having a counterspell. So I think you might be right. I think he might only have one. And honestly, he might be willing to eat a hit over it. But we'll see, because
Seven damage is quite a bit.
7's a lot, but for a control deck, it might not be.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
'Cause,
He could also rip into a Supreme Verdict here and just...
He could. That's true.
Just-
We forgot that he plays or I forgot that he plays Supreme Verdict, and honestly,
Two
Supreme
main.
Verdict might do it. All right, he's tapping one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Swords.
here we go. All right,
Swords
Swords to
coming
Plowshares. So
Tash
Tash
responds.
Tash will probably counter this. He needs this to stick. He has a Darcy in hand, but he's got a Daze.
Daze.
Yeah. So
I
how
might
many?
have missed all the force.
Yeah. So it looks like he has Force, Daze, Darcy, Chain Lightning, and one other card that we can't see. So Tash is trying to figure out how to deal with this, right? So he could Force here and not pitch Daze. If he does that, he has to pitch Daze. The other card in his hand is a Bolt. So he only has 2 blue cards in his hand, and yep, here comes the Force, and now we get to see whether or not Gary had it, right?
Down.
All right.
Swords goes away.
Swords goes away.
So I think he just eats it here, unless he has another sword.
Yeah, okay, so here's Gary's land drop. We'll see if he has Teferi.
He's having one
another
brainstorming.
brainstorm.
So he doesn't
Yep.
have the 2 removal.
Yep. Okay. So if he had the
Didn't
other
he
brainstorm,
already brainstorm?
yeah, I'm wondering why he. Okay. So no, he might brainstorm lock himself if he did it twice. So he played the fetch land in order to make sure that he draws actively.
Yes.
Oh,
and he found another sword.
no, he had another one on top.
Oh, he packed the double on top like that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so smart.
He either so one of two scenarios happened because he already put 2 cards on top from his first brainstorm. Either the third card happened to be a sword, which is just insane luck, or he put one on top, specifically on the off chance that he didn't need to draw it later. Which
that's so smart.
Yeah, because Gary would make that play. Gary would make the play saying, "Okay, there's a chance I need a swords now, but I might not need 2." So
just in
wow.
case, leave it on top because I have the extra brain
Just
in hand ready to go.
Insane
That's
skill.
That's a very thin line, and he's got the prismatic.
Just insane skill because he rightly assumed I might not want another swords in my hand, and he shipped it back, and he put it back on the off chance that he could fetch it away. What a skilled player.
So he is prismatic ending targeting Darcy. I believe Tash is lightning bolting his own Darcy.
Maybe. That would be a pretty weird
he
play.
lets it exile.
Yeah, I that would be a pretty weird play because he already has a Darcy in his
oh,
graveyard.
does he? Okay.
Yeah, because he
okay.
traded with
Yeah,
the
okay,
Murktide earlier.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right. And Teferi comes down.
Yeah, so this is where things become pretty tough. Like Teferi's just gonna eke out a lot of value. And this is just so much. All right, so Teferi ticks up, and you know what's the funny thing about Teferi ticking up? Teferi ticking up lets you cast Supreme Verdict at instant speed.
Love that.
Which is
that.
That mostly happens in Modern, but not for Gary Wong.
Not for blue-white control.
Oh man, what an insane. Okay, so we're gonna Chain Lightning. We'll probably double bolt this Teferi. What's this last card? It's a Murktide. Okay, so he did the Chain Lightning to get. Okay, so okay. Tash is playing this as best he can. He bolts down to make sure that the Teferi can't bounce the Murktide, and his game plan is okay. I have my Murktide. I need to kill this Teferi next turn.
I just think that's amazing that he top decked the. Did he top deck the Murktide or did he top deck the Polluted?
I believe he top decked Polluted.
Just
I did forget he's a 24 because remember his old Murktide got swords. So
get swords.
So he'll have some time, but as we've seen from Gary Wong in round 1, Gary Wong does not care if you're at 28 or 30.
He likes you
or
with time.
40.
Like he likes the time.
Yes, he will take the time. And also, what's important to note, the entirety of Gary's land base is basics. There's not like there's no danger of Wasteland. Wasteland is not going to touch Gary.
He just upticks the fairy, says go.
Yep, because that I honestly don't believe Gary has a lot of cards in hand. It looks like he has 2 or 3.
So Mystic Sanctuary, fetch at his end step, put EI back on
yes,
top.
which is just a really good play. This will definitely give Tash a lot more cards to work with, and it also builds his Murktide up. So drawing this expressive iteration is just going to be a way for Tash to get back in the game. I would be interested to see if Gary does anything about it. It doesn't look like he will. All right, Tash got. It looks like he's working with a Pyroblast, a Brainstorm, and a land, and he put back the land. So it looks like he's going to keep Pyro in hand, which is really good for dealing with Teferi, right? Yeah, this is gonna be an uphill battle for Tash because Tash needs a fetch here really badly. All right, he drew the bolt so he can deal with Teferi. The question now becomes whether or not Gary can deal with Murktide, because Gary's already spent 2 of the spells that deal with Murktide the best.
Well, I definitely feel like he just straight upticked the Teferi, so that screams to me I have a Supreme Verdict, right? Ripping and ready.
If he's got the Supreme Verdict, then Tash is in for a world of hurt that he might not be expecting.
I don't think he...
Don't play out the creature, Tash. Don't do it.
Got a mana floating.
Oh, Pyro. Okay, we're gonna flatly Pyro. All right, let's see what Gary does. Because Gary can't. If Teferi's not on, I believe actually, I believe Teferi does let you. It
lets you, the player.
Cast you have the ability. Okay, here's the verdict. Yeah, he's just gonna verdict in response. Yeah, so there goes. Okay, Tash is now officially in the bad seat again. The only card left in his hand is Bolt, and he already spent his Mystic Sanctuary. So there's not going to be an expressive iteration. Tash is basically in top deck mode. Gary's gonna draw cards and pass. He brainstormed expressive iteration, and Gary has decided to hard cast a Force of Will.
So
he
brutal.
can't let Tash refill his hand that way.
So brutal.
Yep. So yeah, Gary passed the turn without even looking at the card that he drew. All right, Tash is building up a decent amount of reach and burn. All right, both of the players are kind of just shipping.
14?
Both,
Is it 14 though?
yeah. Both players have correctly gone into the draw go plan. All right, yep, yeah. Gary just passes it back. So I think Gary's looking for lands here, and that's one of the reasons he's not fetching. He really wants a high chance of lands like sticking, right?
Yep, definitely. And that's definitely a power move. I don't even need to look at my hand to know
Oh,
that you're
yeah.
already done.
He's like, I don't care what I drew.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You don't have a shot.
Yeah, I don't.
It's just so awful
So here's
that all
the
those
thing.
cards are exiled.
Tash is slowly but surely running out of threats to play. Right?
Yeah.
He's gone through 2 Murktides and
Two big Murktides.
2 very large Murktides.
Like, those were not small.
Like these are if he gets another Murktide, he'll have another big Murktide, but
you're running out of those big Murktide options now.
yeah.
You're just steadily
Meanwhile,
running
Gary
out of
over
gas.
here hasn't actually played a threat.
He just played his first non-basic land.
Yep.
That will actually Tash for mana. Non-fetch land. Non-basic fetch land. Non-basic.
Right, Tash is gonna fetch here because Tash really can't be drawing lands right now. He has to fetch these out.
He's got to just keep.
And he's at 22. He doesn't care.
Yeah, his life total is huge.
Yeah.
Thank you, Murktide.
Yeah, so I think what Tash has rightly decided to do is, like, the game plan here is I need to accumulate 7 cards in my hand, and I need to do things with it, right?
He
So
brainstorms again.
Yep. So
What's a day?
brainstorm.
2 double days?
That's really bad.
No.
No, Days is bad.
Why? Expressive Iteration, Mystic Sanctuary.
Bouncing back your Mystic Sanctuary is good. Days is not the card you want to be seeing here, though.
Yeah, 100%. But it allows him to expressive iteration again.
It does, and I'm not sure how relevant that'll actually end up being. Here comes Shorokai. This is how Gary wins this game, which is so great to me. Oh man, the Gundam has landed.
Gundam has landed.
Let's see if Tash deals with this. Tash might not know that he needs to kill this card. This card basically says, I will kill you. This card basically says, I get as much looting as I want, and I get as much I get as many 1/1s as I want, and you can barely interact with it. Alright, so here comes the Force.
Does he have counter magic?
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. They are. Oh
lets it go.
wow!
He lets the Force resolve.
I did
So
not
what-
think
okay,
Gary
so-
would do that.
So what's his plan now? Now that Shorokai's gone, what's his plan?
I'm not sure. It might be like a Jace thing, or it might be he does have Days Undoing, so he does have like the
He
ability
does
to
have a
kind
way of
of.
getting it back, right?
Yeah, this deck is hilarious. I don't know. It might be Shark Typhoon. Now that I think about it,
Shark
like the
Typhoon
game
out?
plan might be Shark Typhoon.
So he casts Ponder.
Yep.
Tash says good.
Yeah.
Looks at top
You
three.
don't counter the Ponder, but I do believe Tash has a Daze and another Force of Will in his hand. Yeah, it looks like it's Daze, Force of Will, Land Bolt. I believe. I can't quite make it out.
That makes sense. Maybe not the.
Ooh,
Narset.
Narset will be. Narset's really bad if Tash is looking to get back in the game. But importantly, Narset does not stop expressive iteration.
I think Tash is on the expressive iteration.
Okay, he's got double bolt. It looks like it's double bolt. Days Force of Will in Tash's hand. All right, so yeah, it's resolved. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough. Oh, there's a prismatic, and the thing is, Gary's at the point where he can just cast prismatic to get rid of a Murktide, if he's desperate.
Oh, it's colors of mana, isn't it?
Is it? I thought it was. Oh, you're right. It is colors
It's
of mana.
colors of mana. You can
Yeah,
only
never
make that
mind.
thing to 5.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So for Gary, it's only ever going to be 3.
Right. Okay.
He bolted the Narset. It looks
Good. Yeah, that's a good play.
as he needed to do.
Yep.
Gets a fetch land, plays that fetch, says go.
Yeah. You might be noticing that Gary's not fetching and Tash is. Tash doesn't want to see lands. Gary does.
Another Narset hits board.
Yep. Gary
So-
wants to make because honestly, Gary, in my opinion, Gary really doesn't need to be waiting on lands. Like at this point, Gary can tap out for a Shark Typhoon, and there's not a single card in Tash's deck that can beat it. Like if he tapped out for a Shark Typhoon on end step, it'd be like an 8/8. He would need like 3 or 4 bolts in his hand to even have a hope of dealing.
So Tash says, "Let me see that graveyard."
We're getting deep into players' decks now.
Like there might be like 30 cards.
So we've lost on Gary's side. He's lost what? Swords, 2 prismatic ending, 2 Narsets have seen now. Timeless is gone.
Yep.
And fetch lands.
Okay, so he's gonna. Yep, this is the daze. He's gonna float a blue and daze to bounce his Mystic Sanctuary.
Paid.
He's gonna pay for it, and then we're gonna force hard casting
cap.
force.
Yeah, because there's mana
Yeah,
floating.
there's 1 mana floating.
That's
Fluster
Storm.
Yeah, this is where the main the yeah. So it's 3. So
The
yeah,
main deck Fluster just
Yep.
gets them.
Yep.
The stash graveyard to
yeah. He's just
reorganize
kind
it.
of he's just organizing it for a Murktide. All right, so this is good for Gary because Gary there's the
Shark Typhoon. Here we
All
go.
right, so Shark Typhoon is the card. I'm curious to see whether or not he'll cycle it or if he'll cast it.
This is the second set. There's still 2 more Narsets in Gary 1.
Yep. And I actually in round 1 I was wrong. I believe they are all gem, and
all
one of
gem.
them's foil.
Oh my! All it cries.
Yep. The wallet cries. All right, so Tash has decided not to fetch. Interesting play to. I think Tash might actually be out of fetchable targets.
I think he still has a steam.
He might, but steaming is a
Hellbolt.
yeah. He bolts here. Yeah, he should still have the steam vents might be. And okay, here comes Murktide. And I would be surprised if Tash didn't just go
2,
for it.
3,
Yeah, he's
4,
just gonna pull out some good. Yeah,
5,
okay.
yep.
Yep.
Big 5.
Yep.
8/8. Nope. It's an 8/8.
Yeah, he's correctly leaving expressive
Expressive.
iterations just in case
Well, I mean,
Gary
he
has
has-
some. He has the Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got the Mystic. He doesn't need it, right?
Yeah, they don't need to use it. They can use it. But it's 5. Yep. 6.
Because it leaves because of Mystic.
Oh.
And then he swords it.
He
Oh.
swords it in response to the trigger.
Oh, no.
All right, so he's gonna gain like a ton of life.
Oh, no. None.
I believe you're right. Yeah, thanks, Tash. Yep, 29. And we said this before. Gary does not care what life total you're at. Gary could be at 4, and you could be at 35, and Gary does not care.
So another interesting thing about the one Days Undoing, right? That it's both players.
It is both players.
So Tash has exiled about half of his library.
A lot of it, yeah.
About half, I think. Judging by that stack over
If
there.
we've
that
had
we can
3
see.
Murktides, that's at least 5 cards each, right? So it's 15.
Well, no, it's 4 cards each, right? So 4, 4, and then 5.
Is it? I believe it's dealt 5, right? It's a 7-drop.
Yeah, you could. Oh, yeah, it is Del 5.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I was
So-
only counting instances.
So we've gone through 3 Murktides.
That's minimum 15 cards.
Yeah, that's a minimum of 15 cards, but
Plus
it also
the 2 exiles.
Okay,
Shark
so
Typhoon, Hardcast.
Gary has cast the Shark Typhoon.
Ponder. Ponder or Brainstorm.
All right, so we'll make a 1/1. Yep. Uh-oh. So it looks like okay, so they're just counting out. Yeah, okay. So a 1/1 shark has entered play. Oh man.
See, I love Shark Typhoon. I was hype about Shark Typhoon when it was spoiled, and I remember all of my friends saying that card is awful. It's like 6 mana. But you're playing Spellslinger, right?
Yeah.
You're playing a bunch of spells.
Yeah.
You're just gonna make a bunch of flying
This
1/1s.
this
People
is
can't
where
deal with it.
now that Gary has landed the Shark Typhoon, he's started like, okay, now I can start fetching up lands.
Now it's time to go a little aggressive.
Yeah, because like at this point, like even if Tash gets another Murktide, I don't think there's anything that he can do because Gary can make as many 1/1 flyers as he has spells.
And if there's one thing that we've noticed about Gary's hands, that there's just a bunch of spells.
Yeah, and Gary's already got a decent amount of the cards out of his deck, so he might just be drawing a lot of gas. All right, so Tash is playing out this. This has been an insane game. This has been a very long, insane game for
So
both.
We force
So force Murktide.
Murktide.
Murktide's definitely the pick. The problem is even if like Gary doesn't have a way to deal with the Murktide, like he has a way to permanently stymie this Murktide. And remember, there's like there's 2
There's still another Supreme Verdict in there.
yeah, but also remember if Gary decides to force of will, he just gets a 5/5 for 1 life and a card out of his hand. All right, so Murktide is here. Murktide is on 4, so we have a 7/7.
Yeah, this has been an interesting game. So this is I believe this is the 4th Murktide, right?
Yep, this is big Murktide number 4. I
Yep.
think there's one Murktide in his graveyard.
Yeah, so another Shark Typhoon. Okay.
Oh, that's so brutal.
Yeah, this basically
I
means
think Gary can actually just make enough sharks to block this tutor.
Oh yeah, did we mention that Shark Typhoon triggers off
Shark
of
Typhoon?
it triggers off of non-creature spells,
Yeah,
I believe.
Shark
So
Typhoon,
yeah,
Shark
Gary
Typhoon.
sure did get a 6/6 for casting a Shark Typhoon. Oh man, how insane. How absolutely insane.
Now, mind you, this is still game 1.
Yes, this is gonna be a fun time.
This is still game 1.
Yep.
And we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lands deep.
All right, here's Snap.
Snappy.
Snap finding I assume what's gonna be Swords to Plowshares. We're gonna hard cast Force of Will. Let's see what happens. Snap again.
Snap.
Oh,
snap, force, snap.
Is he snapping? Yeah. Okay.
He
So
just scoops it up. You just scoop it up here.
Yeah.
You just scoop
Okay. Yeah.
Because it just goes for the Snapcaster Mage, then just gets Force of Will, right?
Yeah.
You just Force of Will. Then your original Snapcaster just gets the swords, and then you make a 5/5 and a 1/1, all in the air. That was a game.
What a game.
That was a game.
Oh man. What an absolutely
All right.
great game.
Sideboard time.
Okay. So let's look at this. So, obviously, End the Festivities, Energy Flux, Meltdown. These cards don't come in. These cards are garbage here, right? Price of Progress, absolutely not. Right? Like Gary has shown that Gary respects Wasteland. I would be surprised if Tash kept Wasteland in here. I don't believe Tash will. Tash will probably board out Wasteland. He'll board in all these Pyroblasts. He will board in. Maybe probably Narset. That I almost certainly Narset. After that he'll probably board in. So it looks like Narset, 3 Pyroblast, a Snapcaster Mage, maybe Submerge, maybe Surgical.
I think Surgical's 100%. He swords your Murktide.
Yeah, you surgical their swords.
all of your swords out of your deck.
And then
now my Murktides are free.
Yeah, Gary will have a really, really difficult time
Now it's
dealing with
only
Murktides
Teferi,
without
right?
without
it's only Teferi.
Teferi. Now there is a funny line here where Gary just goes in response, Snapcaster my swords.
Yeah,
and
definitely
cast
do
sword.
that. All right. So Gary in his sideboard has Flusterstorm, 2 Pyro, 2 Red Elemental, 2 Surgical, 2 Serenity, 1 Force of Negation, 1 Slice and Dice, 2 Ruination, 1 Sabine's Reclamation, 1 Blue Elemental Blast.
So
I think the Ruination's coming.
I think that might be the case.
That
would be pretty funny. I would
brutal.
love to see a Ruination hit this board.
Yeah, Ruination hits board. What's Serenity do? I haven't heard that card in many a moves.
Yeah, I might have to look that one up because I don't. Serenity is also kind of a generic name.
That's such an odd card. I haven't heard.
All right, let's take a look. Got the handy dandy app here. So it says,
what sets it from? I think that's the best question to ask.
Oh, always
Arcadian
Let's
Mass.
see.
I'm gonna
Okay,
guess
it's an
Arcadian
enchantment. It's a 1 and a white. It's from 6th edition.
Mass.
It says at the beginning of your upkeep, destroy all artifacts, enchantments that can't be regenerated. So definitely not seeing play here.
What is that in for?
Maybe Enchantress and some cards that. So I
Oh, maybe Post.
Post also good.
Post.
Yeah, Mud specifically. Yeah.
Mud specifically.
Yeah, I don't see that coming in. I see the red and the Pyros coming in. Well, hold on. So you do need to flatly deal with Murktides.
Yeah.
And diversifying your Murktide removal package in case Cash plays Surge.
Yeah, 100% those come in. No doubt those 100% come in because they deal with not only Murktides, but it deals with Delver too.
It deals with Delver and it also counters Force of Will.
Yeah, exactly. Deals with Force of Will, deals with all that. I think the Fluster, Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast come in. I think the Ruination. I think maybe 1 Ruination comes.
I would be surprised if he brought in Ruination, but I'd be really happy if he did.
So as we talked about earlier, the blue-red land package is so thin.
It is very thin.
If that game goes that long again, right? Cool. Gary trades his 1 volcanic island for 4 Valks and the Steam
Let's
Vent?
see. All right,
That's
so
brutal.
yeah, Tash is only on 1 island. So if Gary can resolve Ruination, Tash loses.
Yeah, Tash just loses.
So
you get what I'm saying?
You're right.
Ruination just says 4 mana, win.
Yeah, Ruination just says 4 mana, win this game. Yeah, and if Tash has the islands, there's not There's nothing Tash can really do. So
Yeah.
I think if Ruination resolves, Tash concedes.
Now, if Tash had 2 islands in deck, sure, he can fight through that. But because he's super greedy on his mana base, like every blue-red Delver deck is,
I'm sensing some hatred here.
I don't like blue-red Delver. I don't like blue-red Delver.
That's becoming apparent. So I know who you're voting for. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Ruination just flatly says that Tash will lose.
Well, okay, so blue-red Delver's a good deck. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not a blue-red fanboy.
That's fine. I will say that
fanboy.
the way that Ruination gets cast in order to lose this matchup is I think Ruination is more for like lands.
Yeah, no, 100%. There are other reasons to play the Ruination. The Ruination definitely isn't in his sideboard for this matchup.
For sure.
I just think that for this matchup in particular, for this specific game,
Yeah.
Ruination.
Because honestly, if Gary gets late enough into the game where Tash already has like even only 2 or 3 of his cards,
still crippled.
he's crippled,
Yeah.
just
He's
crippled.
limping along.
Yeah, it would be just too it would be too difficult of a state to come back from.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
he definitely can do it. If anyone can pull back from a Ruination, I believe it's Tash.
Do you think Tash keeps days in here?
I think that he keeps 1 just for the Mystic.
Oh, you're right. Maybe.
I think you have to prioritize the Mystic because
Okay, that was.
he took. He had 4 days in his opener. Oh,
Well, we know Tash took. Oh, all right. Jemin went to go vomit. Okay, we have confirmed that Tash did in fact keep days in his deck.
4 days
And
in the
he
opening
drew
7?
4 days in his opening hand. So Tash is once again gonna go to 6 and permanently cry. He even he was showing the stream at first and then was like, I don't care, dropped it right in front of Gary.
That's so
Oh
awful.
man.
What are you gonna do?
Oh man, that's okay. So Gary's gonna mulligan here too. So they're both going to 6, which makes that's a lot worse for Gary than it is for Tash. Just because Gary needs as much card advantage as he can get because his whole plan is to accumulate advantage.
But I feel like Gary's deck is just card advantage incarnate. She runs short, guy. It's card advantage incarnate.
Yeah, but the problem is the less cards you have to work with in your starting hand, the more opportunity that Tash has to start off with a really booming start.
Yeah.
And because the thing is, if Tash goes turn 1 Delver, turn 2 Delver Darcy, Gary has to hit 4 lands and cast Supreme Verdict in order to beat that hand.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, we do?
It's Alex.
Whoop. I will fix Alexander's Tash's name. Whoop. There we go.
Catch, good catch. That was our head judge.
That was our head judge, Jake. Doing
Coming
an
to-
excellent job as
Coming to
always.
help us out.
Yeah, no problem.
Bye.
Did you see what Tash drew in his opening outside, by the way?
No.
Tash ripped. We were debating whether or not Tash keeps days in this matchup. He draws his 7, puts down 4 dazes, and mulligans it back.
All right, so we have a shocked Steam Vents. Surprising.
Okay, so Steve-
directly into a Delver of Secrets.
Yeah.
Gary responds with Prismatic Vista, fetch for an island.
Yep.
That's interesting. To me.
So Tash. So what I've talked about earlier is how Tash wins this game. Tash needs to play 1 drop, 1 drop, 1 drop.
Yeah, it's just gotta be beater, beater, beater.
Yeah, it's gotta just keep he's gotta lay down a threat every single turn. Even if this Delver doesn't flip, right? He needs to have so many creatures on board that Gary has to play
Supreme
1 drop
Verdict or
removal.
die.
Yeah,
Supreme Verdict or die.
Supreme Verdict or die, or have so many cards in your hand to deal with this that you're just like super in a rough spot. Oh yeah, chat mentioned. Yeah, his days is sure were foil. Foil days, I believe, is like at least $50 a piece, right?
Yeah, minimum.
Yep. All right.
All right, so he ponders off of the fetch.
Okay, so here we go. So
Tash does not reveal the top card.
Tash drew his very expensive Polluted Delta, attacks for 1. Okay. So this is the key turn. This is what will determine whether or not... Oh, Tash shipped it back. Okay, that's not ideal. 1 damage a turn is not how you get there.
I think he's banking on flipping it here.
Well, he was banking on flipping it last turn, but Prismatic will deal with Delver.
Oh, that's so
And-
brutal.
Yeah. The fact that also Tash doesn't have a counterspell to deal with it is really bad. So, again, the longer this game goes, the worse it is for Tash. And right now, like Tash, if Tash can resolve an expressive iteration, I can see a good yeah. Even if he can't get the card that he exiles, even if he can't cast it, It would. I still think it's the play. But Tash, I believe, does still have a land drop.
You know what would be really funny right now? Is if he gets blue.
That would have been funny, but
That would've
I don't think Gary would do that.
I also don't think Gary would have.
Okay, he's gonna exile Darcy. Oh, it looks like it's
Petty theft.
I believe it's petty theft, brazen borrower, and submerge.
Why did he bring in submerge?
I don't know. I'm not 100% on it being submerge. He put the card that we don't know about in his hand. It might be a brazen borrower. Let's see. I can't quite tell, but he did get the fetch, so he does get to cast his Darcy.
Dude, I think Ruination right here gets him.
Oh my god, yeah. If
Ruination right here gets him.
yeah, he's Ruination I believe is 4.
No, what I'm saying is he already has 3 out.
Yeah,
That's
he
what
already
I'm
has.
saying.
Yeah, he only has 2 lands left in his deck. So if Gary like over the course of the next couple turns plays a Ruination and it resolves, Tash is dead. Tash
in the
just
water.
dies. Yeah.
I think he has.
Tash does have a fetch land in his hand, so he's not dead, but he's in a bad spot. Really
No.
bad.
So what I'm saying is because he's gonna play the fetch next turn, right? He's most likely gonna fetch directly into a nothing, right? And then Gary goes, cool, Ruination.
Oh, Tash kept in Wasteland by the looks of it.
Yeah, he did. He 100% kept in Wasteland.
That's
I
interesting.
think he kept it just for mana generation.
Yeah, that might be the case.
I don't think he could afford to take out 4 of them.
Yeah, I think this will differentiate between a lot of Delver players, but it really depends. All right, we're gonna swords here. We do not have Delirium. We're gonna go back up to 17. All right, Tash really needs to make something happen here. Tash got a draw. He drew another Valk. Oh, Tash. The thing is, I don't know if Tash is expecting Ruinate. I sure as hell wouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't think he is either.
All right, we're gonna expressive here.
I don't think Gary brought it in. I truly, honestly don't think he brought it in. But if he did, on the off chance he did, blows up this game right now.
Okay, Gary, if you get Tash with a Ruination, I will buy you a pack of Kamigawa. Like I'll buy him a set booster or something. I'll buy him something funny. Like if he gets Tash with Ruination, like Tash plays out his lands and plays out and gets got by Ruination, I will get Gary a pack. That would be pretty funny.
That would be so spicy. I think he shuffles here.
It's not as rough as trying to
he
kill
draws.
somebody with a Dryad Arbor, but
yeah. It's still insane.
All right, here we go. Yep, Tash did play out his Valk. That means there's only 1 Valk left in Tash's deck.
Just play fetch. No.
No, okay, this is really bad. This is really bad for Tash. Tash needs to cast that Brainstorm right now. Oh, he's gonna daze. Okay. Never mind.
He's good.
Yeah. Ooh, did Gary miss a land drop?
Yes.
That's bad. That's really bad for
really
Gary.
bad for
Gary
Gary.
really needs to
That's
find
so
lands.
weird that he just.
That's not that. Yeah. Okay. So here comes Darcy. All right, and here comes a Brainstorm triggering Darcy.
Triggering Darcy. Wasteland to the bin. Darcy trigger.
All right, we got Brainstorm,
Brainstorm
Daze,
stack.
Misty. So Tash is at the point where he basically never wants to see another land ever again because he's out. He's basically out of lands. He has only 1 active land left in his deck.
Which is the one of Island.
Yeah.
Doesn't he run 4 Velks?
Yeah, he runs 4 Valks.
He's got one in his hand.
He Brainstormed 1 back on top. Oh. Okay. So when he resolved his Brainstorm from the Darcy earlier, he put one of his put one of his Valks back on top and fetched it. This is where we start to see like these lines, right? Because essentially what this does is it guarantees you a land drop for the low price of 1 life, and it also makes it so
Shuffles.
that you're not drawing them later.
Yep.
I think they're debating whether or not he has a land drop. He does. Oh, what's going on?
And to get.
Oh, does he want to get the island? That's up to Gary. See what's going on here. Oh, he wants to get Mystic Sanctuary. Oh, okay. Gary, and this is honestly, we're playing at Comp REL here, but honestly, the most important thing is for everybody to feel like they're playing well and that they're playing to the best of their ability.
Oh, Foil Days is 2.
Ooh, baby, that's expensive.
Oh lord.
But the you might have noticed like these are comp players. Gary let Tash kind of make that play,
And Gary is honestly a really stand-up player, and would definitely let that
I think
happen.
at the end of the day, they're both friends, right?
Yeah. At the end of the day, they also want to play optimally. They want to get better.
They want a good game, right?
Yep.
So he tries to force the Murktide, and then Murktide Forcible gets dazed.
Yep.
Gary
Dazed.
really feeling the fact that he only has 2 hands.
Yeah.
He's really feeling, and he is really hurting.
Yeah, that's very,
he
very
immediately ships it back. EI gets cast. Mills the top card.
bad. Yeah, Gary had to ship. Oh man, shipping it
Dude,
back.
Gary is
bad.
having it all the time. Tash has 2 Forcibles in hand.
Oh no, yeah, that might mean that Gary's dead. That might just be it. Like Gary needs to have so much action in his hand for this to not kill him.
He's got Brainstorm. Maybe
He's
that's
gonna Mystic again.
Maybe that was a Ponder. Maybe that was a Ponder.
Yeah, put it back on top, triggering Murktide.
Throw the Murktide.
Yep. And he's gonna get in here, and I don't believe it has Delirium, but this is still like 9 damage.
Cycles.
Oh, a
the
Shark Typhoon.
Draws a card.
And he's gonna
blocks.
block.
It is a 3/3.
No, it's a 1/1. Shark Typhoon cycles for 1 blue and X.
Oh, 1 blue X. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so he's gonna take. I believe. He's gonna take this 8 and go down to 9. Brainstorm.
Oh, what is happening?
Gary
What
just
happened
has.
to Gary's hand.
How many lands is Gary? Gary's got. Let's see. Yeah, he's got 9, 10, 12, 16. Not a lot. 20.
20? I feel like that's still
20 for a control deck in Legacy is quite a bit, but 20's not a lot of lands in general.
Yeah, fair.
Especially if you're playing a lot of fetch lands, which Gary is. All right, so
Tash Brainstorm,
yep, Tash Brainstorms in response to a Narset on the stack.
Petty Theft, Lightning Bolt, and
Did he trigger his Darcy? I didn't quite see, but it doesn't
I don't
particularly
think it
matter.
matters to
Yeah.
or- I think Tash wins.
Yeah, Tash is like even if Gary can somehow resolve this Narset, which is fine, Tash is just like, okay, you're at such a low life total in general, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, he's at 9. Like Gary resolving a Narset here won't do anything. I'm not sure why Gary is making this play, because in my opinion, it's actually better to leave the mana up and bluff.
Maybe he's just looking for some action somehow.
Yeah, this is the Tash is gonna kill him. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Gary scoops it up.
Yep. They scoop it up.
Game 3.
What a intense
What a
game.
series.
What a series of games. This is honestly like I'm rooting for the weird deck, obviously, but this has been a really cool.
The expressive iteration was on top. That's why it stayed on top. The Veil Trigger.
Oh sure.
Yeah. Good call. Good catch. Good catch. Good catch. That who let us know
Okay.
that.
Cool. Thanks, chat.
Thanks, chat. You guys are the best.
All right. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, that's the sun. I was wondering because it showed like when Gary put the cards over there, right?
Yeah.
It showed like orange.
Yeah.
I was like, why are the cards orange?
Oh, the sun is
the
setting.
Yeah, the sun is setting, so
That's
it made
funny.
it orange.
That's funny. My lighting's been ruined.
Well, I think your lighting's held up immaculately. This has been a good, solid amount of lighting. The cards have been all readable, especially all the foils.
Thank you. I worked very hard on making. That's the hardest part about running Magic the Gathering streams, folks.
So can I get some Pog champs for Branson in chat?
Poggers,
You guys
please.
You drop them a Poggers or two. I'm sure you'd appreciate it.
While we're in between games, I also did want to remind everybody, if you ever need singles or if you want to pick up any Warhammer or paint, please check us out at gamersguildaz.com. We have a lot of stuff to check out. You can also use the buttons at the bottom of the stream. They'll take you directly to the website, and you can check out all our events. We're going to get our streaming up to running events all the time. I made this stream setup specifically so that we could run events and have a good time with everybody. All right, so I don't believe...
I'm picking up.
Yeah.
Made me want to buy cards.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up Ollie's Mono Black deck. Ollie's Mono Black deck is so cool.
Watching all the Legacy today made me just want to play Legacy right now. Like,
You picked a bad format.
I know. It's just like I'm watching it. I'm just like, I want to play Legacy now. I want to force someone to death.
So when I first got into Legacy, I bought Budget Burn, and now Budget Burn back in the day was like no Goblin guides. It was just really cheap cards, and I played against our head judge Jake. He was my very first Legacy game, right? All right, and I was like, okay, I built my burn deck, and Jake cast Daze against me, and I was like, what the hell is this? The first time I was dazed was mind shattering for me, and I've been in love with the format ever since.
You could say that it left you in a daze.
You're fired. You're fired again. Oh man. Oh,
I'm a bad person. Oh, I think Tash is either trying to mind game here or he's sideboarding some.
oh, someone in chat wants to watch Warhammer. I do specifically have a Warhammer setup for what I want to do. Like because you and I both play Warhammer.
Yes, we do. We do.
And I'm really excited to kind of like stream like games. I want to set it up so that like you can see the dice when they roll and
that'd
that
be
kind of
cool.
stuff. The hard part about streaming Warhammer is Warhammer's long. Like
It's a 2 hour long. It's at least a 3 hour long game for a decent point.
For yeah, especially since our like we have what's called a slow grow where people kind of slowly build up armies because Warhammer's also very expensive.
No.
Who could have foreseen
Who could have
this?
thought that?
Yeah, at least like yeah. So I'm gonna set up some Warhammer streams. We're gonna set up Pioneer. Pioneer's currently my favorite format, so I'm really excited to set up Pioneer. We're gonna be setting up a lot of stuff, and we'll hopefully get some other casters to come in that you guys can meet. It'll be a really really fun stream.
Boo this man.
Don't
liking
boo me.
Pioneer.
But I'm excited to show up with other streams.
Yeah, so you guys won't have to deal with me
Ooh,
every day.
Someone asked about vintage, because we have a vintage league starting up, and I'd really like to. So I'd really like to stream like the top 8 for that. That'd be really really cool.
Yeah, that would be really, really spicy. Get to see some nice black and white vintage cards.
All right, so we're going ahead. It looks like we're getting ready to start now. Importantly, in this game, Gary has the play. And Gary having the play is very, very important for this matchup. It means that, one, Gary gets to play out a land first without anything having to worry anything. But as long as Gary can draw lands this game, it means that he'll probably be at least one step ahead in tempo. And tempo is how Tash wins these games. So having any tempo advantage at all is really important for Gary's deck. All right, looks like we're resolving our mulligans. We'll see how far people have to mulligan this game.
This is first mulligan?
I believe so. All right, they're taking a look at their hands. All right, I can make out a little bit of Tash's hand. He's got lands and spells, so I believe he'll keep it. And I see a turn 1 Darcy, so I would be surprised if he didn't. All right.
Turn 1 Ponder.
Turn 1 Ponder is a good start. It will hopefully make sure that Gary continues to draw lands.
Yeah, that's what we saw last game. Is Gary just couldn't draw a land.
Yeah, if
Gary
Gary
could not draw a land and he just got locked.
Yeah, if Gary could have consistently placed land drops every turn, I'm not sure that matchup goes that way for Tash, right? Because even on 3 lands, Gary was able to control a very sizable portion of Tash's gameplay.
Tash was just able to slide under it.
Yep.
Sometimes that's all you need. 1 turn of interaction free, and you could slide under a lot of things.
All right, it looks like we got a shuffle and a draw. All right, we're gonna go Steam Vents, Shock, and then we're gonna play out the Darcy. Yeah, really, really. So that's exactly what Tash wants to be able to do, because it might be the case that Tash untaps, fetches, casts a spell, and gets Oh, did something funny happen in chat? Yeah. Oh, are you seeing the Gary Wong memes? They're pretty funny.
No, it's the new drinking game. Take a shot every time Jemin says spicy.
Ooh.
Thanks for that. Thanks.
All right. So importantly, Gary goes an island here. And this is one of the downsides to playing basics. If you play a lot of basics, you do protect yourself from wasteland, which is important, but it might mess you up with colors. You need access to your colors in order to play the game. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, his deck is predominantly blue.
True, but he needs access to white because white's is removal.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, this is where it could get
this
nasty.
is dangerous.
This double Darcy trigger could.
This is very dangerous.
If this is a creature that Tash is debating, it's not. Okay, so it's double land. We're gonna resolve this. So we're not gonna get Delirium this turn. But it did make it so that Tash won't draw that land later.
And again, I'm still hype on that Ruination plan.
I
Ruination a little bit sweeter.
That would be pretty funny. All right, so we got to see. So Tash is still deciding on this Ponder. It's a tough play. It looks like he sees. I see at least a Pyroblast. So Pyroblast coming in would be pretty relevant. It basically means, one, I get both my Darcy triggers, but two, I get to keep ahead of tempo. And keeping ahead of tempo for the low cost of 1 mana is really important here.
I mean, this is a tempo game right now. Tash
Yeah.
is definitely leading a tempo game. Blue-red Delver, classic tempo deck.
Yep.
All right, so now we have 2 lands and a ponder. So we have land, sorcery. Or 2 off from Delirium. You know what we haven't seen out of Tash's deck? I think he boarded out the Mishra's Baubles.
Yeah, I would be probably for a strong hate. I would do that. So we do see the island. So here comes a prismatic that will flatly deal with one of the Darcys, and that's honestly kind of where Gary wants to be. Gary hasn't lost that much life yet.
Pretty solid.
He's managed to so far keep ahead in tempo, and the fact of the matter is, Pyroblast will not stop swords. We talked about this. Swords or prismatic.
Will not stop it.
Yep. So, okay, here's
Delver
Delver.
comes out.
This is exactly what Tash wants to be doing. Tash wants to be laying 1 drop after 1 drop after 1 drop and just keeping pressure up.
Especially after the prismatic ending just goes away, right?
Yeah.
Now that the prismatic ending's gone, he feels very comfortable just dropping your Delver, moving on.
Yeah.
So and he plays a wasteland. I think he just played a land.
Yeah, so this is this is still not ideal for Tash, because the problem is Tash isn't bringing in the damage, and we're on turn 4 we're about to hit turn 4 for Gary, and turn 4 is Supreme Verdict time.
Yeah.
Right? And
Supreme
Verdict makes this game plan much more difficult for Tash. You cannot counter Supreme Verdict. So you gotta so we'll see what Tash is doing. I don't know if Tash is being reserved with his hand. It looks like he does at least have Murktide, so at least he can follow up. But if Gary has sword or a Supreme Verdict into swords,
Pyroblast got revealed.
Ooh, okay. Revealing Pyroblast off of Delver. So we have, I believe, 2 Pyroblasts in hand.
Gary also missed.
Ooh, that's not good.
After resolving 2 Brainstorms.
Yeah, you're right. That's really bad.
This is very bad.
That is the typical Gary Wong luck. But Gary Wong makes up for his bad luck by being incredibly skilled.
Or
the Shark Typhoon trade. I like this. But the downside to this, you can't counter Shark Typhoon, but you can bolt it before blocks, which is what we will probably see. So here's the bolt before blocks, and this might make Darcy big too.
Is it the creature we need?
It needs to be a creature in order for this to work.
Instant? It could all. No.
So if it wasn't if it was a creature, he probably would have binned it, unless it's a Murktide or something. I don't know if Tash would be willing. All right, so he's gonna come in for 4, bringing Gary to 14. Gary did get to cycle here, which draws a card.
Yeah.
And hopefully Gary's finding the mana he needs to cast.
I think he cast it.
Ooh, Delver. Okay.
Supreme Verdict.
Here's the Supreme Verdict. Okay, so the Supreme Verdict will wipe out Tash's. This has been such a game. This has been an insane game.
This has been an insane series.
Yeah, this has been an utterly.
Match has been a good.
There we go. I was wondering why the life totals weren't up. There we go. Okay, so Supreme Verdict is Tash. This is where Tash plays Murktide.
He has to.
Tash only has 4 cards in his hand. I don't believe any of them. So one is Pyroblast, and this Wasteland is starting to mess with him a little bit.
Darcy turns into a 3.
Yep, Darcy's a 3. Yeah, I think Tash is making. Okay. Tash just decided to. Tash just going a little bit back and forth there, but he's like, okay, do I cast this ponder? Do I not?
I think he was asking if the Darcy resolved.
Oh, sure. Okay. All right, so this ponder is important. He decided to keep it on top, which means he didn't bin it. He doesn't need to bin it either, which is good.
I think it's holding fine here.
This is weird because Tash. I would be interested to know whether or not what Tash is thinking about whether or not how to play this Murktide. Right, so he has a Darcy with Delirium.
He's probably trying to bait out more removal before doing it. Eats the Tundra.
That's brutal.
Gary Wong has no other Tundras in his deck anymore. He only has 1 Volcanic Island left. This man is running 2 dual lands.
So that might be brutal if he doesn't have another
Narset
land.
hits the stick.
Yeah. I don't believe Tash has a counter spell for that other than Pyroblast, but maybe he has Force. I don't think even if he has Force, I know he has a Murktide in hand. I don't think there's a scenario where he counters Narset for a Murktide.
I wouldn't counter Narset.
I wouldn't either. I don't believe that would be a line for Tash to take. But we'll see. All right, so yeah, Narset resolves. Gary picks up Ponder, and Gary missing land drops really rough. He's still playing it well.
All right, here comes the Merc. Oh nope, this is expressive.
Yeah,
Okay, so Tash is pretty much all in on this Darcy.
I actually think Tash is trying to save the Murktide to try to bait out all of the removal he can,
Yeah.
then stick the Murktide to finish.
I don't know if that'll work just because Garrett, like, I get the line,
Does
but
he kill Narset or go face?
he kills Narset.
He kills Narset.
Yeah. So the question here for me is I don't know if that will work only on the basis that if Gary can consistently keep making land drops, you can counter Murktide a lot easier than you can remove.
Yeah, but as
Murktide.
we've seen, he's missed the past like 4 or 5 land drops.
That's true. All right,
he finally hits a land drop.
Here's land 4. Here's the swords. That's really good for Tash.
I think this is Tash's window for a Murktide. I think this is Tash's window.
Yeah, this is definitely Tash.
If there was ever a time for a Murktide, it's right now.
Yeah. So the thing is, Gary still has a decent amount of cards in hand, which is bad for Tash, right? Let's see how this plays out. He's probably gonna play the Murktide here.
Murktide.
Here comes Murktide. All right. Will Murktide resolve is the question. Gary
Here
is
comes that
correctly letting Tash exile the cards first. Yes, so Tash is being reserved with this Murktide, which is correct because the fact of the matter is, Gary might counter it.
I'm just confused as to why he got rid of both his sorcerer. Oh, expressive iterations is sorcerer.
Yeah, it is.
Never mind.
I was like, I think we have expressive iteration, right? Yeah.
Does get his mechanic.
Yep, so this is a 5/5, which means it's a 3-turn clock instead of a turn 2 clock, which is maybe not super ideal. All right, here's the So Gary did bring in the red elemental blasts, and that will be the difference. Yeah, that'll flatly deal with Murktide. Now Tash has no board, which is very, very bad. But honestly, Gary needs to draw lands.
Okay,
So if Gary can keep like making these land drops, I think Gary will take this game.
Imagine Tash.
All right, here's Teferi. I believe Teferi will probably. So here's the thing.
Pyroblast.
Yeah. So you have to counter Teferi because Teferi says you can't cast spells at instant speed. So he's gonna fetch. He's gonna fetch first and then reveal the pyro. That's fine. That's a little forward, but let's see what Gary does. Gary's gonna fluster here. So the current spell count is 3. So that will counter the okay. And this is very bad. So this also he gets to tick up here, which isn't super relevant. But what is relevant is it now means Murktides are on permanent hit list. Right? Like this Teferi, if Tash doesn't deal with it, will be able to get rid of pretty much any Murktide that Tash ever lands.
So he's now out of Dual Lands.
He's out of red sword. So I don't believe we will see
He runs one mountain.
Oh, he runs one mountain?
Yeah, he runs one mountain.
Okay, I would be really okay, so what you're saying is we still have a shot.
What I'm saying is that if Gary Wong fetches for this mountain and he has the Ruination,
Oh
he just
my-
wins.
No
He just
way.
wins. He just wins. If he fetches for a mountain, gets the mountain, plays the Ruination, Gary Wong just wins.
Not flat out. Technically, Alex can still play a Delver and flip it and beat him to death. It's not likely.
Yes. But from what we've seen, right, Tash has gone through 2 Delvers already.
Yeah.
He's gone through 3 Darcys.
Yeah, like the fact of the matter
one
is,
Murktide.
like I believe Tash has half the threats in his deck left.
Yes. If he gets rid of all the other dual lands, only leaves him with a single island, Tash's life gets very difficult.
Yeah.
So difficult that I don't think he comes.
Actually, you're right, because if he plays the Ruination here, that basically says, remember half the threats you had in your deck? Now you have 2. You have
Half
2.
of half.
You have 2 threats left in your deck to be able to play this game. And yeah, I think you're right. So Tasha's gonna bolt Teferi here. That's not gonna kill Teferi though. Okay, I see the line. Tasha's taking the same line he took in game 1, which is I'm gonna bolt your Teferi, and then I'm gonna play a Murktide and I'm gonna kill Teferi. That's my line. Alright, so Gary's gonna fetch here.
Well, it's not Ruination.
No, he's it's firmly not the Ruination
I
play.
just want Ruination. Yes, the Arena DCI land are.
Alright, we're gonna ponder here. So remember, Gary gets to cast the spell at instant speed.
Yes. Yes.
And that's really bad for Tash, because Tash doesn't want to see a ponder, because Tash
knows that he needs to be able to. So I believe what Gary's doing is he's looking for Force of Will.
Or he might have the Force of Will and just decided to dig a little bit.
Maybe that's a little risky. Because I believe Gary only has one card in hand.
Does he
Maybe
only
I'm
have
wrong. He stacks his cards pretty close together, so I'm a little unsure.
It looks like one.
Yeah, I believe Tash also only has one card in his hand, and it's Force of Will. Alright, so Gary will get another card here no matter what. Oh, he fetched, so he's down to 20. Alright, we're gonna shuffle.
No, Tash didn't fetch right there.
Tash says he's at 20.
Oh, it shows him at 20.
Yeah. So let's see.
Murktide resolves.
Murktide is going to resolve, and okay. Gary took his card. Gary's going to draw, so Gary's at 3 cards. He's going to tick up to Fairy. I wonder how Gary plays. Oh, Shorekai. All right, Shorekai, not the card you want to see.
So interesting.
Yeah, so we have a 6/6 Murktide, and now Tash has to kill the Teferi. There isn't an option.
There isn't another way out, right?
Yeah. All right, what's the card? It's a Darcy. Okay, a Darcy's
last Darcy's out.
Yep. All right, Gary needs to find action, and Gary needs to find it right now. So we'll see.
Is Darcy online? That's my question.
I believe so. I believe Tash would specifically try to do, but we'll see. All right, so he's gonna activate Shorekai.
Make his use blocker.
What a tight game! What an absolutely tight game. So it draws you 2 cards and discards 1.
There a link to?
No, unfortunately, I couldn't get that together in time. But I believe currently we have this match, which is our semifinals, and then we have we'll post the standings online a little later. What the heck is that?
What is that?
What the heck is that?
Slice and dice?
Is that Slice and Dice?
That's Slice and dice. That's
Okay.
Slice and dice.
Okay, here's Narset. Yeah, that will resolve. All right, so this is a bad spot for Tash. So Tash's opponent is currently at 12, and he has, let's assume, 9 power on board. Did Gary whiff? Oh my word! Gary whiffed on his Narset.
Wow. That's...
Gary dug 6 cards deep and found...
No. It's only 4.
No. Gary dug 6 cards deep with Shorekai and Narset and found nothing.
Oh no. Well, so he still has the one white up, right? Maybe
He
he's
does.
trying to bait out the
He's
attack.
repping. He's definitely repping it. The thing is, the fact of the matter is, there's no scenario where you don't just cast it, because if Tash had a Force of Will in hand, which he does,
You don't want him to draw a
you
card.
don't want him to draw a card and be able to cast the Force of Will.
Well, I think that Gary just attacks, kills Narset, attacks face with Darcy.
It depends. Obviously, it depends on whether or not Darcy has Delirium, which she may or may not.
I don't think Tash would exile cards out of his graveyard and not leave Delirium.
The only reason I could see Tash doing that is specifically to get this Murktide up to a high enough power, which could very well be the case. So we'll see how this goes. Tash is definitely thinking out his lines. This has been an insane set of games.
Game's lasted what, 40 minutes?
Oh yeah, it's been a
game.
This has been an honestly crazy game.
So glad that I'm casting this. I'm so into it.
All right, so Murktide's coming in. Murktide's hitting face, which I believe Tash has decided. Okay, I can draw bolts and bolt out here, right?
What if he drew a
Darcy
bolt?
does not have Delirium,
Or he would have attacked him.
or else Darcy would have attacked.
Okay. No
Yep.
Delirium.
Yep. Okay, so this is the make or break point for Gary. Gary needs to find a lot of action here
Supreme
really
Verdict?
quickly.
If he rips a Supreme Verdict right now,
Verdict
he's golden.
would probably blow Tash out.
Tash, are you just gonna get punished for not attacking the Narset?
I don't believe there's only 2 Supreme Verdicts in Gary's deck. So let's see what happens.
He's dug 6 cards deep in the last one, 4 cards deep, 5 cards deep this turn, right? 7 cards deep last turn. He has to have something.
He has to have anything. Just
Supreme Verdict.
There it is.
Supreme Verdict.
Okay, so Supreme Verdict will probably stabilize him out. But important to note, if Tash draws just a couple bolts here, Gary's gonna die, right? Because
Gary is at 6.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah.
They need to adjust his.
I told
he's got it on his pad.
yeah, he's got it on his pad, which is fine. I specifically told them that they can do that if they want to, but I'm keeping good track, I think. Now that I can see everything properly. Yeah. Anyway, so the other important thing is Tash can't draw cards as long. So and Gary knows here going down to 5 is the same as being at 6. So here comes the Supreme Verdict. There is nothing Tash's deck can do to deal with Supreme Verdict. Supreme Verdict will resolve. All right, so can Tash climb out of the hole? Gary doesn't have a lot of action. Oh, that's bad. That's really, 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 really bad. That means Tash drew that land, has Force of Will in hand, and something else. It could be a blue card. It could not be.
It's probably a Ponder.
Oh man, if it's a Ponder or a Brainstorm, basically that's just Force of Will fodder at this point.
That's what I think that he's waiting. That's what it has to be.
It's got to be. Yeah, I assume it's some sort of draw. All right, so he discarded a Pyroblast. Interesting.
Okay. He can't cast it. He doesn't have a tutor in hand.
Oh, you're right. He can't cast it.
Yeah. He doesn't have a Prismatic Vista in hand. He doesn't have his one basic mountain.
He doesn't have his one basic mountain.
He runs a 1 of basic mountain. 3 mana to Teferi.
Yeah,
this is Teferi.
No, it's another Narset. Yeah, that's really good. That's really, really good. That gets to dig him so much deeper. And Tash is looking at this, and I think Tash, like, here's the bit, right? Tash could play out a Force of Will here if he has the card, right? The difference is, okay, so it's Force of Will Daze. Yeah, Tash has decided to counter this now.
That's smart.
That's so it is smart. The problem is now Gary is working with perfect information. I think Tash still had to do that, but now, like, Tash is in top deck mode with Gary at 5, and that's not the spot you want to be, especially with an active Shorakai.
Is Shorakai?
There's no Ragavan in the format now. You don't have to worry about haste.
Is Shorakai going to be the
one basic mountain? Do it!
Ruination. Ruin his life.
Come on, have a Ruination in your hand. Come on, buddy.
Come on.
Do it. Come on.
Do it to him.
Come on, Gary Wong, do it to him.
Gary Wong, I believe in you.
Gary Wong.
He's got the Ruination.
Tash is hellbent. I'm begging you. Gary Wong, please cast Ruination against this poor man. End this man's whole career.
He fetches.
All right, so
it's Ruination or bust. Next turn, Ruination coming down.
Oh man, that would be so brutal.
No, he still has the baubles in there. I just saw 2 of them.
Okay, yeah, he kept the ball. Oh yeah. This is the play. This is how Tash gets out of this game.
EI back on top.
Yeah, I would assume that Tash probably still has it. Because Tash is really as our interview with Tash proved.
Yeah, EI on top.
Yeah, Tash will put the EI on top, draw the EI, cast the EI. If Gary has a counterspell, he absolutely should counter this. It looks like he'll probably activate Shorakai, and we'll see what happens.
Why does he? Oh, I guess he had to leave up Pyroblast mana?
Yeah. On the off chance. And he got the Reb!
No, remember he had it before.
No, he discarded it, didn't he?
Did he discard it?
I think so. No, he had a Pyroblast that he discarded.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Tash is reading Shorakai, being
really
like,
upset about Shorakai.
What the hell is this card, dude? And you know what's crazy? Shorakai is only 1 pilot away from being able to be crewed.
Gets him for 2.
Yep, bringing Tash to 14.
Teferi.
And here's Teferi. Okay, I think Tash is...
Is Tash gonna die to Shorakai?
I desperately hope that's the case. No offense, Tash. I love you, buddy. Expressive on the top! Activate Shorakai. What are we finding?
Dude, what a game!
Oh, man. What's Gary got?
Brainstorm? He won Brainstorm.
Gary got...
Looks like a prismatic ending, I think.
So he's got to discard a card. He's discarding prismatic ending. Interesting.
I like it. He doesn't care.
Honestly, he has the Teferi on top.
Yeah,
he has the Teferi on board anyway. He gets another pilot. Are we gonna see Shorakai start beating? Oh man, that would be so good.
So I think the line here for
bolt
L-bolt.
Yeah. Okay. I see this line. The line is I'm gonna bolt your face. Because bolting your face doesn't stop me from doing anything. So, yeah. Is the line bolt the face here, Tash? A Flusterstorm. Yeah. Okay. I'm surprised he didn't Flusterstorm the
Oh, it's Tash. Yeah, Tash. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Tash has a daze. Yep. Okay. What a game!
Shorikai clutching it out.
What an absolute game!
Oh my goodness, that is an awful top.
Yeah. Oh man, what a crazy game!
What a good game.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a short break. We'll be right back in just a couple
Yeah,
minutes.
I need a breather after that game.
Oh man. All
That
right,
was a
guys.
lot.
It'll be just a couple minutes. We'll have our finals coming back at you. We'll see Mech Control in the finals.
Who do you think his opponent is?
I don't know. I have to go see. I know it's either Mono Black Control or Damien, who I believe is on Doomsday. So we'll see some crazy.
I want to see the Doomsday.
Yep. All right. We'll be right back, guys. We'll check you later. All right, everybody, we are back, and we have quite the matchup today. We've got Doomsday. Do you know anything about Doomsday, Jemin?
All I know is that it wins because you have no cards in library, and I'm in.
That is correct. So the way this deck works is you essentially you play a card called Doomsday. Doomsday essentially removes most of the cards out of your deck. And you stack, I believe it's 4 or 5 cards, something like that.
It's typically 2 draw spells, maybe a counter spell or 2.
Right. And then you specifically, the way you win is by casting a Thassa's Oracle, having a Thassa's Oracle resolve, and winning the game that way.
TB trigger on the stack. Win the game.
So, we got a Dark Ritual, which means Damon might just be going for it right here, right now.
Force of Will, pitching Jace the Mind Sculptor to stop the turn 1 potential Doomsday.
And we got
Force pitch
back.
Ponder back?
This game might be over already.
That would be a game.
Force back!
3 forces in the first opening turns.
All right, so I think Damon might not have any other lands.
I think he's just... Yeah, that was everything.
I think that might be everything Damon had.
Oh, that was quite the turn 1.
You certainly can't expect... Oh, my word, Gary doesn't have any lands either. Damon does have the land. Yeah, pass it back. Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody. The next couple turns are going to be probably pretty boring.
Cast Brainstorm and end step.
All right, we found the Doomsday and a Thassa's Oracle, so both of those are currently in hand. 18. Yep, that's right. Oh man, what a crazy turn
double
one.
force openers on both.
I think Gary correctly assumed that like
you got to go for it.
You
doesn't matter.
You got to stop this.
Yeah, it
right?
doesn't matter. You have to stop it.
Yeah, because the deck will just kill you. It's a combo deck, and Gary is the control deck, and that's
Doomsday is one of the most efficient combo decks out there right now, and it's just the deck runs so smooth.
All right, we're gonna brainstorm again.
Lotus Petal.
Interesting that we go double brainstorm without fetching. Damon's been playing this deck for a while, and he's placed very, very well with it, as evidenced by today, obviously.
I think he just wanted the extra card. Take a peek at the extra card.
Maybe. Here's a Lotus Petal. Can we get to Doomsday right now is the question.
I don't think so. I think he would
need another
one
Lotus
more mana
Petal.
source.
Yeah, he would need another Lotus Petal.
Unless he just ripped a Dark Ritual.
Could be the case. All right, we're gonna fetch. Fetching implies to me that Damon has more action than we. So we'll see how that goes.
He could just drop an LED.
That's true, but
it nukes his hand though.
Let's take a look at Damon's list really quick. So let me see
Talked
if
a
there's
lot about
anything
Gary's.
crazy. There is the one Lion's Eye Diamond. All of the 1-ups are basically like the cards you stack.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the Cabal Ritual. Cabal Ritual will get you to the mana you need to cast Doomsday. And honestly, I don't think Gary. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Gary doesn't have anything left.
Over. It's just over.
It might just be over.
It's just over here.
Yep. So Damon will lose half his life total, rounded up. I think.
Think it particularly matters in this instance, but yes.
Almost certainly not.
Because if he doesn't win here, then I don't understand what he's doing.
This is one of the things about these kinds of decks. All right, like these kinds of decks can just win you the game from
out of nowhere,
out of completely nowhere, right? So. I think, like, at this point, we're kind of, like, shuffling cards back and forth, but I would be surprised if Gary has any action here. I can guarantee that this is probably the first time Gary will board out his Swords to Plowshares.
I agree. I think he boards out even his Magic engine.
So here's the interesting part about this matchup specifically. Damon only has 2 cards in his hand, and he needs to set up his deck in a way that Thassa's Oracle will win you the game, irregardless of whether or not Gary has a Swords to Plowshares in hand. Because if you Swords to Plowshares the trigger while it's on the stack, Devotion becomes 0.
Yes.
So it's fine if you have 0 cards in your deck, but it's not fine if you have 2 or 1.
Well, typically it's so. What I've heard lately is that the double Thassa's Oracle triggers, you do it with 4.
Ah, okay. So how do you get 2 of them on the board? Is my question.
I like I said, I wouldn't know. All I know is that's
Fair.
what I've heard.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure that's happening. All right. Gary is correctly looking through
You always look through.
Damon's deck to determine what's in Damon's hand. So Gary's looks like he's counting 3 forces.
No force of will.
Yeah. I believe that does mean there's at least 1 force left.
No, there's not because he used the first turn one. Oh no, he counts 3
Yeah.
because it's all in graveyard. Yeah,
Right.
So he probably has 1 force of will in hand
Yep.
or in the stack.
All right, so he's gonna search.
Fetches for the
Okay,
island.
so Gary will get a turn here. He's gonna fetch for the island. I don't believe I've ever beaten Damon on.
I played against Doomsday exactly twice and got smoked off the table.
Yep. Doomsday is a very, very strong combo deck.
I cast literally 2 spells the entire.
I would argue it's probably the best combo deck in the format.
No, yeah, 100%, no doubt.
All right, here's the Street Wraith. I'm not sure this part matters too much, but it essentially just is like,
digs the
hey,
card
it digs
deeper.
the card deeper.
I think that's 2 Street actually.
It probably is.
Probably Street Wraith.
Oh
and
yeah,
the Street
so
Wraith
yeah,
and the Street
so
Wraith.
he set it up with basically he stacked his deck with Street Wraith. All right, so here's the Edge of Autumn. Get the last card out of your deck. Play the land. Make it an
Uncounterable. Oh, that's so
Yep,
brutal.
all right,
With
so-
Days back up.
So that will be game 1.
Oh, that was a very fast game 1. Very fast game 1. So what does Gary Wong do here? We got Gary Wong's list here.
Essentially, like the way I see this is you bring in
Fluster Storm, Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast,
Force of Negation.
Force of Negation, Blue Elemental Blast?
Like
that's
probably
on
not
the
blue,
right. No.
but you bring in you bring in basically anything to deal with
Dress Down? You leave the Dress Down, right?
Yeah,
Because
probably.
Dress Down fizzles the Thassa's Oracle trigger, right?
It does. Well, you can play the Dress Down in response to Thassa's Oracle about to enter play.
Yeah, on the stack.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and then it'll basically make
Blanket.
it so that, yeah, it'll blanket.
Does he have any way of forcing it? Oh, Days Undoing?
Ooh, Days Undoing would be hot.
Because he could theoretically Doomsday, right? If he has to say go, Days Undoing, shuffle everything in, draw 7. If he has less than 2 cards in hand, he has 2 cards in hand, 5 cards in back.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that'll play out.
Kills himself at upkeep, or kills himself at draw step.
Man,
Doomsday is a hot card.
it's a brutal deck to play against because essentially what it is, it's a hard control deck. It's a hard control deck shell with a combo in it, and the combo is really difficult to interact with.
Almost impossible to interact with, especially because you get to set your top 5. And typically, that's either counter magic backup plus draw spells, and it's just so smooth and concise. And
Yeah,
easy.
if you resolve the Doomsday, you have to have some weird stuff going on in order. Like I've seen the one time I've seen this work out is like you thought scour somebody and like say target player draw a card, and just like completely.
Well, that's your out. Is you force the other player. I think the stream. Oh, it's catching up.
Oh yeah, it'll
It just stuttered right there.
it'll stutter for a second every
Everyone
now and
froze, and I got really worried.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, Doomsday can't just win you the game a lot of the time.
Just wins you the game every time.
I don't think it's necessarily over if a Doomsday resolves, but you have to play really creatively.
So I think it's over if Doomsday resolves and they have more than 1 card in it.
Sure.
That is so hard to come back from.
Yeah. Honestly, there's a lot of different lines to take this deck. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we're in game 2 already. Game 2.
Oh, nope.
Game 2, Doomsday took it on turn 2?
Three.
Turn 3.
Yeah, because it cast the Doomsday on turns 2, but it won on turn 3. And honestly, the deck by itself is just a hard control shell with the combo in it. So
Can I see the deck list, my fellow caster? Four Doomsday, 4 Dark Ritual, 4 Force of Will, 4 Ponder, 4 Brainstorm, 4 Lotus Petal, 4 Days, 3 Street Wraith, Personal Tutors, 2 Edge of Autumn, 2 Nazis, Oracle, 1 Duress, 1 Ideas.
Is there more?
Consider?
Yeah, so consider is actually really important to the deck because it
Bottom, it graveyard something.
Damon explained it to me one time and I don't quite understand how it works because I'm not an expert at a Doomsday deck, but consider was a huge boon for the deck from everybody I've talked to who's ever played the deck. There's 2 core players who play it a lot.
Is that accurate?
No. Hold on. Oh, yeah. I don't...
Is that accurate? Did he?
So, for people who are confused, it says the deck designer is Gary Wong. I don't believe Gary pioneered Doomsday, but I could be wrong. Honestly, Gary has pioneered a lot of decks, so...
I mean, if he designed this
He sure is in the finals of a tournament with a Shorikai.
Yeah,
so... Well, yeah. You gave me a heart attack because I was like, did I get the deck
No,
lists wrong? And I was
because
like,
it's a Damon, but it's like, is this
it
design?
might be a joke, but
Okay,
it
all
also
right,
might
all right.
not be.
All right, because if it's not a joke, that's kind of spicy.
Yeah.
A little spicy. A little seasoning on there.
Yeah, whoever's playing the drinking game on whether or not
Somebody
takes a shot every time you say spicy.
Yeah.
I think for me it would be take a shot every time I say we'll see how it goes. But it looks like Damon is shipping back his first hand and Gary is keeping his.
That makes me feel good about going into this game. I really want to see Shorikai do something. I wanted to see this in the finals, but I definitely don't want Doom.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I love both these players dearly, but I really don't want the combo deck to win. All right, Damon's taking a look at his 7. It didn't look very good to me. It has a Ponder. Yeah, Damon's gonna ship it back. He drew like an. Honestly, the deck can win off 5. The deck can win off 4.
Really?
Yeah, go turn 1 Dark Red Doomsday.
I guess.
Set your
But then-
hand.
But then, okay, you're up against a control deck, right? There's no way that he doesn't have some form of counter magic. Winning
I
off
would
4
be
is
surprised.
impossible.
I would be surprised if Gary kept this hand without a very decent amount of interaction.
He kept the first hand. There were 2 Force of Wills.
I honestly
Come on, like that's insane.
So what I expect from this match is Damon to keep a 5 that is got the combo in it, and he just has to go for it on the off chance that Gary doesn't have it, and I would bank that Gary has it. I don't know if Gary would keep a hand that doesn't have a heavy amount of interaction against this matchup because he knows how brutal.
Well, yeah, if he designed the deck. That does not.
I didn't see how many lands were in it. There was draw. If there's 1 land and a draw spell, I can see Damon keeping it because going to 4 is a little rough.
Okay, use it.
Yeah, it's 2 cards, Damon. Yeah, at this point you have to keep everything relevant to what you need to be doing. In this case, it's drawing cards. He's debating between, like, it looks like Force and Brainstorm.
It looks like Days Tundra.
Alright, here we go. We start off with a Volcanic Island and pass, which is pretty expected. Honestly, the only thing that's weird about this is it's the 1
Volcanic.
Yeah. Hold on, we're getting a frame rate issue. There we go. Alright, so let's Alright, so we fetch up for
Directly into an underground.
Yep. Okay. We're gonna ponder. Yeah, so this is the line that I expect Gary to take, and this is a line that I don't think a lot of other players would risk. Yeah. And what's interesting about that is Damon really needs cards, and Gary knows Damon's on 5, started with a 5-card hand. So Gary is going to attack Damon's hand.
Resource denial, resource denial, resource.
Yep. But attacking his hand through preventing him from playing spells that draw him cards, right?
Got the Tundra in him.
And honestly, Damon keeping the days, I think, was correct. Because Damon really needs these spells to resolve.
because that's the only way Damon gets back into this. Mulliganing to 5 is really rough in Legacy. All right, so he's going to leave it on top, draw a card. And we're going to play a Lotus Petal. And then we're going to ship it back. All right, so, yep, we got our land drop here. We're going to ship it back as well. So, yeah, Gary's going to play a completely reactionary game for probably the next 5 turns. Damon's gonna play out his Underground Sea. This is where like the lines for this deck become very okay. So we're gonna cycle a Street Wraith. We're gonna Brainstorm. All right, I would be curious to see if Gary will attack this. Because Gary already showed that he's willing to attack over the Ponder. So yeah, it looks like Gary is willing to attack this card.
I mean, you have to, right? If you
You
do it
don't-
once, you gotta stay on the plan, right?
You don't have to. Gary
Really?
Yeah, Gary is skilled enough to adjust the game plan as needed. You don't have to commit to a plan if you suddenly realize that the plan is bad, right? But it doesn't look like Gary might not have been able to attack the plan. Yep.
Correct.
We'll see, because this is Damon. Damon only has access to this Lotus Petal.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying for this turn. I'm
Oh,
saying
sure.
for either the next turn cycle, his hand will be revealed. I think that is very much for Damon.
Oh yeah.
We have double blue. Damon.
Damon's name is Damon, not Damien. I made
Oh,
that
sorry,
mistake
sorry,
many
sorry,
times.
sorry. My sincerest apology.
Damon actually specifically asked me not to misspell his name because I misspelled Tasha's. All right,
Damon.
so let's see. So we got okay. So Gary is consistently making land drops, which is more than we could say for last match, which is good. Very, very good in Gary's case. Gary needs a lot of mana. Okay. Narset here is very brutal for Damon because Damon has already showed that he is on a like
Days.
yeah, okay. Honestly, I think I would be oh
Force
wow.
pitch brain.
Force pitch brainstorm. Yep. Okay, that's pretty rough for Damon.
I still think Damon can fight through.
Oh yeah, Damon could definitely beat this. The problem is the way that the deck typically sets up its win
Yeah.
is by drawing lots of extra cards.
Obviously.
Yeah, Narset basically says like, dude, you gotta if you're gonna cast a Doomsday, you gotta set it up tight,
100%.
very very tight. And honestly, Damon's basically on one land. Like, has been consistently on one land. Oh wow. Gonna take the REB. Comes to land again. We're gonna crack. Okay, that means Damon's going for it. That just straight means Damon's going. Alright, so this will be the test on whether or not Gary has... So... Comes the Dooms... Oh, nope, Duress. Okay, we're starting with Duress. I believe he still has
Double
4...
lands. Oh no.
Okay, Damon might have it.
No.
Yep, so here's the deal. Damon will resolve this Doomsday. We all know Damon's gonna resolve it, right? The question is whether or not the way he stacks his deck can beat a Narset.
I definitely think I'm sure Damon's got enough time on this deck to be able to beat a Narset. Narset's not a one of card. It's not a spicy deck tech. It's a staple of the format. I don't think there's a way that he doesn't know how to play around this.
I'm not seeing. I'm very bad at the deck, so I don't know. But Damon would. So I don't. I don't.
100% have faith in Damon that he can pilot through this.
Yeah. For those who don't know, locally we have basically like a couple Doomsday players who are very, very good at Doom.
Plays Doom.
It's not all they play, but it is
A
their
good majority of their games are.
Yes,
Doomsday.
when they need to do a competitive level event,
Yeah,
and they
they're-
want that Wheel of Fortune,
Yeah,
they bring Doomsday,
They're Doomsday.
right? Because Doomsday is honestly just it's just a really strong deck choice into this meta because it has all the elements that you're looking for. It wins you from positions where you're not winning, and it can control. It controls really, really well.
I'm not entirely sure that Narset will be able to get anything relevant, and we have seen Gary whiff on Narset before. It really depends on how Damon stacks this deck, right? I have no clue how Damon stacks this deck. Because dealing with a Narset on the board is preventing Damon from drawing additional cards in a turn. Which means at the very least, Damon's got to find a way to get all of the cards out of his deck without drawing them. Which isn't impossible, but very hard. Yeah, Damon's gotta think about this really carefully. So I can understand why Damon understandably taking a long time. Alright, Gary's gonna so it looks like Damon has chosen his pile. And I saw a Street Wraith in there, so I'm wondering if Damon has a way of beating this Narset. Like just in hand. This has been quite the short game, but this is the nice thing about Doomsday. Doomsday does ultimately just like make games short, right? One way or another.
I mean, after that long blue-red
that game was insane. That was such an excellent game. All right, let's see how this goes.
And this game is just a giant skill check. That's very interesting.
Well, both players have to play very, very tight. Damon had to play tight off of virtually no land.
Well, he double dazed.
Yeah.
Double dazed.
So I'm curious. I'm really curious to see what this stack is into a Narset. I'm really curious to see how it plays out.
Tips it back.
Because I saw a Street Wraith on top, and I'm under the impression that that is a dead card. So maybe I missaw. We'll see how we'll see who plays. But it looks like it is Gary's turn. Gary drew a card.
Sure, Gary is thinking.
I'm wondering if he's wondering whether or not to minus this. Because I'm wondering if like Damon has a way of dealing with like 1 damage.
Edge of Autumn deal damage.
Edge of Autumn is an important card, and I would guarantee it's in. I would guarantee it's in Damon's stack.
I don't see.
Yeah, so it probably does. I don't see anything here that also deals with something all word, except for like Hercule's Recall or Plague Edge.
Those are both creatures and artifacts.
That is the thing about the Doomsday deck. The Doomsday. Oh my God!
Oh!
Days Undoing.
He draws exactly 7.
He will draw exactly 7 cards,
which is his entire stack.
Which would be his entire stack. I believe.
But he can't draw anything.
He can't draw anything because of Narset.
So he just shuffles it randomly.
Yep.
Days Undoing.
Oh my
Days
God.
Undoing.
Did you know what that means? Gary top decked that. He had 2 lands in play.
He did top deck that.
He didn't minus his Narset. He top decked Days Undoing.
Absolute
insanity.
Better lucky than good.
All the Wong luck comes back.
Better lucky than good.
Oh my word! What an insane top
So he just
deck.
draws 1 card.
Yes, he will draw. So it looks like they're discussing something, but yeah. So he got to draw 1 card, but they're completely random now.
What if he still wins off of it?
That would be insane.
Passes.
Yeah, which is what he has to do. So basically the line now is like Gary needs to have like a lot of action in his hand and Damon needs to have none. But the problem is Damon can still have like
he's still set up the 7 cards he has still is.
Yeah, the Cavern of Souls like matters a lot.
How does Gary get out of this?
So he's looking through Narset. He doesn't have any wastelands, so there's not really a really good way to deal with this.
How do you do this?
Ironically, if he did actually like straight cast the Ruination, it would get him out of this. Because I'd be willing to bet that Damon probably doesn't have another land in his pile.
He might have a Lotus Petal though.
I'm kind of curious how this would work if let's see, if Thassa's Oracle. So basically, Damon now has to draw this hand, right? This is definitely put like the stack is now completely. This has gone completely weird. The game is now anybody's game. I can't believe he top decked his one of Days Undoing. That's absolutely absurd.
All right, here's Teferi. Teferi's important because Teferi says you can't cast spells at instant speed, at all. It looks like he minused, and oh, it's up to. You don't have to target anything. So Gary's digging. Gary is trying to find cards. Cycling Street Wraith.
Okay.
Oh, because Narset says you can't draw more than one card per turn.
Yes. Oh, that was the plan.
Yeah.
He's just going a little bit longer, a little bit slower.
Yep.
3
But
cards left in library.
It's important to note that Damon, I believe, is actually at 6 light.
Yes, because he took
Because
2
he
damage
took,
from
yeah,
the
he had to
cycling.
take the Street Raid. So he has 3 cards left in his deck. I'm wondering what Gary is seeing.
He fetches Island?
Yep.
Snapcaster, maybe.
Targeting what?
Nothing.
Oh, he's just gonna play it? Is he?
Just to
Just...
get
Oh, he's
the-
gonna attack him.
get the
He's gonna
beat.
attack him for 2.
2? I'm at 4. Oh, now this is a game.
Because
Upticks.
Damon has 3 cards left in his deck, and Damon's at 4 life.
Yeah.
So Damon needs to have a Street Wraith here. He's got it.
Yeah.
So he's going to 2.
2.
So it really depends on what Damon draws. And then here's his last card. He needs Thassa's Oracle, and he needs...
Well, he's got the Oracle.
Okay, here's Cameron.
He has the Oracle in
Here's
hand.
Oracle. Does he have swords? If he has swords in hand...
Press down?
Press down's also good. So he's going to
Brainstorm?
brainstorm. Let's see what happens. Okay.
It all comes down to this
It
brainstorm.
comes down to this brainstorm. Because if he swords it in response, it's 0 and it won't do anything. All right, let's see.
I can't believe he did it.
Oh, man. It can't be countered. Counters won't work. All right, Gary's putting them back on top. I'm wondering if he's gonna Prismatic Vista and then Brainstorm again.
Prismatic Vistas.
Yep. So he's going to
14.
Going down to 14. Okay, he's got a mountain. Interesting. Oh, is he gonna bolt it? Does he have bolt?
No?
Oh, maybe Red Elemental Blast. Oh, he okay, he might let it resolve and then Red Elemental Blast it.
Trigger on the stack.
Yeah. Okay, here might be another...
Supreme Verdict?
No, it's another snap, isn't it? Oh, it's another snap. He's gonna brainstorm again. Oh, he's digging deep. He's desperate. What'd you find, buddy?
Oh, no. Tilt it a little bit. No. Tilt it a little bit.
Tilt it a
I just
little
want
bit.
to see a little bit.
I
Come
wanna see
on,
what you're looking at.
Come on, no.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, I'm
Oh!
taking it.
Oh!
Another brainstorm.
Oh!
One card deeper. One card. Oh! He couldn't find it.
No.
How insane.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Brutal ending.
What a tournament.
Oh, that was a brutal ending.
Oh, man.
And the Shorikai deck so close to victory. So I was thinking that he'd Supreme Verdict.
And
Upticks the fairy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But he dug so deep and just
did.
couldn't find... Oh, man.
Oh.
You know what's funny? I bet Gary boarded out swords. I would bet that Gary boarded out swords. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll...
That was a brutal game.
Yeah. All right.
Spicy finish.
That is our tournament for
well-seasoned
the day.
finish.
Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be sure to do this for all of our major Comp REL tournaments. Thanks again for everybody coming in. Once more, if you'd like to check out the shop, please head over to gamersguildaz.com for all your Magic the Gathering needs.
Of course. Get your Doomsday decks, your Legacy standards, get
Pick
your
up
Blue Red
Shorikais
Delve,
now.
Get your Shorikais
Get your
now.
Shorikais
You're gonna
now.
see it again. You're gonna see it again. The value engine's too strong.
All right, we are out. Thank you all once more.
All right, have a wonderful rest of your day, guys. Thanks for showing up.